Hello aspirants, good morning. Welcome to the Modern History Marathon session. I believe my voice is clear to all of you. Audio, video both are okay. Can you please make me confirm that my voice is clear to all of you? Audio, video both are okay. Can you please let me know? Hi everyone. Good morning Narang. Good morning everyone. Very good morning. All fine. So today for the next few hours, we are going to travel through one of the most important parts of the UPSC syllabus, that is your modern history. Some of you may feel the syllabus is used. Some may feel I studied it, but nothing seems clear. Don't worry. This is what exactly why we are here. In this session, we will revise the entire journey from the rise of the British power to the freedom struggle in one go. So stay with me, stay attentive, and keep your mind calm. Because sometimes one intense revision can bring clarity than months of a scattered study. So stay focused with me with your pen and the paper and give me your attention for the next few hours. We will try to cover it in one flow. That will be a very insightful session for all of you who is aspiring to appear in 2026 prelims, right? So very good morning once again. Very good morning, all of you. So without wasting time, let's start the session. I hope all of you have joined the session. So now it's a final call. So take a deep breath, open your notebook, and let's begin the journey of modern history together. So together we are going to make this session a very successful session, right? That will work for you. So entire, yes, Vishal Singh, so will we cover entire syllabus or we will go through most important topics? No, we will cover the entire syllabus. Nothing will be left, right? But definitely I will be covering those areas only that is important for your prelims in 2026 or 2027, whenever you are going to appear. So every topic would be in a thread right from the beginning till the last. I will be covering each and every aspect, right? So, but definitely I will be keeping in my mind the important themes that is important for your exam, right? So that would be the one thing here. Very good morning, everyone. Very good morning. So let's start without wasting the time now. So see here, but before coming to this, so you can see the faculties over here. So these are the faculty who are actually really working for you. So these are the esteemed faculty here for this marathon session under the UDAAN series. So these are the faculties now you can see here. Here, sir, for CSAT, ma'am for geography, and these are the esteemed faculty, all the faculties here. And then this is all class notes will be okay after the wind up the session. When we will finish the session, all class notes will be available free of cost on the PW app. So to access, enroll now via link provided in the description. To access all the PDF, whatever we are going to make a discussion in this session, so you will be having all these PDF but in the link. So under this marathon session of UDAAN, there will be a live marathon. That's why I am here. Then is your notes, your test, and ebooks. Everything will be available with you. So live marathon, that is in this channel, on this channel, that PW Only IS English YouTube channel. Notes, where you will get the notes. That is an important aspect. So pw.live, link in the description that is given, that you can check, test. And okay, this is one more important thing, that after finishing this topic in a very comprehensive manner, you should also assess yourself what you have learned, what is your earning from this session. So just appear in the test on this link, pw.live, link in the description, and then you will also get the ebooks, pw live, link in the description. That's all free of cost, right? So everything would be there. So these are esteemed faculty. Nikhil sir, that he will be taking, or in fact he had taken, Indian polity and government schemes. Then Harpreet Singh sir, geography, places and news and the mapping. Then Pritesh sir, science and technology. Then Abhishek sir, ancient and medieval history. Bottle. Sorry guys for a while. Okay, so Ritesh sir, science and technology, Abhishek sir, ancient and medieval history, and then Ranjan sir, Indian economy. Then I am here for your modern history and the art and culture. Today I am taking your modern history, and on 16th of in this very month I will be taking your art and culture. Dimple ma'am taking environment, and the Manjeet sir CSAT. So these are the esteemed faculty that will be available for you in this UDAAN series, marathon session of the UDAAN series, right? So some of the subjects had been already covered, and some of is yet to be covered. Now, so let's start the session. See, what is the plan for the day? So let me tell you. For everyone, see, in the modern history, that is very important for your prelims. As far as modern history is concerned, that is very important section of history. So in this modern history, we will study in the four broad units, right? So here is your unit number 1. Unit 1, I will let you know what I am going to cover in this unit 1. Then there is your unit number 2. I will let you know what I will cover here in a very simple manner. Then is your unit number 3. Unit number 3, right? Unit number 3. And then is your unit 4. Unit 4, right? See. Modern history. So see, there was a time in medieval history of India. There was the Mughals. There was the Mughals. And almost in the entire Indian subcontinent, they had their territory. So in the entire India, some Mughals were there. But after decline of the Mughal Empire in 1707, decline of the Mughal Empire in 1707, decline of Mughal Empire in 1707. The political condition of India, decline of the Mughal Empire in 1707 after the death of Aurangzeb. Decline of Mughal Empire. So now the Indian polity was fragmented. Indian political structure was fragmented. Indian political structure was fragmented. Right? Fragmented. Now, who will fill the vacuum? This was an issue. Who will fill the vacuum? That was an issue. Who will fill the vacuum? To fill the vacuum, that is your political vacuum, in fact, to fill the political vacuum, right? There was a kind of competition. There was a fierce competition. There was a fierce competition, right? Competition. And now this competition was actually this competition was between the Indian powers, right? And the Europeans, right? Europeans. Now see, Europeans, you know that Europeans came to India in a series that starts with the Portuguese, then Dutch, then Danes, Britishers, and the French. So Portuguese, Dutch, English, and the Danes, and then French came to India. So now they will try to control the the political condition of India. So they will now fight among themselves. Initially they were here for just for the trade and the commerce sake, but gradually their political ambition collision became came into the prominence because they wanted to hegemonize or monopolize the Indian trade because it was very profitable at that time. So there was a kind of competition among the Europeans, right? Are you getting my points? So there was a competition among the Europeans, right? So after these Europeans, there were the Indian powers as well. With the disintegration of the Mughal Empire, various Indian state or indigenous state came into the prominence, came into the power, who will try to capture the all India power, So there will be a competition among the Indian princes as well, Indian states as well, right? So what I want to say here, after the decline of this Mughal Empire, to fill the political vacuum, there was a fierce competition that will be among the Indian princes or the Indian states, and then among the Europeans. And finally, there would be also a competition among the Indian powers and the Europeans as well. So in this very first unit, I'm going to cover about the 18th century India with the after the decline of the Mughals. So that would be covered here, right? And who will be the winner? Who will be the winner? Who is going to fill the political vacuum? That is going to be discussed right over here. Are you getting my points? So we will try here to understand the British conquest of India. British conquest of India. British conquest of India. So in this unit, we'll try to understand number one, condition of 18th century India. 18th century India. 18th century India. Why 18th century India? Because in 1707, the Mughal Empire declined. That is called 18th century. So we need to understand the 18th century India at this time, number one. And number two, second, we will try to understand the British conquest. We'll try to understand the British conquest of India. British conquest of India. British conquest of India. So that is in 18th century India itself, right? So this is the one aspect. Now, when they will conquer the India politically, right? That will start with the Battle of Plassey in 1757. That I will discuss in detail in a very comprehensive manner, right? So British conquest of India that we can see in from the Battle of Plassey from 1757. So this is the one aspect, right? So British conquest of India is the one aspect that we will discuss here. So that will begin with the Battle of the Plassey. So British conquest of India. When Britishers will establish themselves as the political power in India, initially they were not the political power in India, rather they were just the trading entity, right? So they were here for the trade and the commerce sake. But after the Battle of the Plassey, they became the political power as well in India. And after becoming the political power in India, they will start the mechanism of exploitation of India in the colonial interest. Right? Are you getting me? So now in this unit, we'll try to understand the exploitation of the Indians. Are you getting me? Exploitation of the Indians. Exploitation of the Indians in colonial interest. Colonial interest that I am going to discuss over here in this unit. How the mechanism of exploitation was established by the Britishers to exploit India in the colonial interest, in the larger interest of the colony, of the mother economy. That is called the colonial interest, right? So this is the unit 2. This will be unit 2. So everything would be discussed here, like economic drain theory and everything that would be here now. So first the Britishers established themselves as a political power. Then they have started their exploitation, right? And the third thing would be, so when they have started exploiting the Indians, there will be a kind of reaction. Are you getting me? So there will be a kind of reaction among the Indians, right? So this is the period of initial reactions, initial or early reaction, rather you can say early reactions of Indians against the Britishers. Here you will understand all the kind of the revolts and the rebellions, be it your peasant revolt or rebellion, tribal revolt or rebellion, or civil rebellion, and finally the revolt of 1857, right? So this would be covered here. So early reactions of the Indians against the British Britishers, right? So definitely the early reactions will, this early reaction will have certain limitations. These early reactions will have certain reactions, will have certain limitation, I'm sorry, certain limitations, right? So this early reaction will have certain limitations, certain limitations, certain limitations. There would be certain limitations, right? Certain limitations that I will highlight certain limitations. For example, just for say, just to make you understand right here, certain limitations of these early reactions. They were regional in their approach, regional, regional. They were unorganized, without coordination, organized, unorganized, without coordination, without coordination, etc. So there are certain limitations. So they became what? So they became what? Not a failure, but they had highlighted their limitations, right? And could not achieve their desired goals. Okay, na? So just because of this, could not achieve the desired goals, right? So what will happen? So we need to have a more formidable or comprehensive reaction against the colonial power that we will see in the last unit, that is your freedom struggle. That is known as your freedom struggle. So in this unit we will discuss about the freedom struggle, freedom struggle, freedom struggle. So this is the fourth unit, freedom struggle, right? That will start with the formation of the Indian National Congress in 1885, and that will continue till 1947. So these are the four units that I am going to discuss. I believe now the picture is clear, what we are going to do, how we are going to do, how we are going to to discuss the things in one particular flow, that is called in one thread, starting with the 18th century India, the developments in 18th century India, how the Britishers were able to conquest the India. So we need to understand the British conquest of India. Then after becoming the political power, the character of the traders became uh, that became of a territory master, right? So when they became the territory master or the political power in India, they established the mechanism of exploitation, that is covered in, that would be covered in unit 2, exploitation of the Indians in the colonial interests. And to fill the political vacuum, there was a fierce competition among the Indian powers and the Europeans. That is a part of this itself, right? Then there's sequential things, in fact. Then third, then when they will establish the mechanism of exploitation, that will be now reacted, in the early reactions like the peasant revolts, like the tribal revolts, like the civil revolts, and finally your revolt of 1857, right? And then when these reactions could not produce the desired goals, the formidable goals, could not achieve that, then there will be a more organized, more comprehensive reaction that will be appearing in the form of the Indian National Congress that will launch the freedom struggle, right? So we will discuss all the different strands of the freedom movement, and with the formation of the Congress, like the moderate phase, extremist phase, revolutionary phase, Gandhian phase, etc., right? So that all will be covered here in the freedom struggle, right? Is it okay? Is it fine? No. So the modern history unit is started with the topic of 1498. No, that is not going to be started with the 1498. The Britishers, the Europeans came to India in the 15th century, in the last decade of the 15th century itself, when the Portuguese came to India in 1498, right? So this was the arrival of the Europeans in India, but their activity started, actually that became prominent in the 18th century itself with the decline of the Mughal Empire. When they came to India in 1498, I mean the Europeans came to India in 1498, that is the Portuguese I'm talking about, they could not fulfill their political ambitions just because of the strong presence of an Indian power in India, that was the Mughals. Is it okay? Is it fine? So just for the reference sake, I'm going to tell you that the 1498, but 1498 is not the starting point for the modern Indian history. Is it okay? Is it fine? But we will discuss it. Is it okay? Now, let's move on. Let's continue now. So these are the units. So now let me tell you the 18th century India, right? 18th century India. See here. Now, when you will look into the 18th century India, it is characterized by, there are certain characteristic of the 18th century India. What are these characteristics? Just try and understand. Number one, there is the decline of the Mughal Empire and disintegration of Indian polity. So Indian polity was disintegrated, right? Disintegrated. This is one aspect. Then economic decline and the cultural stagnation. We will discuss all these things. There will be fragmented and hierarchical society, invasion of the foreigners, and then transformation of Europeans from the traders to the territory master. So these are the characteristics of this 18th century India, right? So these are the different characters. One, we will discuss how the decline of the Mughal Empire, what happened in fact after the decline of the Mughals, then disintegration of the Indian polity with the decline of the Mughals, then economic decline, and then cultural stagnation. Why I'm talking about the economic decline? I would like to tell you, in 18th century, okay, in the beginning of the 18th century, India was economically a kind of superpower, right? And India was contributing 25% of world GDP. I am talking about the world GDP, 25%. No country, even today, and on this day, 9th March 2026, none of the country of the world had this much of the GDP what we had in the early 18th century. Are you getting my points? But just because of the arrival of the Britishers, when the Britishers established in India, India was economically exploited. So that is what called economic decline. So there are different mechanism was established to exploit the India economically. So that is what is called economic decline. Are you getting me? Then cultural stagnation. Cultural stagnation was also over there, right? So there are certain things. Then fragmented and social hierarchy. So that is there are certain inherent weaknesses of Indians at this time, just because of the caste system, untouchability, gender biases, etc. So Indian society was divided along the lines of the community, that is called your religion, along the lines of the caste, along the line of the gender, etc. So society was fragmented. Why we are talking fragmented and hierarchical society? Because when India was divided socially, they could not produce a joint front against any European powers or against any foreign powers, right? What I want to say, when India was in need to produce or to make a joint front against the Europeans or against any foreign invasion to counter their attack, we were divided, and we were divided along the lines of the religion, along the lines of the caste, along the lines of the genders, etc. So Indian society was what that is called fragmented society. So I will let you know about what kind of the society India was in the 18th century and why we could not produce a joint front just because of the fragmented and the hierarchical society. Are you getting me? And just because of all these things, there were certain foreign invasions that took place in India, and we could not succeeded into that. So invasion of the foreigners also declined the political condition of India, right? And then just because of all these things, Britishers got the opportunity to transform themselves from a trading entity to what I say, the territory master, that become the political power in India. Is it okay? So these are the characteristics of the 18th century India. Is it okay? Is it fine? I hope it would be okay to all of you. Now coming to the other aspect, the timelines here. There are certain timelines. So I simply would like to give you. So see here, this is your 1707. Then this is your 1750s. This is your 1759, 1759, 1803, and 1857, right? So now see, 1707s. So let me tell you. So see here, there is a timeline. Just try and understand. This is a timeline that starts with this 1707. That starts with 1707. Just to make you understand. This is 1. This is your 2. This is your 3. This is your 4. And this is your 5. So I believe there are the 5 dates. 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is your 5. Right? So this is your 5th one. This is your 5th one. Right, sister madam? So see here. In 1707, 1707. 1707, right? This is the very first year in this timeline or referential year, that is called 1707. With the death of, this was the death of the Aurangzeb, death of Aurangzeb, the era of powerful Mughals, the era of powerful Mughals, it started, ended in fact, Mughals ended, right? But see, Mughal Empire was such a big tree, that will not decline in one go, right? It will take a period, it will take a time period to decline itself, right? Are you getting me? It was a big tree. It was a big tree. So just to decline, the big empire, right? So it will take time to decline and disintegrate. Are you getting me? So it will take time to decline and disintegrate of such a big empire, right? So it declined. There is a political condition, economic condition, etc. There was certain condition that contributed in the decline of the Mughals, but they have not become a weak state till 1707. With the death of the Aurangzeb, Mughal could not become, was not a weak state. It was not a weak empire, right? Rather, there was a strong monarch that died. So the decline of the Mughals started in 1707, right? So here, see here, with the death of Mughals, certain weaknesses, started surfaced. Certain weaknesses surfaced in Mughal Empire. In Mughal Empire. Right? Like this is your politically, that was the political weakness. Then there was economic weakness, right? There was court politics, etc. Right? Emergence of powerful nobles, emergence of powerful nobles, etc. So these were the characteristics of the Mughal Empire in the early 18th century after the death of the Aurangzeb. Is it okay? But still the Mughal was a power. Are you getting me? So still it was a Mughal power. But still Mughal was a power. Mughal was a power. A power. It will take time, right? A power. Is it okay? In 1797. So what I say, that is the decline of, here we can say the decline of the Mughals started. So this is your decline of the Mughals. So this is the decline of the Mughals. Right, Sisama? So this is the feature period of decline of Mughals. So 1707 is the marker of the decline of the Mughals. Are you getting my points? Right? Now, so next important year is your 1750s, right? So this is your 1750s. In 1750s, it led to the disintegration of the Mughal Empire. What do you mean by the Mughal Empire? Disintegration of the Mughal Empire. What is the meaning of this? Disintegration of the Mughal Empire. Are you getting me? Disintegration of the Mughal Empire. You have seen here decline of the Mughals. Why the decline of the Mughals were? Good morning, sir. Mohammad Muzib here. I'm going to complete my intermediate this year and I'm going to take BA with HEP and also want to give UPSC. So is this right subject for UPSC guide map? So is it the right subject for UPSC? Yeah, this is the right subject. You can start with the history because it is one of the very popular subjects. So stay tuned with us. So give your time. This is stay focused for the entire session. You will get the benefit also, and you will develop your trust, your interest, in fact, in the UPSC preparation, in fact, right? So now 1750, disintegration of the Mughal Empire. So what is the meaning of the disintegration of the Mughal Empire, right? Disintegration of the Mughal Empire. What is the meaning of this? So what is the meaning of this disintegration of the Mughal Empire, right? So just because of this disintegration of the Mughal Empire, there used to be a Mughal Empire, right? So Mughals were there, Mughals were there, Mughals were there, and just because of the decline of the Mughals, right? Many regional states or successor states, independent states, new states came into the power, right? So many regional states in the form of successor states, successor states, successor states like Bengal, like Hyderabad, like Awadh, successor states emerge, reveal new states and independent states, new states. These are the historical terms. Independent states or rebellious states, independent states emerge. So you can classify all of them as the regional states, right? Regional states, regional states, regional states. Is it okay? So disintegration of the Mughal Empire was started in 1750. So now you can see almost it had taken almost 50 years. It's not exactly the 50 years, somewhere around the 43 years, in fact, after the death of the Aurangzeb, or with the decline of the Mughal Empire, it took at least half a century to disintegrate. It was such a big tree. Are you getting me? But by 1750s, the empire started disintegrating. Is it okay? So 1707 was the decline of the Mughals. 1750 was the disintegration of the Mughal Empire. Is it okay? Now, so you can see. Now the next important year was here. That is called your 1759. They were no more a military power. They were 1759. 1759. 1759. By 1759, Mughals were no more. Mughals were no more a military power. Mughals were no more a military power. No more a military power. They became weak. Militarily they became weak. No more a military power in India. Is it okay? 1759. When they were not militarily capable, they were not capable enough to defend themselves, to protect themselves, to safeguard their own selves. So obviously, what will happen? There will be the foreigners, there will be the other states that will try to capture their powers, right? And that actually happened in 1803. So the next year is your 1803, when Delhi, that is called the imperial seat or the imperial capital, was occupied by the British army, and the Mughal emperor became a pensioner of the Britishers. So 1803 is the year when 1803. So next year is your 1803. 1803. Is it okay? 1803. In this year, 1803, the imperial seat of Mughals, Delhi, was captured by the Britishers. So we will try to understand how this process happened. Britishers, right? So imperial seat of the Mughals, that is your Delhi, was captured by the Britishers, by the capture of the Britishers, right? Now, so after this thing, so madam, imperial seat of the Mughals, Delhi, was captured by the Britishers, and the Mughal emperor become a pensioner of the Britishers. Now you can understand the condition of the Mughal emperor and the Mughal empire by 1803. 1803. So almost 100 years, 1707, the process of decline started in the Mughal empire, and by 1803 it was exposed. And 1803, the sovereignty of the Mughal empire was completely vanished. The Mughal emperor became a pensioner, dependent on the Britishers, right? So now they're just a showpiece, right? Now what will happen? Sirs and madam, it was possible for the Britishers to end the Mughal Empire right over here. But Britishers were very tacit people. They were very smart people. They were knowing that if we will try to capture this at this time, the power directly in our hands, there is a possibility of the popular revolution, revolts, rebellions against us, because still the Mughal Empire was a power, our empire in the common psyche of India, right? So people are still connecting themselves or associating themselves with these Mughals. So it was not the right time to capture the political power completely or directly in their hands, right? So they maintained the office of the Mughal emperor, but this emperor was just the puppet in the hands of the Britisher, right? Is it okay? So 1857. This next one is your 1857. Next important year is 1857. Is it okay? 1857. 1857. After the revolt of 1857, when the Mughal emperor Bahadur Shah Zafar or Bahadur Shah II had led the revolt of 1857 from Delhi. So Britishers suppressed this revolt and also remove the Mughal emperor from its office, and the Mughal empire got its end. So in 1857, Mughal empire was ended. Mughal empire, the mighty Mughal empire was ended now. Mughal empire, end of the Mughal empire, of the Mughal empire. So now you can understand, in the 150 years, the process of decline is started in 1707, and by 1857, that is in 150 years, the Mughal empire disappeared. So I told you the Mughal empire was not a small state, it was a big state, right? It was a big state, not on the territory, but also in the heart and the brains of the Indians. That's why Britishers maintained, even after controlling the imperial seat of Delhi, they maintained the Mughal empire. They maintained the office of the Mughal empire, right? And in 1857, after the revolt of 1857, the Mughal empire was ended. End of the Mughal empire. So this is what is the decline and disintegration of the Mughal empire. This decline and disintegration of the Mughal empire, right? Of the Mughal empire. Is it okay? So, Saman, so this is what is this flow chart is decline and disintegration of the Mughal empire that we have discussed here. Got this idea? So this is what is your decline and the disintegration of the Mughal empire. Is it okay? Is it fine? Abhi, we will discuss each and every aspect of it. You don't worry. So this is the one thing, 1707, 1750, 1759, 1803, 1857. Is it okay? Till your things are okay? I hope it must be okay to all of you. So these are lines. So decline and disappearance of the Mughal empire was not an event, but a gradual and complex process of 150 years. Are you getting me? So this is what we have discussed over here through the timelines. Now, it's time to talk about the different aspects. Now see here, to understand this process of decline and disappearance of the Mughals, we need to we need to discuss the later Mughals, that you start your modern history from the later Mughals, right? So this is the first topic that you usually read about read in the modern Indian history syllabus, later Mughals. Then we will also talk about the emergence of the regional states. Now you can understand what is the meaning of the regional states, like the successor states, new states, and independent states. And then invasion of the foreigners initially, Iranian and Afghans, right? Iranian and Afghan. And then we'll talk about the advent of the Europeans, that we will also discuss. But let me discuss the 18th century scenario later Mughals, then the emergence of the regional states, then invasion of the foreigners, Iranians and the Afghans. Who were this? Who was this Iranian? Iranian, I'm talking about the Nadir Shah, 1739. Nadir Shah, he was an Iranian. Nadir Shah of Persia or Iran. That is called Persia, or he was from Iran in 1739, right? After his invasion, there was Afghan invasion. This is your Ahmad Shah Abdali. Ahmad Shah Abdali. Abdali or Durrani also you can write, right? Ahmad Shah Durrani. He was an Afghan. So we need to discuss about these foreign invasions as well. Is it okay? Is it fine? My voice is clear to all of you. Can you please let me? Can you please tell me? My voice is clear to all of you, because just a concern here where voice is low to here. Is it low? It's only low to Hari. थोड़ा सा sound देख लीजिए. Can you please make me confirm? Is it fine? It's clear and loud. It's clear and loud now. It should not be loud. It should be clear only. It should not be loud. It should be clear only. All clear now? Chalo. If it's okay, so you felt sorry, that is enough to me. So once the technically everything would be okay, so to hamara theek rahega. We will be okay. We cannot be disrupted with our flow. So let me go through in my flow, right? Chal. Just a second. Now, so coming to the other aspects, are you getting me? Now, so these are the regional states that you can see in the India. So just have a look on the map here. So you can see. So this was the Mughal Empire. Now the Rajput, Sindh, Punjab, Hyderabad, Mysore, Karnataka, Travancore, Orissa, Bengal, Awadh, and too many states were there, right? Is it okay? It's okay. Glass. It's okay? Sure. It's okay now. So now see later Mughals. See. So let me discuss something that is factual and that is important for your plans. So this is the very first topic of the modern history, that is called later Mughals in 18th century India. Later Mughals. So see, who are the later Mughals? Later Mughals, right? Later Mughals. If I talk about the later Mughals, so Mughals started. Just I'm going to give you. There are the two reference points. One, then this is your two, and then this is your third one. This is third one. It's okay. This is 1526, this is your 1707, and this is your 1857. So there are three important years, right? So this was the period of the Mughals, right? So the period of the Mughals from Babur to Aurangzeb, and after the death of the Aurangzeb, this is the period of the later Mughals, right? So Bahadur Shah first to Bahadur Shah second is the period from 1707 to 1857. So this is the story of here. So we are going to talk about the story of this period, who were the later Mughals, right? So we are going to talk about this later Mughals. Is it okay? Now see here, sirs and madams. So after the death of the Aurangzeb, he had three sons. In fact, one was Muazzam, other was your Azam, and the third one was Kambaksh, right? So Muazzam, Azam, and the Kambaksh. If I talk about the Muazzam, he was the governor of the Kabul. Azam was the governor of the Gujarat, and Kambaksh was in the Deccan, right? So now, what will happen after the death? Actually, during the Mughal period, you must be aware of that. There was no rule of the succession. Anyone could claim the throne. Anyone can claim the throne, right? So after the death of the Aurangzeb, there were the three sons of the Aurangzeb. They were fighting among themselves for what? For the crown. Crown. So a kind of what I say, the war of succession started among these three brothers. Muazzam, who was the governor of the Kabul, Azam, who was the governor of the Gujarat, and the Kambaksh, who was the governor of the Deccan. They fight among themselves. Finally, Muazzam, who was the governor of the Kabul, became the victor. He emerged victorious, right? And he came to the throne, right? So Muazzam, he had taken the title of Bahadur Shah first and became the first Mughal emperor after the death of his father, that is called your Aurangzeb. So he was the first Mughal emperor of the later Mughals. First emperor of the later Mughals, not the Mughal Empire, right? So now, what will happen, sirs and madams? So there are the Muazzam, who was the governor of the Kabul, Then Azam, he was the governor of Gujarat, and the Kambaksh, who was the governor of Deccan, and fought among themselves. In which 65-year-old, when the people get retired, old Muazzam emerged victorious and came over the throne with the title of Bahadur Shah first. In this war of succession, in the battle of the succession, we could say there are certain battles that could be important for our claims. One is your battle of Jazau, and other is battle of Bijapur, or you can say Hyderabad, right? So the two battles. One is your battle of Jazau that took place on 12 June 1707, in which Muazzam had defeated his another brother, one of his brothers, that is called Azam. So Muazzam defeated Azam. Battle of Jazau, Muazzam defeated Azam, right? There is another battle. And this battle is Battle of Bijapur or Hyderabad, you can say, that took place in 1709. And Muazzam had defeated Kambaksh. Is it okay? Muazzam had defeated Kambaksh. So there are two important battles. One is Battle of Jazau, that may be asked directly in your exam. In the Battle of Jazau was between whom? This was between Azam and Muazzam, in which Muazzam would be defeated. He was defeated, right? And Muazzam was the victor. Is it okay? Now, in 1709, Muazzam defeated Kambaksh. Kambaksh was defeated here. Is it okay? And Muazzam was the victor. Is it okay, sir, ma'am? Now, so coming to the Bahadur Shah, 1707 to 1712. So these are the factual details. Here, very little analysis is there, but the facts are important for your exam. The facts are important, right? So what we are trying to do here in this session, that we will include all the important facts with proper analysis, so that you could have a very comprehensive understanding of the entire modern history. So Bahadur Shah first. When Bahadur Shah became the emperor in 1707, he had certain challenges. One of the challenges was from his brothers, that you have seen that the battle of Bijapur or Hyderabad was fought after becoming after becoming the emperor, right? So this was one of the challenges. Then there are other challenges as well. There are the financial challenges, there were the political challenges, etc., right? And he became the emperor at the age of 65 years. He became the emperor at the age of 65 years. And he was unaware of the developments that was taking place in the polity and economy, etc. So there is a medieval historian, whose name is Khafi Khan, who called him Shah-e-Bekhavar. So he is known as Shah-e-Bekhavar. He is known as Shah-e-Bekhavar, the unaware, the uninformed king. And he was ascended to the throne about the age of 63 or 65 years of age. And his reign was characterized by, right? See, I told you that he had certain challenges. Certain challenges. What kind of challenges he had? Actually, his father was a religious bigot. Aurangzeb was a religious bigot, and he's known for his anti-Hindu policies, anti-Sikh policy, and anti-Shia policy. Anti-Shia policy. Are you getting me? Aurangzeb was known for his anti-Hindu policy. He was not. He was against the Hindus. He was also against the Sikh. He was also against the Shia. Shia used to be a liberal sect in the Islam. That is also one of the sects of the Islam. But Shia is little bit liberal, right? So he was what that is called anti-Shia as well. And he had, in fact, forbid the practice of observation or the practice of celebrating Muharram, which is a Shia festival, right? So he was not only against the Hindus but also against the Sikh and the Muslims, but against the Shia Muslims, right? So now there was certain issues that surfaced during the time of the Aurangzeb and then his successor Bahadur Shah first also. And in this situation, he had to take some appeasement policy towards the Sikh, towards the Marathas, etc. So in this context, we need to understand what he did, the Bahadur Shah did after becoming the emperor. The first thing would be he would reverse the policies of his father. And what was his policy? The policy of his father, that is Aurangzeb, was the policy of religious bigotry. Are you getting me? It was the policy of religious bigotry. So he had reversed the policies of Aurangzeb. Are you getting me? And pursued the policy of compromise and conciliation with the Rajputs, who were annoyed with the Aurangzeb's anti-Hindu policies. He also pursued the policy of conciliation and compromise with the Marathas, with the Sikh and the Bundelas and the Jats, but unable to control the disintegrating political situation of the Mughals. Is it okay? So now this is an important aspect, right? For prelims, you may get question and in the statement-based question also. Number one, just consider following statements in regard to Bahadur Shah first. You may get the first statement that he continued with the policy of his father. Secondly, he reversed the policy of his father. Third, you may get that he pursued the policy of compromise and conciliation with the Marathas and the Sikh, etc. Right? So now select the correct code. Right? The correct code 1 and 2 are correct. 2 and 3 are correct. All 1, 2, 3 are correct. None of them are correct. So obviously the answer would be 2 and 3, because he had not continued with the policy of his father Aurangzeb. Rather, he had reversed his policy. The second statement is correct one. The first statement that he continued with the policies of his father is incorrect. Now you can understand. The second statement is correct, that he had reversed the policy of his father and pursued the policy of compromise and conciliation towards the Marathas and the Sikhs. It was not limited to the Marathas and Sikhs, but it was also expanded to the Rajputs, Bundelas and the Jats as well. Is it okay? Is it fine? So just give me your focus. Just listen me very carefully. I can promise you, after the completion of the session, you will feel in fact confident. You will feel confident. How you entered into the session, I don't know, right? There may be some kind of the confusion in your mind, but I can make you sure that after the completion of this session, if you are 100% with me, with your focus, with your attention, that I'm going to make you clear each and every corner of your confusion from this section of your history, right? So give me your full concentration towards me, right? Stay connected, stay and I can trust you. You are here with some kind of fiery approach in your eyes, in determination in your mind, and resolution in your heart. So you are with your pen and the paper here. Stay with me, and I can make you sure that this is going to be a wonderful session, very insightful session. By the end of a session, when we will be ending the session, you will be full of confidence. Now, So he tried to consider the Rajputs, the Marathas, the Mundelas and Chats and the Sikh, right? Is that okay? But this policy of compromise and the conciliation was half-hearted. Half-hearted. How it was half-hearted, just try and understand. He had granted Marathas the Sardeshmukhi of the Deccan, but failed to give them the right to Chat, right? So you must be aware of the Sardeshmukhi. It was a kind of the tax they were taking, and the Marathas were taking from the Maratha territories, right? Sardeshmukh being the chieftain of the Maratha territory, right? And Chauth was taken from the non-Maratha areas, right? So when we talk about the Sardeshmukhi and the Chauth, which was not approved by the Aurangzeb, Bahadur Shah had approved it, but half-heartedly. How? Because he had given the right to collect the Sardeshmukhi, but not the right to the Chauth. Are you getting me? So that can also make a question for your prelims, right? For your prelims. So the Marathas were granted the Sardeshmukhi, but failed to give them the Chauth, but not the right of the Chauth. So that is very much important, right? So Marathas were given the right to the Sardeshmukhi, collect the right to Sardeshmukhi, but not the Chauth. Is it okay? Thus the Marathas were not fully satisfied. To pacify Marathas, Sahuji was released along with his mother. Now see, what is the story of the Sahuji here? Just try and understand. When Aurangzeb was the Mughal emperor, right? He had arrested the father of Shahuji, whose name is Sambhaji, right? Sambhaji, and forced him to be converted into the Islam, but he refused, so he was brutally killed. And his son Sahu and his wife, that is the mother of the Sahu, were now in the Mughal imprisonment. When the Bahadur Shah became the Mughal emperor, he had released the Sahuji from the Mughal imprisonment, and that will lead to another story in the Maratha that I will discuss later on, right? So he had released the Shahuji, also was released along with his mother. He also tried to pacify the Sikh by giving Guru Gobind Singh high mansabdas, right? High mansabdas. So Guru Gobind Singh Ji, who was the last Sikh Guruji, Guru Gobind Singh, he got Mughal mansab by the Bahadur Shah first. But what will happen? But later on, he also crushed a rebellion by Banda Bahadurji, who was the leader of the Sikh after the Guru Gobind Singh Ji. Because after Guru Gobind Singh Ji, in physical form, the office of Gurusip was discontinued, right? So he was the last Guruji. So I say that ki Banda Bahadurji was the leader of the Sikh community. So after Guru Gobind Singh Ji, he had taken anti-Sikh policy and crushed what I say that is called the one of the rebellions of the Banda Bahadur. So, but he also crushed the rebellions by Banda Bahadur, who was Gobind Singh Ji's successor. Is it okay? Is it fine? Are you getting me? Got this idea? Is it fine? Now, see here. After his death in 1712, just a second. Is it okay? So after his death in 1712, the Mughal Empire was in a kind of a civil war, right? Now, how the Mughal Empire was into the civil empire, that's also important to understand. Now see, after the death of the Bahadur Shah first, a new element emerged in the Mughal Empire. And what is that? In fact, it was the era of the emergence of strong nobles. Now the Mughal emperors were dependent on their nobility. They're becoming the king by their support only, by their support only. So this was the era when the Mughal nobility became the powerful, and the Mughal emperor became dependent on them. So this is the one thing that happened after the death of the Bahadur Shah first, and that led to a kind of civil war in the Mughal empire for a quite long period of the time. So after his death, a new development appeared in the Mughal politics, and that was the emergence of nobles as direct contenders for the powers, right? So now they became very powerful. Now ambitious nobles became direct contenders for the power and used Mughal princes as mere pawns to capture the seat of the authority. Is it okay? So this is one story. So after his death in 1712, after the death of the Bahadur Shah first, now there is a one thing that emerged, that is called the emergence of the nobility, the powerful nobility in the Mughal empire. Is okay? Now, so in the civil war following the Bahadur Shah's death, one of his less able sons, Jahandar Shah became the emperor with the support of Zulfikar Khan, Zulfikar Khan. So now you can see, it was not by himself, by their own capacity, by their own power, and by their own merit and the ability, Zandar Shah became the emperor. Rather, he became the emperor because of the support of a strong noble whose name was Zulfikar Khan. So now you can understand why I say that. So you may get a question again, that after the death of, or by from the 1712, this was a time when the Mughal nobility became powerful than their emperors. So that is the correct one. Zandar Shah became the emperor just because of the support of a powerful nobility whose name was Zulfikar Khan. Is it okay? So Zandar Shah was a weak and he was degenerated prince who was wholly devoted to the pleasures. The administration was virtually in the hands of the Zulfikar Khan, who was the Wazir. So this is the time period of your Jahandar Shah. So after Aurangzeb, Bahadur Shah first, then this was your Jahandar Shah. Bahadur Shah first and then your Jahandar Shah. Now, what was his approach? Now, during the time of the Jahandar Shah, but actually whatever was done in the administration, it was just because of, it was done through or done by the Zulfikar Khan. Actually, the emperor was a pawn, he was just a puppet in the hands of the Zulfikar Khan. So now what Zulfikar Khan will do during the time of Jahandar Shah? Now he will do something, sirs and madams. First, he believed that it was necessary to establish a friendly relationship with the Rajput Rajas, Maratha Sardars, and also conciliate with the Hindu chieftains in order to strengthen his own position at the court and save the empire. Right? So therefore, he rapidly reversed the policies of Aurangzeb, and the hated jizya was abolished. It was introduced by Aurangzeb. Bahadur Shah first continued with that policy, and that's why I told you that definitely Bahadur Shah first had taken the conciliatory approach, compromising approach, but these all were the half-hearted. You have seen in the context of the Marathas, you have seen in the context of the Sikh, and as a whole against the non-Muslim, that is called jizya. So jizya was continued during the time of the Bahadur Shah first. It was only ended by the Jahandar Shah during the time of Jahandar Shah by Zulfikar Khan towards Marathas. So he had taken the full conciliatory approach towards the Marathas to be friendly in relations with the Marathas so that he could secure his position in the Mughal court, right? He had granted Marathas both the rights. One is your Sardeshmukhi and then is your Jizya. Chauth. So both these were now collected by the Marathas. So towards the Marathas, the Chauth and the Sardeshmukhi of the Deccan was the right collected, right? Is it okay? Is it fine? Now, okay, now see, you can see here, sirs and madams. So Chauth and Sardeshmukhi of the Deccan, right? Now, towards Zagirdars and the officials, Zulfikar Khan made an attempt to improve the finances of the empire and checking the restless growth of the Zagirs and the officers. And he had also introduced Izara system or the revenue contract farming. Revenue contract farming, Izara or revenue contract farming, right? So what was this Izara system? What was Izara system, right? Izara system, Izara system, Izara system. So see here. Now just try and understand. The first thing is that during the time of the later Mughals, the financial condition of the Mughal was crumbling. It was degrading. It was degenerating. Are you getting me? It was degenerating. So when it was degenerating, then if there would be any powerful or any intelligent administrator would be in the office of the Mughals, he will try to what? He will try to go for what? He will try to improve the financial conditions, right? And so was done by the Zulfikar Khan during the time of uh, mm, during the time of Zulfikar Khan during the time of Jahandar Shah. Is it okay? Is it okay? First thing, what he did. So he had controlled the granting of the Zagirs and the Jagirs, right? So Jagirs. So reckless growth of the Zagirs and offices were controlled. Zagir. Then second, he had introduced the Izara system. What is this Izara system? What was this Izara system? Actually, it is called the revenue farming, or it is called the contract farming. It is also called contract farming, or it is also called revenue farming. Revenue farming. So these are the two terms that defines the Izara system. Izara system. So what is the inside this? In this system, the government had given the right to collect revenue from a specific area, auction to the highest bidders. Suppose this is the land. This is a land piece. This is called your Jagir, right? This is called a land piece. This is your land piece, Sir Salman. This is your land piece. Is it okay? Here is the state, and the state is here. That is called, the state is your Mughals. Mughals. Now, if the Mughals had the right to collect revenue, collect revenue from these land, from the which were the Mughal part of Mughal empire, Mughal territory, since it is the part of the Mughal territory, so state had the right to collect the revenue from this land. But now you can understand, the condition of the Mughal empire was not good. Politically, it was in degenerative conditions. Administratively, it was also declining. So what they did to replenish their finances, they introduced the Izara system. In this Izara system, state had introduced Izara system. Introduced Izara system. And this is called your contract farming or revenue farming. And under the system, the highest land was auctioned. In fact, under the system, land was auctioned. Land was auctioned to the highest bidder. To the highest bidder. So it was now a kind of bidding. Suppose if this is the pen, if I say it is in the bidding, so some of you may say, sir, I will give you 10 rupees for this pen. Someone of you may come, sir, I will give 9 rupees. Someone of you will come and they will offer me 20 rupees, 25 rupees, 30 rupees. So I will give this pen to the highest bid, that is called the 30 rupees, who had bid this pen for 30 rupees, right? So I will give him it to that person, to that bidder, right? So this is called the Izara system. So now it has two impacts. Now you can understand here, there's a two impacts. One, the finance. A stable income was fixed to the state, but at the same time it will lead to the exploitation of the cultivators, led to the exploitation of cultivators. White cultivators. Why, sirs and madams? Because now suppose if this land was giving 100 rupees and he had bid that I will give you 150 rupees. So this, the burden of this 150 rupees would be over this cultivators, because he had taken this land in the bidding process. So this had both the aspects. The positive aspect, that it was a process to stabilize the financial condition of the Mughals. The second one is that, so madam, it was exploitative for the peasantry. Are you getting me? Exploitative. So now they will be exploited. Is that okay? Is it fine? So this is what is your Izara system. Are you getting me? Izara, or the revenue farming, or the contract farming. So it was the right to collect revenue from a specific area, was auctioned to the highest bidder, who paid the state a fixed amount and collected taxes from the peasants at the whims and the fancy of the bidder. So now it will lead to exploitation. Is that okay? Now, coming to the other aspect, many jealous nobles secretly work against Zulfikar Khan. So now obviously when Zulfikar Khan was doing all these things, that then he will become an irk in the eyes of the other jealous nobles. Now what they will do? Now they will now poison the ears of the emperor. Badshah, Salamat, your position is endangered because of your noble Zulfikar Khan. King said, oh, yes, it is like this. So he will be surprised, and then he will try to hatch a conspiracy against the Zulfikar Khan. Right? Are you getting these things? This is the new trend that has started. Now the emperor would be the part of the conspiracy. So now you can understand the degenerating condition, the political condition of the Mughal Empire at this time. So many jealous nobles secretly work against the Zulfikar Khan and poisoned the ears of the king against him. The cowardly emperor dared not dismiss the powerful vizier, but he began to interview against these secretly. Zanda Shah's inglorious reign came to an early end in January 1713, when he was defeated at Agra by his nephew Farrukh Sher. Is it okay? Now Farrukh Sher. It's okay. Is it fine? Now coming to the Farrukh Sher. So Farrukh Sher would be the next emperor now. Farrukh Sher would be the next emperor. Is it okay? Next emperor. Now again, since it is the time of the powerful nobility, so now the Farrukh Sher, who is the next Mughal emperor, would be now supported by the another nobility, the group of the nobility. And this nobility is known as the Sayyid brothers. Actually, the Sayyid brothers are the two brothers, Abdullah Khan and the Hussain Khan. Bold. Are you getting me? So, sirs and ma'ams, so Farrukh Sher was the victorious just because of the Sayyid brothers, Abdullah Khan and the Hussain Khan, who were rewarded with the positions in the administration known as the kingmakers. Is that okay? Now the Farrukh Sher. So Farrukh Sher became the emperor. Farrukh Sher became emperor just because of the Sayyid brothers. And the Sayyid brothers were Abdullah Khan and the Hussain Khan. And Bara. The entire is Bara. However, Farrukh Sher's reign was marked by his own weaknesses. He was cowardly, cruel, and faithless. Started intriguing against the Sayyid brothers as well. Right? It is the features, because all the Mughal emperors during the later Mughal period, they were dependent on their nobility. And when they were dependent on the nobility, when the nobility will do something or will emerge in the power, that will be a directly threat to the position of the emperor. That is what was the feeling of the emperors during this time. So again, he will be against the Sayyid brothers. So now what will happen? In 1719, the Sayyid brothers had taken the support of the Marathas. Mind it. In 1719, the Sayyid brothers had taken the support of the Marathas, and Maratha Peshwa at this time was Balaji Vishwanath, to remove the Farrukh Sher. So now again, there is a question for you. Who had removed, with the Sayyid brothers had removed the Farrukh Sher from his office with the support of Marathas, Sikh, Rajput, etc. Are you getting my point? This was the Marathas. So Sayyid brothers, however, Farrukhsiyar's reign was marked by his own weaknesses. Sayyid brothers in 1719, the Sayyid brothers deposed with the help of Balaji Vishwanath, Farrukhsiyar and installed two phantom kings who were died of TB, that's called tuberculosis. And then Muhammad Shah became the new emperor whom they effectively controlled, whom he effectively controlled. Is it okay? Now, coming to the other aspects. Now, since Sayyid brothers has a conspiracy against his patron, and this was your Farrukhsiyar. And again, he had installed two phantom kings, jo aaye aur chale gaye, who came to the throne and then they disappeared. That's why they are called the phantom kings. After these two phantom kings, there was the Muhammad Shah Rangila, actually, who is known as the Muhammad Shah Rangila. This was the time of the Muhammad Shah Rangila. But Muhammad Shah will also be now hatching conspiracy against the Sayyid brothers just because of their own weaknesses, right? So a powerful group of the nobles led by the Nizam ul Mulk and Muhammad Amin Khan. So there are two things, Nizam ul Mulk and Muhammad Amin Khan conspired against the Sayyid brothers, resenting their growing influence. 1720 marked the end of the Sayyid brothers' dominance in the Mughal politics. Is it okay? In the Mughal politics. See, so what is the story here? Actually, this is your Mughal Empire, right? This was the time of the Farrukhsiyar. Farrukhsiyar. Now, Farrukhsiyar became the emperor just because of the Sayyid brothers. Sayyid brothers, right? Sayyid brothers. But now they were growing in their powers, so their power was growing. So now Farrukhsiyar was suspicious, doubt. There was suspicious of the growing powers of Sayyid brothers. SB stands for your Sayyid brothers, right? So he started hatching the conspiracy. So Sayyid brothers removed Farrukhsiyar, and then two phantom kings came to the throne, and after that Muhammad Shah Rangila came to the throne. Right, with the support of the Sayyid brothers. Now again, he was also suspicious of the Sayyid brothers. At this time in the Deccan region, this is your Deccan region. In this region, there was a governor of Deccan whose name was Asaf Jah, Chinklis Khan, you can say, or Nizamul Mulk. So in Deccan there was a powerful Mughal governor whose name was Nizam ul Mulk. So it was a powerful Mughal governor in the Deccan, powerful Mughal emperor in the Deccan. Right? So now what will happen? This Muhammad Shah will take the support of Nizamul Mulk to replace the Sayyid brothers, Nizamul Mulk. So Nizamul Mulk had given the support to this Muhammad Shah Rangila, against the Sayyid brothers. Now the era of Sayyid brothers was ended in 1720. This happened in 1720. Is it okay? This happened in 1720. Is it okay? Is it fine? Now, Muhammad Shah was a very capable administrator. So he wanted to introduce some reform. Wanted to introduce some reforms in Mughal administration. in Mughal administration, which was not liked by Muhammad Shah Rangila, because Muhammad Shah was actually the Rangila. He was a very fickle-minded person. He had a very azibo-garib kind of the habits and activities. Suppose he is coming inside the Mughal court, अरे कोई दिख रहा है, somebody is in the beard, he will draw his beards. Are you getting me? Sometimes he will come in the clothes of the women, lying, dancing like a woman, right? He will come inside the Mughal court. Sometimes he will come to the court, but he will not come inside the court and he will move away from that place. Some of the times he used to be in the women's haram, in his personal harams for 3 months, 4 months, 5 months and 6 months. Nobody was there to take care of his administration. So this was a kind of the Mughal emperor. So in this situation, if he will have some capable administrator like the Nizam-ul-Mulk, he will got frustrated. So Nizam-ul-Mulk will leave this Muhammad Shah Rangila to be in his Rangin's life, and he will come back to the Deccan, and he will now proclaim his independence in Hyderabad. Are you getting me? So now this is the period when I write 1750s. 1750s, this was a time when the Mughal Empire started disintegrating. So what will happen? Nizam-ul-Mulk will proclaim its independence, not theoretically, but practically in the Deccan, in the Hyderabad region. Is it okay? Is it fine? Are you getting my points? Right? So this was the situation, so madam. So just I have given you a background. Now, Muhammad Shah Rangila. So this is the reign of the Muhammad Shah Rangila. Let me talk about the reign of Muhammad Shah, not about his Rangila activity, because that is not required over here, but he was actually a very Rangila kind of the man, right? That you could understand here. So Muhammad Shah's actual name was Roshan Akhtar. He was Roshan Akhtar. Muhammad Shah was the Roshan Akhtar. And he ascended the throne with the help of Sayyid brothers, and his reign was the last chance to save the Mughal Empire, but his weak-mindedness posed significant challenges to the empire's stability, and they lost the last opportunity to save the empire. Still, Muhammad Shah Rangila had some opportunity to maintain the Mughal Empire, but he could not do so. Right? So Muhammad Shah's Rangila, but could not do so. So there are certain incidents and developments during the reign of the Muhammad Shah Rangila. What is that? First is your end of the Sayyid brothers, that is with the help of Nizam-ul-Mulk Amin Khan in 1720. This is the one important development. Then he had appointed Nizam-ul-Mulk as Wazir in 1722. As a Wazir, he attempted to reform the administration, but he became disillusioned with the Muhammad Shah's leadership and decided to pursue his own ambition, that I have already discussed, because of his frustration with the activity of the Muhammad Shah. Now his departure symbolized a loss of loyalty and virtue within the empire, marking the beginning of physical break of the empire. That is also discussed, because now he will come from the Mughal court to the Deccan, and he will proclaim practically the independent state of the Hyderabad. So this is what is the beginning of the breakup of the empire. Is it okay? Now, so during his reign, fragmentation of the empire started. Hyderabad by Nizam-ul-Mulk, Bengal by Murshid Quli Khan, Awadh and Rohilkhand offered nominal loyalty. Nizam-ul-Mulk was also known as Asaf Jah, and Chinchlis Khan established independent state of Hyderabad in 1724. So this is the one thing, right? So disintegration of the Mughal Empire started. Is it okay? Just because of the own weaknesses of the Mughal emperor, right? Now, second important aspect is here, invasion of the Nadir Shah of Persia in 1739. And in the Battle of the Karnal in February 1739, Nadir Shah had decisively defeated this Rangila. Uske sari Rangin mizazi nikal diya. So it was the, what I say, that decisively defeated the Muhammad Shah Rangila. Badhiya se kuta. Right? Are you getting me? So it was the invasion of the Nadir Shah in 1739 when he came to the Muhammad Shah Rangila in the Battle of the Karnal, and badhiya se samjha. And he was treated well to the Muhammad Shah Rangila. Samajh mein aa gaya usko. Right? So invasion of Persia is called invasion Nadir Shah of the Persia in 1739. In the Battle of Karnal in February 1739, Nadir Shah decisively defeated Muhammad Shah Rangila and taken him in his prison. Now, enjoy your Rangila life in his prison. He had looted the royal treasure, that is the Mughal treasure, plundered the wealth of Delhi, amassing the estimated 70 crore of rupees in loot and also carried away peacock throne and Kohinoor diamond. You know that this is the peacock throne that is called Takhte Taus, which was constructed by the Mughal Badshah, Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan for him. So it was looted by this Nadir Shah, Kohinoor, and compelled the emperor to cede, compelled the emperor, that is Muhammad Shah Rangila, to cede all province west of the river Indus to the Nadir Shah. Are you getting me? So Nadir Shah 1739. Are you getting me? So what is the story here, sirs and ma'am? 1739. 1739. 1739. Here is your Nadir Shah. Here is your Nadir Shah. Nadir Shah from Iran. Nadir Shah, that is from Iran. That is your Persia. Iran is called Persia at this time. In medieval times, it is known as Persia, right? And here we had a Rangila staff whose name was Muhammad Shah. Muhammad Shah. Muhammad Shah. Okay. And then there was a battle that is called Battle of Karnal. Battle of, this is your Karnal. So see, Battle of Karnal. Karnal. That was in February 1739. Loot of Delhi. Loot of Delhi. Muhammad Shah was imprisoned. Muhammad Shah was imprisoned by Nadir Shah. There was a loot of Delhi, 70 crore rupees, crores of rupees. Then peacock throne was taken away. Then there was your Kohinoor diamond was taken away. Diamond was taken away. And just because of his activity, this man's activity, this Rangila man's activity of this Rangila man, right? There was the physical breakup of the Mughal Empire started. Physical breakup of Mughal Empire started. And there were the states like Hyderabad, Bengal, Awadh, etc. They became independent from the Mughal Emperor. Are you getting my points? Is it okay? Is it okay, sirs and madam? So Battle of Karnal. So now you can understand what, so just try to understand what kind of the analytical question UPSC can frame from here. It was a last chance for the Mughals to save their glory, to revisit their lost glory. It was last time for the Mughals to consolidate their power during the time of the Muhammad Shah, right? But it was not so, just because of the pleasure living life of the Muhammad Shah. There was the invasion of the Iranian, and this Iranian was your Nadir Shah. In the Battle of the Karnal, the Muhammad Shah was defeated. There was a loot of the Delhi. There was 70 crore rupees were taken away. Muhammad Shah was imprisoned. Peacock throne was taken away. Kohinoor diamond was taken away. And then there was a territory west of river Indus. This is your river Indus. And this is the west, and this is your east. So now these territories were also lost to the Nadir Shah. Territories west of river Indus was also lost to the Mughal Empire. Now you can understand the Mughal Empire started disintegrating. Now, so this was not the word. In 1750s, around 1750s, what I said, the disintegration was done. But actually, how it was done, now you can understand. Is it fine? Is it okay? Is it fine? So Nadir Shah, it's all the story. So the last chance for the Mughal Empire to revamp itself, to revive itself. Now, impact of the invasion of the Nadir Shah. So, what would be the impact? Now, the mighty power of the Mughal Empire was exposed. Mighty power of the Mughal Empire was exposed. Now, what the power was in the minds of the other Indians and the European powers, now completely the Mughal Empire was now exposed. Their weaknesses was exposed. Now, there are two powers in India available at this time. One is the Marathas, who will try to fill this gap, and then there is the Europeans, foreign traders who were the Europeans, they will try to fill the gap. So, and among this, the Europeans, there will be the Britishers who will try to fill the gap. Now, there will be the Marathas and the Britishers in the race to fill the political vacuum which was created with the decline of and disintegration of the Mughal Empire. Is it okay? Is it fine? So, the first impact of the Nadir Shah's invasion is that the hidden weakness of the Mughal Empire was now exposed. Now, it provided opportunity for the Marathas and the foreign trading companies to come in the power, right? The loss of the territory west of the river Indus, like Kabul and the areas west of the river Indus, to Nadir Shah once again opened the venue or the outlet, opened the way for the another invasions by the foreigners, that is called the Afghans, and that is called Ahmad Shah Durrani. We will come to India, right? Is it okay? So, Nadir Shah's invasion has exposed the hidden weaknesses of the empire to the Maratha Sardars, Sardars and the foreign trading companies The loss of the Kabul and the areas west of the river Indus to the Nadir Shah once again opened the empire to the threat of invasions from the northwest. So, it was a time when Nadir Shah, not just because of the Nadir Shah's invasion, Mughals lost their important defense line in the northwest. So, this was the loss of vital line of defense in the northwest. Is it okay? And now Mughal Empire became very vulnerable for the invasions from the northwest India again. Is it okay? So, this is the significance of the Nadir Shah's invasion, right? Is it okay? Now, coming to the invasion of Ahmad Shah Abdali. So, after Nadir Shah, Ahmad Shah Abdali will come to invade India. As a result of weakening of the northwestern India, the empire was devastated by the repeated invasions of Ahmad Shah Abdali. And Ahmad Shah Abdali's invasion was from 1748 to 1761. Now, see, just try and understand. So, sir, madams. Mughals. After the Battle of Karnal, right? Now, from this reason, the Marathas will come. There is the Marathas. The Marathas. Here is the Marathas. Are you getting me? And there is the Britishers. There is also the Britishers. Strongly available in South India. Now, what will happen? Now, with the decline and disintegrations of the Mughal Empire, it will provide opportunity to the Indian powers to refill the political vacuum. And among the Indian powers at this time, the most powerful was the Marathas. After the Mughals, if any Indian power had the potential to refill the political vacuum after the decline of the Mughals, it was with the Marathas. So, Marathas will become active. So, now Marathas will become active, right? Now, they will be in the North India. From the Deccan, they will be into North India. Now, they will in fact attacked on the different territories of the northern India. Now, these Marathas will also invade the northwestern India, right? In northwestern India. Are you getting my points? So, I'm keeping Britishers at this point apart. but going just to the Marathas, right? So now Marathas will try to capture the political power. Now they will try to support the Mughals. Okay? Support. Are you getting my points? So now what will happen? The growing power of the Marathas, growing power of the Marathas, would be a threat felt by some Indian states, by some Indian states like Rohilkhand, like Rohilkhand, Rohilkhand, Rohilkhand. Is it okay? Rohilkhand. Now, second thing, Nadir Shah had established its control in Afghanistan. This is your Afghanistan. This is the west of River Indus. West of River Indus. Now these territories were under the control of Nadir Shah. They were the territories of Nadir Shah. And Nadir Shah had appointed his Afghan governors. Afghan governor, whose name is Ahmad Shah Abdali or Durrani. Ahmad Shah Abdali, right? Ahmad Shah Abdali. Now what will happen? When the Marathas now were expanding their power with the decline and disintegration of the Mughals, now they will politically offended some of the Indian states. This is the one aspect. Now second, when we'll move to the northwestern side, that is in the Punjab region, now they will attack on the Punjab region. It means that they attacked on the Ahmad Shah Abdali's reign. Right? Are you getting me? So now Ahmad Shah Abdali will feel offended against the Marathas, and they will take a vow to teach a lesson to these Marathas. So that was a vow taken by the Ahmad Shah Abdali, right? Marathas were strong enough at this time. They were expanding their power across the Indian subcontinent, in the northern India, especially in the northwest of India. Now they're expanding. So in this process, there's two things happen. Marathas indirectly offended some Indian states, and then he had also attacked on the Punjab, which was under the Ahmad Shah Abdali, and Ahmad Shah Abdali was one of the governors of the Nadir Shah in the Punjab on this region. So now Ahmad Shah Abdali was against the Marathas and decided to teach a lesson to the Marathas, and that will actually lead to the Third Battle of Panipat in 1761. Are you getting me? And in this Third Battle of Panipat, now this Ahmad Shah Abdali will decisively defeat the Marathas. Marathas had the power. Had the potential to fill the gap with the decline and disintegration of the Mughals. But just because of its defeat in the Third Battle of the Panipat in 1761, Marathas lost their vitality, lost their power. Are you getting my points? And this was a question in UPSC also prelims. I will show you the question. Just wait for some time, right? Is it okay? So now this was the situation, so madams. Just try and understand. So there is a question. Now you can see here. What was the immediate reason for the Ahmad Shah Abdali to invade India and fight the Third Battle of Panipat, that is in 1761? 2010 mein question ye aaya hua hai. This is the question asked in 2010. Are you getting me? So he wanted to avenge the expulsion by Marathas of his viceroy Timur Shah from Lahore, that is in Punjab, region of Pakistan right now. Are you getting me? So Lahore, that is called the Punjab region at this time. Is it okay? So he wanted to avenge the expulsion by the Marathas of his viceroy Timur Shah from Lahore. Is it okay? So what was the immediate reason for the Ahmad Shah Abdali to invade? It's okay. Is it fine? So this was the reason, sirs and madams. So now taking you back. So here is the story. Why Ahmad Shah Abdali fought the Third Battle of the Panipat? To reassert control over the Punjab and the Northwest India, because Marathas had disturbed them, right? The Marathas had expanded rapidly in North India, and North India, they occupied Delhi in 1757, 1758. captured Punjab under Raghunath Rao and Adina Beg, Marathas. So Maratha leader at this time was Raghunath Rao and Adina Beg. Abdali considered Punjab his strategic frontier, taken after defeating the Mughals in the earlier invasions. When Marathas expelled Afghan governor Timur Shah Durrani from Punjab, Abdali took it as a direct challenge. This angered Ahmad Shah Abdali. Abdali gathered support from the other kings like Najibuddaulah of Rohilla chief and Sujauddaulah of Awadh, and fought with the Marathas in the third battle of the Panipat. So see what I was talking about. So what will happen after this? But growing of the Marathas, growing of the Marathas would a threat felt by some of the Indian states like Rohilkhand and Awadh also you can write and Awadh. So what will happen? They will support the Ahmad Shah Abdali in the third battle of Panipat against the Marathas. That also can make a question for your prelims. Who had supported Ahmad Shah Abdali in the third battle of the Panipat? And this was your Rohillas and then Awadh. Is it okay? Is it fine? Are you getting my points? So now you can expect this question also in your prelims. The Maratha in the third battle of the Panipat, Marathas led by Sadasiv Rao Bhau, who was defeated, ending their dreams of an all India empire. Is it okay? So Marathas had the full confidence and trust on themselves that they could become an all India power after the decline and disintegration of the Mughals. But just because of their defeat in the third battle of the Panipat, they lost their dream forever. Forever. Is it okay? Is it fine? Are you getting my points? Now, can I ask you some of the questions so that we can again talk about the rest of the later Mughals, right? Is that okay? Now, so it's a time to talk about the questions. Is it okay, sirs and madams? So here I'm going to start here. Now, can you tell me, just as the rapid fire session, can you please tell me who had abolished jizya tax during the later Mughals? Can you give me your answer? Who had abolished jizya tax? Just give me your answer. Everyone, come on, India. Badhega India, badhega India. So now, there's a hot seat now. Jahandar Shah. Jahandar Shah. It's okay. What was jizya tax? What was the Izara system? What was Izara system? It was Jahandar Shah. Is it okay? What was the Izara system? Jahandar Shah is final. What was the Izara system? It was not auction of the land. It is called revenue farming. This is called contract farming. Contract farming. It's okay. Contract farming. It's okay. Now, to the highest bidder. Okay. Who had granted Marathas the right to collect chauth? Chauth. Quick India. Badhega India, badhega India. So can you please tell me? Who had granted the right to collect chauth? Jahandar Shah. during the time of Jahandar Shah. And Jahandar Shah came to the throne with the support of which Mughal nobility? Jahandar Shah came to the throne with the support of Zulfikar Khan. Zulfikar Khan. Zulfikar Khan. Very good, Vishal. Zulfikar Khan. Now, the next question is, the Battle of Karnal was fought between. Battle of Karnal was fought between. Battle of Karnal. Battle of Karnal. Battle of Karnal was fought between. And when it was? When and between. Okay? Okay. Now, Nadir Shah. It's not Nazuda, it's a Nadir Shah. Very good. And Muhammad Shah Rangila. That's great. That's fine. Battle of Karnal. And when? It was in month and year. Month and year. Month and year both. Month and year both. That is February 1739. Right? 1739. Okay. In the third battle of the Panipat. Third battle of Panipat. Third battle of Panipat. In third battle of Panipat. Indian states. Name the Indian states. Indian states supported Ahmad Shah against Marathas. Against Marathas. Against Marathas. Rohillas and Awadhs. Very good. That's fine. Is it okay? That's great to all of you. Are you getting me? And can you tell me, when Marathas was invading on Punjab, the Maratha leader was? Who was the Maratha leader? Who was the Maratha leader? Who was the Maratha leader? Now the question is, when Marathas attacked on Punjab, who were the Maratha leaders? Who are the Maratha leaders? No, it's not Sadasiv Rao. No, it is not correct. Battle of Karnal, not 1761. That is the third battle of Panipat, yaar. Okay? I am giving you one name, Adina Beg, and the second name. I told you to give me your full attention. I'm attention seeker. So I want your attention. See, you have not given your attention to me. Is it okay? No. You have not given attention to me. Adina Beg. See. Just wait. I will show you. So see, to reassert control over the Punjab and the northwestern India, the Marathas expanded rapidly in North India. They occupied Delhi in 1757-78, captured Punjab under Raghunath Rao and Adina Beg. Got the answer, sir, madams? That can make a question. Raghunath Rao, Adina Beg, when in Punjab, and they have replaced Timur Shah Durrani, who was the representative of the Ahmad Shah. And Ahmad Shah was the representative of Nadir Shah. Is it okay? Got the answer? Hey, everyone. So that is going to make a question for you, sirs and madams. Everyone, can you please let me know the mistakes you have? I told you that. Please give me your attention. I'm attention seeker. If you will not give me attention, I will feel offended. So give me your attention. Why I will feel offended? Because if you will not give attention to me and to this discussion, right? Obviously, you can miss some of the important information that may can be a part of that can be a question in your prelims, right? Of course, Prazeet, I can make you sure that it will be sufficient for your exam also. Prazeet Kumar, are you getting me? I'm feeling very sorry now. My face is like this now. What you have done? So it is something like this. Don't be like this. Don't make me like this. Okay? Make me like this. Hey, hey. Okay? It's okay? Chal. Now, coming to the next discussion. And then we will take a break just after finishing this. Right, so madam? So now, after Muhammad Shah Rangila, there is your Ahmad Shah. Ahmad Shah. Okay? Ahmad Shah. That's why I put some of the questions. So just want to gauge your focus or attention to this session. Okay? Got me? Dil mange more. Huh? Okay, chalo, aja. So, mange more means what? I want your more or more attention. Just because it is not in my interest, in fact, that is in your interest. So, stay tuned with me. Okay, when you are with me, so give me your attention to me only. Otherwise, you will feel offended. And why I will feel offended, that you know now. Okay, so whenever you are with someone, like now you are with me, so you have to give your attention to me only, right? So now Ahmad Shah, that is 1748 to 1754, nothing significant to be asked in your prelims. Then was Alamgir II, 1754 to 1758. Now during his reign, when he was a Mughal emperor, an important battle was fought, and that is known as your Battle of Plassey in 1757. What is the significance of this Battle of Plassey? That I will discuss in detail, but I'm telling you secretly one thing, that after this Battle of Plassey, the trader became the territory master. East India Company became a political power from a trading entity, right? And this is a very important battle. That was a very important battle. In fact, this is the battle that had given the key of India to the Britishers. So it happened during the time of the Alamgir II. When Alamgir II was the Mughal emperor, the Battle of Plassey had taken place. Is it okay? So that can be a question. Is it okay? So Alamgir II, 1754 to 1758, Battle of Plassey, 1757. Now Shah Alam II, 1759 to 1806. That is again important. What are the significant things that happened when the Shah Alam II was the Mughal emperor? And his time period is 1759 to 1806. The first, The third battle of the Panipat took place 1761. Second, Battle of Buxar took place 1764. Third, Allahabad Treaty was signed in 1765. Right, sirs and madams? So here there are the important timelines, sirs and madam, during his time. What are these? Number one, 1761, sirs and madam. Sorry, 1761. Then is your 1764, sirs and madams, right? Then 1765, 1764, that is called Third Battle of the Panipat. 1764, the Battle of Buxar, and 1765, that is called Treaty of Allahabad. Third Battle of Panipat. 1764, Battle of Buxar. Then 1765, Treaty of Allahabad, signed, and Diwani rights to the East India Company. Okay? Issued a farman, an issuance of a farman for the company, Diwani rights of Bengal, Bihar, and Diwani rights to East India Company. Is it okay? And these all things are happen during the time of sirs and madams, during this time of Shah Alam II. Shah Alam II. Is it okay? So that can be a question, sir and madam. Again, is it fine? Now, again, that could be a question for your prelims. So see, Shah Alam II, significant conflicts, Third Battle of Panipat, Battle of Buxar, etc. Now see the condition of the Mughal emperor. When the Shah Alam II was the Mughal emperor, he was very much fearful of his Wazir Imadul Mulk. And just because of his fear, he escaped to Awadh due to a struggle with Wazir Imadul Mulk. Right? Are you getting me? So just because of the threat from the side of his Wazir Imadul Mulk, Shah Alam II, who was the Mughal emperor, वो भागता फिर रहा है, and he had taken shelter with the Awadh. Are you getting me? We will discuss these things. When the Battle of Buxar would fight, there will be three powers: Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II, Nawab of Awadh Sujauddaulah, and there will be what that is called Mir Qasim. They will develop a joint front against the East India Company. Then you might feel that why Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II was in the court of the Nawab of Awadh, Sujauddaulah. This was the reason, because Imadul Mulk was his Wazir and he was threatened by his Wazir. Wazir means that is called your chief prime minister, right? So that is very much important again. Returned to Delhi when the Marathas re-established their authority. Right? Re-established their authority. The Treaty of Allahabad signed brought him under the East India Company's protection. Issued a farman awarding the company the Diwani rights of Bengal, Bihar and Orissa. Battle of Buxar, 1764. Now he left the British Sultan 1772 and returned to Delhi under the protective arm of the Marathas. Head of the Maratha Confederacy was Mahaji Sindhya at that time, right? So when he was under the protection of the East India Company, just because of his fear from the Wazir Imadul Mulk, then he was brought to Marathas with the assurance that we will give you the support. At this time, Maratha power was led by Sindhyas, and the Sindhya was Mahaji Sindhya, right, who was the head of the Maratha Confederacy, and he brought the Mughal emperor into Delhi. Finally, the British occupied Delhi in 1803, and from that year until 1857, when the Mughal dynasty was finally extinguished, the Mughal emperor merely served as a political front for the English. Are you getting me? So this was the story here, sir and madam. Now, Akbar's second, 1806 to 1803. Now he is the first Mughal emperor. He is the first Mughal emperor to come to the throne with the support of the Britishers. Come to the throne with the support of the Britishers. First Mughal emperor. to came over the throne by the support of the Britishers. Is it okay? He was a pensioner. He was just a puppet. He was just a so piece on the Mughal throne. He was a pensioner to the British East India Company. But obviously, for the namesake, he was made the emperor by the Britishers only. And he was given the title of, he had given the title of Raja Ram Mohan Roy, Raja. Why he has given? Because he was on the pension of the Britishers and he wanted to have more pensions. When Raja Ram Mohan Roy was going to England, now there is an important story. I'll let you know. The time period is Akbar 1806 to 1837. Now listen me carefully, very important. I'll give you a story so that you can correct well. Akbar II was the Mughal emperor. India was going through a socio-religious movement. Socio-religious movement. Religious movement. Okay. And the pioneer of this movement was Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Pioneer was Ram Mohan Roy. Ram Mohan Roy. Right? And Ram Mohan Roy had campaigned against Sati system. Successfully pressurized the government. Pressurized the government to ban Sati in 1829. But there are certain Indians who did not like this legislation to ban the Sati. One was Dharm Sabha, right? So there was a continuous pressure. So just because against this legislation to ban Sati through legislation. This legislation was not liked by some of the Indians. Not liked by some of the Indians. Not liked by some of the Indians. By some of the Indians. Some of the Indians. Are you getting me? Some of the Indians. Like Dharm Sabha, right? They were constantly pressurizing the government. The government to discontinue the legislation to ban Sati. So now Ram Mohan Roy was suspicion. Why he was suspicious? Because there is a possibility that these Indians will create a pressure over the Britishers to discontinue this legislation of banning the Sati. So now, just to build the political opinion of the Britishers, he planned to go to London to put his viewpoint against the Sati so that this legislation could not be discontinued. So when he was planning to go to the London, Akbar II came to know. Akbar was the Mughal emperor. He came to know this. Akbar II came to know this. That Ram Mohan Roy is going to London for this kind of issue. Then he approached him and told him, Akbar to the Ram Mohan Roy, please go and just request for me कि मेरा थोड़ा pension बढ़ा दे, ठीक है ना? So this was the issue. And for this, he had given the title of Raja to Ram Mohan Roy. Are you getting me? So he had given the title of to Raza to Ram Mohan Roy, and he was just to hike the pension, just to hike the pension from the Britishers. Are you getting me? These two stories are how connected. Why he had given the title of the Raza to the Raza Ram Mohan Roy? The reason is that he had made his envoy, his representative, just to ask to increase his pension. There's a pension amount. Is that okay? Now, it's fine. So here is some of the Sushas and Madam. So Akbar second. So he had given the title of the Raza to Raza Raman Roy. Raza Raman Roy. Discontinuation of the striking of the Mughal coins in 1835. 1835, right? Established the Hindu-Muslim Unification Festival, Phool Walon ka Shahr in Delhi. In Delhi. In Delhi. Right? So these are the things of Akbar II. Now Bahadur Shah, last Mughal emperor, he used to write poems under the pen name of Zafar, right? Zafar, and participated in the revolt of 1857. Famous Urdu poet, Mirza Ghalib was his contemporary. His contemporary. Bahadur Shah Zafars. Is it okay? It's okay? Are you getting me? It's fine? It's okay. So consequences of the decline of the Mughal Empire. The most important consequence of the decline of the Mughal Empire was this: enabled the Britishers to conquer India. So now we have done a part that is called later Mughals. So now we will take a break because we have to be here with the full energy, the full focus, the full attention till the session ends. We don't know when the session is going to be ended, but we have to maintain our energy all through the session. So just take a rational break so that you could hydrate your eyes. You can have some energy boosters like your food or anything, aloo ke paratha and all, right? You can have. So just enjoy a break for 20 minutes. Okay, 25 minutes. I will be back again. So stay tuned. Just go refresh yourself, hydrate your eyes, and just come with full energy again. Okay? Break. break. हाँ हाँ वो टीचर ऑन ब्रेक. हाँ बोल दिया मैंने ब्रेक. So just take a break now. Coming in 20 minutes. मंगवा दीजिए। सुनिए, ग्लास ग्लास ग्लास। एक मिनट, एक मिनट। ये उसको पेपर कहीं फिक्स करने का स्पेस है क्या? एक एक ये जो पेपर है ना, इस पेपर को ना कहीं ऐसी जगह लगाएं जहां हमको दिख सके, हम पढ़ पाए इसको। रिफ्लेक्शन आएगा फिर। अच्छा, ये रिफ्लेक्शन आएगा। विदाउट रिफ्लेक्शन कैसे हो सकता है? या तो आपको वहीं पे, नहीं तो वो तो पेपर से बोल दीजिएगा। नहीं नहीं, ऐसे तो फिर हमको कैमरे में भी देखना है ना, कैसे? और कुछ जुगाड़ नहीं हो सकता क्या? यहाँ पे हो सकता है, लेकिन ये है यहाँ, तो फिर इसको कैसे रख सकते हैं? कुछ दिमाग लगाया जा सकता है, लेकिन रिफ्लेक्शन। हाँ, कर दिए। ठीक। हेलो एवरीवन, वेलकम बैक। Hi everyone, I'm audible to all of you. So have you taken some pack of energy, hydrated your eyes, I believe, and now again you will be with the same enthusiasm that when you have joined the session. So can we move now? Okay, so kindly please pardon me for some of the times I will take my be 5 to 10 minutes because I'm in the coughing, so I'm taking the medicines in fact. So nasal congestions and all, okay, and even I have taken some energy, okay. Okay, okay, thank you very much. So that's great. So let's continue. Let's start now. What we are going to do here, sirs and madams. Okay, so now let's start. Let's begin the session now. So here, sirs and madam. So see, what we have discussed here, we have seen the mighty Mughal Empire, mighty Mughal Empire, Mughal Empire, mighty Mughal Empire, decline and disintegrated, decline and disintegrated. Decline and disintegrated, disintegrated. With the disintegration of the Mughal Empire, with the disintegration of the Mughal Empire, three types of the states emerged. Three types of the states emerged, and these states were: number one is your successor states, right? Successor states. Then was your independent states, independent states. states. And finally was the new states or the rebellion states. New, or you may write rebellion states. States emerged. So with the disintegration of the Mughal Empire, these three type of states emerged. So this was your declining Mughal. So this was your declining Mughal. Declining Mughals. This is your declining Mughals. And that gave way to declining Mughals. सुनिए भैया मुझे गर्म पानी ला के दीजिए, ठीक है ना, कप है, हाँ बॉटल में डाल दीजिए, बहुत ज़्यादा गर्म नहीं, नॉर्मल, ठीक है, मीडियम, हाँ मीडियम, ताकि हम पीते रहें उसको. So what I was talking about, this is called your declining Mughals. Declining Mughals that gave way to the regional states. So now we have seen this was declining Mughals, that was during the time of the later Mughals, and especially during the time of Muhammad Shah Rangila. During the time of Muhammad Shah Rangila, actually the disintegration has started. Disintegration of empire started. Integration of Mughal Empire. And the first state that disintegrated was your Hyderabad. So that we will discuss. So now we understood that how the Mughal Empire was declined and disintegrated after 1707 in the 18th century, and with the decline and the disintegration of the Mughal Empire, with the gradual disappearance of the Mughal Empire, the many regional states emerged, and these regional states were the three types. One was your successor states, another was your independent state, and the third one was your new states or your rebellion states, right? What were those successor states? Successor states were actually those states that once were the part of the Mughal Empire, and they were still the part of the Mughal Empire. They have proclaimed practically, I'm quoting the word practically, their independence from the Mughal authority, from the central authority of the Mughals, but they have not theoretically detached themselves with the Mughal emperor. So they never came in direct confrontation with the Mughal Empire. Rather, they keep on sending them the tributes, tax, etc., regular visits and all. And they have also taken, at some of the time, they have also taken permission from the Mughal emperor in some of the decisions, right? So successor states were actually the direct breakaway part of the Mughal Empire. And there were three clear states of the successor states classified as a successor state. That was your Hyderabad, your Awadh, and your Bengal. Some of the times we can also include the Carnatic, state of the Carnatic. Is it okay? Is it fine? So this was your Awadh, this was your Bengal, and this was your Hyderabad, right? And Hyderabad also includes your Carnatic. So these are called the successor states. Independent states were those states that have taken the advantage of the weakening or the declining power of the Mughals, right? Like Mysore, like Travancore, that is called the Kerala, etc. And the rebellious states or the new states were those states that had never any the royal ancestry. They never had the royal ancestry like the Mughals had, like Bahadur Shah had, Bahadur Shah first, or Aurangzeb had royal ancestry of the Mughals. But the new states and rebellion states had never a royal ancestry. Rather, they had created a new state, altogether new state, with the declining power of the Mughals. So these are three states: your successor states, independent states, and then is your new states, right? Is it okay? So now let me take you through the PPT. If you have understood this, then let me take you to these states. So these regional states can be classified in the three parts: successor states, independent states, and then is your new states. Is it okay? Now, so what are the successor states? They were originally part of the Mughal Empire and they started asserting their autonomy, never confronted the Mughals directly. They were paying regular taxes or tributes to the Mughal. And these states were Bengal, these states were Hyderabad, these states were your Awadh. So there are three states, Bengal, Hyderabad, and then Awadh. Now you may get a question in your prelims who had established the independence state or autonomous state of the Bengal, who had established the Hyderabad, who had established the Awadh. Awadh is also written by Ud, that is called Ud or Awadh. You may write here, that is called Ye Awadh. Awadh is also known as Ud, right? Awadh. So that is in the British pronunciation, that is called Ud, Awadh. So Bengal was established by Murshid Quli Khan. Murshid Quli Khan, actually practically the state of the Bengal was established by Murshid Quli Khan. Hyderabad was established by Nizam ul Mulk and Awadh was established by Burhan ul Mulk. So you may get a question. On your left, there will be the regional states, and on the right, there will be the founders. And then you will have to mix and match the things. Like A is equal to B, 1 is B, 2 is C, 3 is A, etc. This kind of the question you may expect. So these are the successor states. Bengal, which was established by Murshid Quli Khan. Then this is your Hyderabad, established by Nizam ul Mulk, also known as Ashaf Jah and Chinglish Khan. And then Awadh, that was established by Burhan Mulk. So this is the definition of your successor states. Now coming to on the map, this is the map of India. That is the political map of India present day. So this is the state, this is the state, this is the state, and this is your Hyderabad. So if you look into the Awadh, this part, the green part is your Awadh. This part is your Awadh. This green part is your Awadh. This orange part is your Bengal and this grey part is your Hyderabad state. So I'm going to draw it clearly for you. So this is the state of your Hyderabad. So you can see the expansion of the Hyderabad state, right? So this is the expansion of the Hyderabad state. Now you can see. So this was the Hyderabad state. Is it okay? So this is your Awadh. So this is your Awadh. This is your Hyderabad, and this is your Bengal. This is your Bengal. Right, so these are the three states. Is it okay? Now, now coming to the other aspect. So independent states, as I told you, these states emerged by taking advantage of the weakness of the Mughal imperial control over the provinces. And these states were Mysore, which was established by Hyder Ali. Then there is your Kerala, that is in the Travancore, Kerala, that is called Martanda Verma. Then is your Rajput states. There are too many Rajput states, but there are certain Rajput states of Marwar, Ajit Singh and the Jai Singh had also proclaimed their independence. They have not accepted the sovereignty, of the Mughals, right? So these were the independent states. Now coming to the new states, but before that, this region, that is the northwestern part, Rajasthan and the Gujarat region, is dominated by the Rajput states. This is your Mysore state under Hyder Ali, and this bluish part is your Kerala, that's called Travancore. That is called your Travancore. Is that okay? So these are the three states. So Nizam, yeah, this is called your Rajputs, Marathas, Mysore, and this is your Kerala. Is it okay? So these are the states, Mysore, Kerala, and Rajput states. Now coming to the new states and the rebellion states, as I defined, the newly emerging political powers and had no royal ancestry. They countered Mughal directly and declared their independence. And such states were Marathas, Jat, Sikh, and then Bundelas. For example, if I talk about again, so this is your Marathas. It was established by Shivaji Maharaj in 1674. Jat state was established by Surajmal, and then Sikh was, as a political power, as an empire, was developed by the Maharaja Ranjit Singh Ji. So these are the states and their founders that we have mentioned. So now you can also expect a question from your mains. Is it fine? Is it okay? Now, now coming to the other aspect. So this is your Sikh state, this entire Kashmir wala part and all the region. This till here, this is the Marathas. This is Marathas, and this is the Marathas. These two parts are the Marathas, right? So Marathas, this is the region of the Bundelas, that you can see the region of the Bundelas, right, sister madams? Bundelas. Now, Now, so we talked about the regional state. So thus the by 18th century, so now what is our understanding here is, so with the decline of the Mughals, decline of the Mughals led to, we are talking about the 18th century India, 18th century India, 18th century India. In 18th century India, we have seen what I say, that is called emergence of regional states, emergence of various regional states, regional states, various regional states, and these states were your successor states, then your independent states, and finally we had the new states, new states. Is that okay? New states. Is that fine? So successor state, independent state, and the new states. Is that okay? So this is the political condition of the North India, or the political condition of India in the 18th century, in the 18th century, in the independent 18th century. So India was basically a fragmented polity, was a fragmented polity. So that is just what politically fragmented. India was politically fragmented. Politically fragmented. That we talked about. Now, coming to the second aspect, right, sister madams? What is the second aspect, sir and ma'am? Here I'm going to talk about the social condition, social condition of the 18th century India. Social condition. If I talk about the social condition, then we should understand it in the context of Hindus and the Muslims, because these two were the majority community, and the Hindu and the Muslims, Hindu and the Muslims. If we talk about the Hindu was divided. Divided. They were divided along the caste system, There was a concept of untouchability, right? Is it okay? Is it fine? Are you getting me? So this was the situation, sister madam, that we can understand here, that the Indian society, the Hindu society by and large was divided, just a second, was divided on the many fronts. Is it okay? It was divided into the many fronts. Is it okay? So this was the condition of the Hindu. Again, if I talk about the caste system and this all, then the Muslims were also divided. Muslims were also divided, and that was along the race, religion, status, like Azlaf and the so race, religion, status, etc. So even the Muslim society was divided. So in 18th century, if we look into the 18th century India, socially, it was divided into the socially, India was divided. in social hierarchies, hierarchy, be it your Hindu or your Islamic society, any one of them. Of course, Muslim society of course, Islam talks about equality. Islam, Islam talks about equality, about equality and brotherhood, brotherhood, brotherhood. But the Muslim society was also divided on many lines, and these lines were, you can see here, these lines were these lines were your race, religion, status, etc. So his society was also divided into many lines, Is it okay? Is it fine? Now, so we can see that socially India was divided, politically India was divided, India was fragmented. Now coming to the economy aspect, economic condition of India. If I talk about the economic condition of India, economic condition of India, economic condition of India, economic condition. If I talk about the economic condition of India in 18th century, 18th century, India was the largest economy of the world. India was largest economy of the world. It was largest economy. It was the largest economy. It was the largest economy. Largest economy. Largest economy. Economy of the world. Of the world. Of the world. Is it okay? Of the world. It's fine. And accounted nearly 25% of world GDP. World GDP, which was greater than the combined economy of Europe. That was greater than the combined economy of the world. Economy of the world. No, not world. Combined economy of the Europe. That was only 23%. That was 23%. So now you can imagine the Indian economy was bigger economy than the combined economy of the Europe, entire Europe I'm talking about. That was only 23%. That was merely 23%. But when we talk about the Indian economy, that was 25%. That was near to 25%. This was 24.75, I believe. Exactly, it was not 25. So by points, or the fraction of the points, it was lesser. Right? Are you getting me? So this was the condition at that time, right? Economical condition. Again, the second important aspect, India was an export-oriented economy. India was export-oriented economy. Export-oriented economy. Is it okay? Export important. So we don't need actually any kind of the imports. Everything was available. Then next one is, sirs and madams, then the next one is your self-sufficient village economy. self-sufficient village economy. Self-sufficient self-sufficient sufficient village economy. Self-sufficient village economy, right? And we don't need anything outside from the India. Is that okay? So it was a self-sufficient economy. And the economy was stable. Self-sufficient economy, and the economy was stable. And the economy was stable. Economy was stable. And this trend is known as or termed as unchangeableness. Unchangeableness of Asiatic society. Asiatic societies. Unchangeableness of the Asiatic societies, right? Now see, what is the meaning of this? That you may get a direct question on this concept. Unchangeableness of the Asiatic society, what does it mean for? What does it mean for Sosa madam? Unchangeableness of Asiatic societies. Asiatic societies. Is it okay? What is this unchangeableness of the Asiatic societies? Just try and understand. Actually, village economy was self-sufficient. Just take the example. If I talk about the Indian economy in India, if I take the example of India, I'm taking the example of India. So India is with me here. I'm India, right? India, and India had self-sufficient village economy. India had self-sufficient village economy. Self-sufficient village economy. Self-sufficient village economy, right? Village economy, right, Susan madams? Self-sufficient village economy, right? Why this? Now, how? Why this? The question is why and how. That is called how. In fact, how was this? How this economy was self-sufficient, and this self-sufficient economy made India export-oriented economy. Export-oriented economy. It simply means that we did not require anything from the outside world. So import was very less in India. Right? And just because of this, the Indian economy was, or Indian society was, termed as unchangeableness, unchangeable society, right? And part of unchangeable and part of unchangeable Asiatic society. What do you mean by this? It simply means that it's unchangeableness. If I talk about the unchangeableness, unchangeableness, it simply means that our economy was closed. Our economy was closed. There was no space for imports. And this trend is known as what? Unchangeableness of Asiatic society by the Britishers. So Britishers were termed this trend that was not only in India but throughout the Asia, right? And this unchangeableness, how this unchangeableness was there, just because of Jasmani system. What do you mean by this Jasmani system? Are you getting me? What do you mean by this Jasmani system? If I talk about the Jasmani system, what do you mean by this Jasmani system? It was based on mutual exchange of based on based on mutual exchanges of exchange of exchange of goods and services, goods and services, goods and services. What do you mean by this? Jismani system. You must have seen the Indian villages. If you have been to your village, आप कभी अपने गांव में हो, if you have been ever into your village, if you are into your village, then you must have seen that if there is any function inside your family, कि घर के अंदर है, there is some functions, then your family has a fixed family of the barbers. They will provide this service. They will cut your hairs. They will shave your beards, right? They will shave off your hairs, everything, right? So this is a fixed one. So this is the part of the Jasmani system. If you have to take the flowers for the worship or any divine celebrations, so there is a Mali Bhaiya. There is a Mali Bhaiya who will provide the fixed Mali Bhaiya who will provide you the flowers. If you are taking the milk, that is the houses are the fixed. What do you mean by this? This is the part of the Jasmani system. Actually, in Indian villages, if I talk about the Indian villages, right? There are the different, suppose there are different, if I talk about there are different community, classes, professional groups and all. If I talk about the different classes, different community and all, right? Suppose he is a cultivator, he is a farmer, right? He is a milkman. Suppose he is an iron smith. Suppose he is a goldsmith, right? And suppose he is a priest, right? Priest. Again, you can take the example of example of a barber, right? If there is a barber, there is a potter, etc. This may be a barber, right? Barber. There may be a potter. There's a possibility that there may be a potter. Potter, right? Sir, Samams. So there may be a potter community, right? Potter community. Now see, if this potter needs to have some grains, he will give grains to this potter, and in return the potters will provide some grains to the farmers for storage, for transportations, and for your storage, transportation, and the cooking of the food. So now see, you suppose I'm a farmer and you are a potter, then we don't need actually the money. We need the commodity that can be used by you, and I can seek some commodity for my uses. Just take the example of potter and the cultivator. I'm the cultivator or the farmer, you are the potter. So if you need to have some food grains, then you will ask me. I will say, okay, this is your food grains. So in return, what you will give me the pottery, and that pottery can be used for what? Storage, for the cooking, and for your transportation as well. So this is called the mutual exchanges, right? If you need to have some iron product or iron artifact, then again you will provide some food grains or some potteries to the iron smith, and he will provide you what I say, that is called your iron object. Now coming to the services aspect, there are the community of the Brahmin family. They are called the priest. Now, if I can be a potter, I can be an ironsmith, I can be a kshatriya, whatever I can be anything. But I need to have assistance. I need to have a guide. I need to have an intermediary to appease my God. So I will approach to the Brahmins, to the priest, right? They will perform what? Rituals. In return, I will give them jasmani. In jasmani, I may give him the food, any kind of food grains or the fruits or any kind of the product that I have. So that is what is called the Jasmani system. So whatever our demands, so demands were met locally. Demands and supply were met locally. So that is what is called Jasmani system. So Indian economy was closed economy. So actually we were not requiring anything outside the villages, right? It was completely closed one. So this is what is the bane for the Europeans. If the Europeans had to consume their product on the manufactured goods in the Indian villages, then they will have to break it. Unless it would be break, their commodity will not be consumed in the local areas of these Asiatic societies. And this is what is termed as unchangeableness. Their unchangeableness is Asiatic society, that was termed by the Britishers, right? Are you getting my points? So this was the condition of what I say. That was the condition of the 18th century India at this time. 18th century India. Are you getting me? So emergence of regional political states. So if I talk about the politically, 18th century India was a fragmented polity. If I talk about the society, society was also divided. If I talk about the economy, economy was very prosperous, right? So now with this understanding, you can understand one thing very easily, So we were divided and we were weak. And this was the reason, this is your economic condition that can be an attraction for the foreigners to invade India, right? So economic condition of India, which was the largest economy of the world, having 25% contribute accounted for the 25% of the world GDP in the beginning of the 18th century. Number one. Number two, if I talk about, then it was export oriented economy, oriented economy, and the society was completely closed for the outside produce, right? So it was a very prosperous state. So there was a huge wealth in India, and the golds were glittering on the sikharas of the temples. Okay, are you getting me? On the gurudwaras, on the dome of the gurudwaras, right? So this was the huge money we had that was glittering and was attracting the invaders from the far places. Is it okay? So this was what it is called, your attraction towards India for the foreigners. And this was the reason that when they were attracted to India, they were invading India, we were divided politically and socially, could not produce a joint front to counter these invasions. And India became what? India became a slave state in some of the time. Is it okay? Are you getting my points? So in this context, we can see the emergence of the Europeans, especially the Britishers. So this is the one part that we have discussed so far, 18th century India. During this part, we try to understand what is called the later Mughals. Then we try to understand the regional states. Regional states were your, what I say, that's the successor states, independent states, and the rebellion state. Now the next thing is your arrival of the Europeans, or advent of the Europeans into India in India. So that is the another discussion in this part that we are going to. Till here things are okay? Can you please tell me things are here? Things are okay till here? All fine? Now, so coming to the other aspect, sirs and madams. So this is what is your emergence of regional state that we have discussed. So this is all done. So this is done now. Social life that we have already discussed, Hindus and the Muslims, they were also divided. Thus the India was disunited in a hierarchical social structure, significantly contributed to the success of the European expansion and eventually colonial dominance. Now, are you getting me? Is it fine? Now. So everything is okay now. So economic condition, that is also discussed, 24.75%, that equals 25% GDP of Indian. Now coming on the other hand, now see, in the part of the economic condition, we need to discuss some of the exports of India, that may make a question for you, Now see, another India was a manufacturing powerhouse, or it was a hub, which was admired globally, right? India produces very good quality of the cotton textiles, and the important centers of this cotton textile was your Dhaka, your Ahmedabad, and then your Masulipatam. So they are known for, these are the centers, they are known for their good quality cotton textiles, right? Now again, there is one is your silk. It was produced in Murshidabad, then in Agra, and also in the Lahore. So these are the important centers, right? Then woolens and the shawls. There is your Kashmir, and other one is your Lahore. Metalworks, jewelry, arms, carpet, shout in Asian and the European markets. So metalwork of India also, jewelry also, arms and carpets were also in high demand in the Asian and the European markets. So these industries formed the backbone of India's global trade supremacy before the colonial domination. I told you India was export oriented. So what we are exporting? We are exporting cotton textile, we are exporting silk, we are exporting wooden goods, metal works, jewelry, arms, carpets and all. So India was export oriented country, and there was the important centers. Dhaka is known for cotton textile, Murshidabad was known for silk, Kashmir was known for woolen shawls, metallurgy, metal work, jewelry, like metal work that you can talk about today is Bareilly, woodwork, Saharanpur. So these are the regions that was known for their expertise in their crafts and the craft. So India was in a very flourishing state. India was export-oriented economy. So these are the centers, these are the things. Is it okay? Dhaka, yes, Dhaka is in Dhaka now. Is it fine? Chalo, now, so we does. Now coming to the Europeans, why Europeans came to India? Why Europeans came to India? So let me discuss why Europeans came to India. So are you getting my points, sirs and madams? So in 18th century, we talked two things. One was the later Mughals, and during the later Mughal discussion, we talked about the decline and disintegration of the Mughals. And then second aspect, we talked about the emergence of the regional states just because of the disintegration of the Mughal Empire. There are three different types of these states. One was your successor, other was independent, and third one was your new states. Then we talked about the social condition of the 18th century India. We were disunited. There was a social hierarchy among all the communities, be it your Islam or be it your Hinduism. So everywhere we have seen the division in the society. So we could not produce a joint front against any of the foreigners, be it the Europeans or the Iranian or the Afghans, right? Now, the third important aspect is that we need to discuss in 18th century India is the advent of the Europeans. But I would like to clear you, Europeans did not come to India in 18th century. Rather, the Europeans came to India in the 15th century itself. In 1498, Portuguese were the first Europeans to come to India, right? Now the question is why the Europeans came to India. Are you getting my points? So there are three different aspects that we need to discuss here. Now the question is why Europeans came to India. Now this is the question, right, sir, madam? So now I told you, sir, madam, Europeans, if I talk about the Europeans came to India. Europeans came to India in 15th century itself. Came to India in 15th century itself. 15th century. Example, 1498, Portuguese came to India. And after that, there was a series of the arrival of the Portuguese. There was other Europeans followed him. Other Europeans followed them and came to India in successive years. Came to India in successive centuries. Right? So Europeans. So this is the thing, so madam, European already came to India in 15th century, right? But now the question is, so madam, the question is, when they settled in India, they became active. Europeans became active in 18th century with the decline of Mughal power, decline of Mughals. This was a time in 18th century, right? This was your 18th century. Is it fine? In 18th century itself, Britishers became the political power in India. Political power in India. 1757, Battle of Plassey. Right? Is it okay? So Europeans. So now Europeans were very much active in 18th century India. Now the question is, why Europeans came to India? Why Europeans? The question is, why Europeans came to India? Why Europeans came to India? Why Europeans? Why did Europeans came to India? So this is a big question now, right? So in a very brief manner, I'm going to tell you why the Europeans came to India. The one is the fall of Constantinople. Okay? The question, why? The question is why. Number one, why they came to India, right? Number one, fall of Constantinople in 1453. Fall of Constantinople in 1453. In mid of 15th century. What do you mean by the fall of Constantinople? Right? What do you mean by this fall? What is the meaning of this fall of Constantinople? Actually, Constantinople was on the tri-junction of the trade routes. It was on the tri-junction of the trade routes. Constantinople was on the tri-junction of trade routes, tri-junction of trade routes, right? Through which European and Asiatic trade were primarily done. Is it okay? That is at present day, that is in Turkey. That is present day in Turkey. Is it okay? So now it was on the tri-junction of the trade route. So this was the significance of the Constantinople, right? Now, what is the meaning of the fall? Fall means earlier it was under the control of the Romans. Earlier it was under the control of the Romans. Earlier Constantinople was under the control of Romans. But the Ottoman Turks had replaced them. And now Constantinople was under the control of the Romans, the Turks. And Turks, right? Are you getting me? So now it was under the control of the Turks. Is it okay? Now see, what is the meaning of this Turk? So Turk, if the Turks are here, Romans had given way to the Turks, right? So now they declined, Romans declined, and the Turks emerged in their power. So emergence or ascendancy of the Turks means They imposed high taxes, imposed high taxes, imposed high taxes on the trade, and then the trade was not safe. Trade was not safe, not safe through this route now, not safe through this, through this, through this. Now, there was a danger to both man and kind, man and material both, but material both, right? Both, because they were looting. They were not safe. Not safe, not safe, because there was loot. There was loot, there murder, loot, killing, etc. over there. So now what will happen, Susma, in this manner? So you got the meaning of the fall of Constantinople. So now in this situation and the condition, now the Europeans will try to look for alternative routes. This was the one thing, sirs and madams, right? So this was the requirement for the Europeans to look for the alternative trade routes. Is it okay? Is that fine? So this was one thing, right? So now this was the fall of Constantinople. This was the one thing, sirs and madam. Now, second thing is there. Now, there were scientific discoveries and scientific inventions promoting voyages for discoveries, for new geographical discoveries, right? Discoveries. So now you can understand. So one thing is here very much clear, that there was a compulsion. There was a compulsion for them to look for an alternative trade route after the fall of the Constantinople. This was the one aspect. And the second important aspect was that just because the Renaissance and the Enlightenment in Europe, there was the invention of the scientific invention that was promoting actually the geographical discoveries to look for alternative trade route for what? For the trade, for establishing trade relations with the Indies or India, particularly, because now the Constantinople route was not safe for the Europeans to trade with India and the East as a whole. Now, so they're looking for the alternative trade route. So this was the factor that promoted further geographical discoveries, and looking for alternative trade routes. Now in 1498, the first European came to India, and that was your Portuguese. Is it okay? Is it fine? Is it okay, sir and madam? So this was the reason here why the Europeans came to India. Why Europeans came to India? Why did Europeans come to India? Search for new sea routes. One is fall of Constantinople, and the technological advances facilitating sea voyages. That is another factor. Now the third factor is motivation by the 3Zs. Motivation by 3Zs means what? What is called 3Z concept? 3Z concept. What is 3Z concept? 3Z concept is one is your God, another one is your glory, and then is your gold. So God means propagation of Christianity. This was the one thing, Christianity. Then the glory, creating new colonies outside Europe. And the gold was driven by mercantilist interest. Driven by indicates mercantilist interest to maximize their trade profit. Is it okay? Maximize their trade profit. It's okay. So these were three things, that by which they were driven. So they were driven. One was gold, other was your God, glory, and the glory. It says okay. So now, so God was religion or religious spread of the religion. Glory means political power. That is what? That is expanding your colonies and empire outside Europe. Gold means economic gain through the trade and the profit. So that is called your mercantilist interest. So that may directly come in your examination. Why the Europeans came to India? There was a mercantilist interest, there was the religious interest, and there was what I say, that was the interest to expand their empire outside Europe. So all the three factors are important. Important and that true for the arrival of the or advent of the Europeans in 18th century India. In 18th century India. Is it okay? Is it okay? Is it fine? It's all okay. So now these were the things, sir, madam. Till here things are okay? Now, so this is your gold, this is your glory, and this was your God, right? Now coming to the arrival of the or advent of the Europeans, right? Is it okay? So here, see, so this is your Portuguese. They came first in 1498. So we'll try to understand their arrival, then the Dutch, then the Britishers, then the Danes, and then the French. So now you can see there, these are the years when they came and settled into India. For Portuguese, then followed by your Dutch, then is Britishers, then Danes. So now you can recall this sequence by making a mnemonics like P, D, E stands for Britishers, D, F, P, D, D, E, F, P, D, D, E, F, P, D, D, E, F. Is it okay? P, D, D, E, F. So P stands for your Portuguese, D stands for your Dutch, E stands for your English or the Britishers, then is your Danes, and then is your French. So these are the years. Now you can see this arrival of the Europeans in India in this sequence. So this is the sequence. The 5 major European companies or the power came to India in the different times. Is that okay? It's all fine. Now, coming to the Portuguese. Portuguese in India. See, Portuguese were trying, Portuguese, there were the 2 new states in Europe. One was your Portuguese and other was your Spain. So both of these countries were trying to do the new states, and they're looking for the new trade routes to establish their relationship, commercial trade relationship with India. So there was a constant effort that was going on. In fact, they were also supported by their kings and the queens. Like from Spain, Isabella was there, and there was the navigator who was supporting the Portuguese travelers or the Portuguese and adventurers to look for new trade routes. Is this okay? Is it fine? Now, so in May 1498, this is the time when the Portuguese came to India and landed in Calicut under Vasco da Gama. Right? Now there is a little more fact is here that is important for you to understand. Actually, when the Portuguese came to India, just try and understand, so madam. So this was your Africa. This is your Africa, and this is your India. This is your India, right? And this is the Europe. This is the Europe, right? So now Portuguese started moving from here. They reached till here, right? Till here, and they reached to this region that is called Zanzibar, right? Zanzibar. Is it okay? Is it fine? And then there was a trade relationship. Between India and this coast. There was a trade relationship on this coast, right? So here we were trading also, right, sister madams? So there was a Gujarati actually trader, in fact, who was here, whose name was Abdul Mazid, who was in Africa at this time, right? So he was there, Abdul Mazid, Abdul Mazid. Yeah, Abdul Mazid. This is the name here. Abdul Mazid. Abdul Mazid was there. Abdul Mazid. Abdul Mazid. Mazid. He was also engaged in trade. And when the Portuguese came to Zanzibar, Portuguese came to Zanzibar, he had guided them. He had guided them and take them to the Calicut. Right? Is it okay? He had guided them and brought them to Calicut. Right? So this was the Sir Madam. So this is a small story. Gujarati pilot Abdul Mazid had guided the Portuguese to come to India. Now they landed in Calicut. Calicut. Portuguese landed in Calicut. And at this time there was a Hindu ruler who is known as Zamorin, Jamorin had welcomed the Portuguese. Is it okay? Is it fine? Now see, listen me carefully one thing, sirs and madams. Here, there is a small story. If I talk about this, so before the arrival of the Europeans, before the arrival of Europeans, Indian trade was dominated by Indian trade was dominated by the Arabs, in medieval times, right? In medieval times. So when the Portuguese came to here in the Calicut, right? So this was your Calicut. This was, sirs and madam, this was your Calicut. So this is your Kerala and here is your Calicut, right? Calicut. And this Calicut was ruled by Zamorin. This was your Calicut. There was a Zamorin. Ruler was Zamorin. And Zamorin was actually a title. It was not the name of the ruler. And this was your Portuguese. So this was your Portuguese who came to India. So now there are two developments that happened. One was welcome. And other was your opposition. Opposed. So Portuguese were opposed and Portuguese were welcomed. Were opposed and then welcomed as well. They're opposed and welcomed as well. And it was opposed by Arabs because they were in the trade, and welcomed by the ruler of Calicut, that is called your Zamorin. Is it okay? Is it fine? So this is the situation. So now you should keep in your memory, when the Portuguese came to India, it was definitely welcomed by the ruler of the Calicut, that is called your Zamorin. That is the factually correct one. That is fine. But this can be a question. Now, who had opposed the Portuguese arrival in India? This was the Arabs, because they were dominating the trade since the medieval times. So they did not want to have any other competition in the form of the Europeans, right? So they started opposing the arrival of the Europeans. Is it okay? Is it fine? So just what they started opposing. Is it fine? Is it clear? Now coming back to here. So, but the Arab traders, so Zamorin gave a friendly treatment to the Vasco da Gama. So Vasco da Gama came to India. Is it fine? But the Arab traders who had a good business on the Malabar coast, apprehensive and were not keen on the Portuguese getting on hold there. So obviously there will be a conflict between the Portuguese and the Arabs. Is it okay? Is it fine? Now, Portuguese were the first European powers to come to India in 1498, and they were also the last ones to leave India in the 1961. So that was also a question, right? That was also a question. Who was the first European to come to India and who was the last to leave India? Because there is a series of the Europeans who came to India, that is called the Portuguese, Dutch, British, Danes, and the French. They were the first to come India, first to come India, first to come India, come India, come to India, and they were the last to leave India in 1961. 1961. And this was arrival in 1498. 1498. Is it okay? Is it fine? Is it okay? 1498, 1961 and 1498. Is it okay? Is it fine? So this is the situation of the Portuguese, then Dutch, then British, Danes, and the French. First to come to India, last to leave India. Is it okay? And that was also a question in your exam, in your prelims. I will show you the questions also. Please wait for the time. Now you have seen that Portuguese came to India, okay, through voyages, and he was also supported by, or was guided by a Gujarati trader whose name was Abdul Mazid, who became their pilot to guide them to India. Is it okay? Is it fine? Now we talked about how they came to India. When they came to India, who had welcomed them and who had opposed them and why. So this was the question, sir, madam. So this is the thing. Now when the Portuguese came to India, the the reign of the Portuguese can be divided into two broader parts. We can see initially the Portuguese came to India as just as the traders or the travelers. Initially they came to India as the travelers or the traders. So there was an era of arrival of the traders that was from 1498 to 1905, right? 1495. And then in 1505 or just before that, they realized that if they have to dominate in Indian society, if they have to dominate in the Indian economy, then they will have to establish their administrative, strong, organized bureaucratic structure in India. And that's why they have appointed their governors in India to administer their positions in the Indian Ocean, in the coastal region, and the territory of India. Is it okay? So now, the arrival of the Portuguese can be understood in the two broader parts, right, sirs and madams? So here is the two broader parts. Now we can see here the two broader parts. You can see here, right? One is your, sirs and madam. This is your 1498. This is the time of 1498, and this is the time of your 1505 and onwards, right? Is it okay? So this was the time of the arrival of the, what I said, travelers, era of Portuguese travelers, right, till here. And after 1505, era of governors, Portuguese governors, right? Because in 1505 there was a necessity to establish a strong bureaucratic structure in India. Is it okay? Is it fine? So this is your onward. It's okay. It's fine. So 1498, this is the phase 1 that you can say, and this is your 1505 and onward, that's called the phase 2. This was a time when they came to India as just as the travelers, like Vasco da Gama, Alvarez Cabral, right? So during this time, Portuguese did not have any systematic administrative structure. During this period, there was no systematic administrative structures, structure of Portuguese in India, but for their organized trade, there was a necessity, systematic. This is a phase of systematic administrative structure, administrative structure, systematic structure was established, systematic administrative structure was established for organized trade, and commerce, right? So now that led to the development of the office of governorship after 1505 in India. Is it okay? Is it fine? So now this is the time. So this was the era of the Portuguese travelers. This is the era of your governors, 1505 and onwards. Is it okay? Is it fine, sons and madams? So this is your conditions, right? Now, okay, systematic and to administer their positions in India. This is the thing, right? So now this is the situation, 1498 to 1505 and 1505 onwards. It's okay. Now let me talk about the Portuguese travelers. The first one is your Vasco da Gama. Let me talk about that. First one is your Vasco da Gama, right? So Portuguese travelers here, the first one is your Vasco da Gama. So he came to India thrice. It can itself make a question. How many times the Vasco da Gama came to India? This is the one, so madam, this is a 1498, then 1502, then 1502, and then in 1554. This was his last visit to India, right? For the first time, Vasco da Gama came to India in 1495 and returned to Portuguese, earning 60 times the profit from his voyages, right? Again, he returned after 3 years, in 1502 to return to India, and he realized in order to create a trade monopoly, they had to oust or replace the Arab merchants. Now, I told you there was a conflict of the interest between the Arabs and the Portuguese. Arabs were not liking the arrival of the Portuguese into India because that was a direct threat to their trade interest. And similarly, there was a similar realization. I'm sorry. There was a similar realization within the Portuguese as well, and they wanted to repel or remove the Arabs from the Indian Ocean. If they had to establish their trade monopoly in the Indian Ocean, then they had to remove the Arabs. And if they had to remove Arabs, then they had to create their settlements in India. So second time when Vasco da Gama came to India, then he realized that we need to have some kind of the permanent settlement in India, and he established a warehouse or trading settlement in Cochin, right? And he returned back. But after 22 years, he again came to India in 1524. Vasco da Gama returned to India once more, but died shortly after his arrival to India. So there are 3 years of the arrival of the Vasco da Gama, 1498, 1502 and 1524. The thrice he came to India. In between this period, there is a second traveler came to India, and that is called Alvarez Cabral, right? And he had established a factory at Calicut. Is it okay? He had established. Now Alvarez Cabral is known for his gunboat diplomacy. What was this diplomacy? Gunboat diplomacy. What is the gunboat diplomacy? You have already understood that there was a threat, there was a threat from the side of the Arabs, right? Indian Ocean at that time was very much important. If you have to establish your control or you have to monopolize the trade, then you will have to establish your supremacy over the Indian Oceans. Indian Ocean. Is it okay? So what I want to tell you, sirs and madams, right? What I want to tell you, this is your India and this is your Indian Ocean. Indian Ocean. Indian Ocean. Indian Ocean. Indian Ocean. Right? So this is the Indian Ocean. There is already the ship of Arabs. There's the ships of Arabs. They're coming to trade into India. So they are called the Arabs. They were the Arabs. 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 Right? Arabs. Now there is another one. There is another. The traders, they came to India. There is your this is called your Portuguese. 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 Right. So in Indian Ocean, there was already the Arabian ships, right? Or the Arabian ships. And you have to, with the intention, you have an intention to establish your trade monopoly in India, then you will have to repel this Arabs. You have to repel all the the traders from the Indian Ocean. If there is any trader who is coming into the Indian Ocean, then that should be by the permission of the Portuguese. This was the intention of the Portuguese to establish their control in the Indian Ocean, and that's why the second, the traveler who came to India as the Portuguese traveler, this was your Alvarez Cabral, right? And he had introduced the gunboat diplomacy using the superior naval power and threats to control the trade routes, protect their commercial monopolies, and secure trading privileges on the India's western coast. Is it okay? And that's why he came with the policy of gunboat diplomacy, right? So just to expel these one, to expel, right? So here was your gunboat diplomacy, sirs and madams. Gunboat diplomacy. So gunboat diplomacy. Gunboat diplomacy. Diplomacy. Diplomacy was introduced by the Portuguese to eliminate Arabs and to establish supremacy in Indian Ocean. To establish supremacy in Indian Ocean. Establishing supremacy. Establishing supremacy in Indian Ocean. In Indian Ocean. Indian Ocean. Is it okay? In Indian Ocean. So it was establishing supremacy in the Indian Ocean, right, sister madam? And just to remove or replace what I say, that is called the Arabs, right? So this is what gunboat diplomacy. So right here, so using superior naval power and threats to control sea routes, protect their commercial monopolies, and secure trading privileges along with India's western coast. So this was what your gunboat diplomacy was. Is it okay? So now this gunboat diplomacy will further develop or advance into the policy of blue water policy, right? So it is the limited version, and its extended version would be blue water policy that will later developed. So gunboat diplomacy, you understood this. The gunboat diplomacy was introduced by Alvarez Cabral. That can directly make a question for your prelims as well, right? Now attacked by merchants but successfully retaliated. He was also attacked by the Arabs. Now you can understand easily. Just keep this point. When the Portuguese came to India, they were opposed by the Arabs. Why they were opposed by the Arabians? The reason was only the commercial interest. There was interest, economic interest, right? So obviously there will be a conflict. There will be a resistance by the Arabs for the Portuguese. Is it fine? Is it okay, sir and ma'am? Now, so coming to this part. Now, why the Portuguese came to India? The objective is very much clear. There was commercial interest. What was the commercial interest? Monopolize the spice trade. And what kind of the spice they need to have? The pepper, that is called black pepper. Cinnamon, that's called dalchini. The clove, long. Cardamom, that is called elaichi. So they wanted to have pepper, cinnamon, cloves, and cardamom. So they wanted to monopolize this trade. They wanted to monopolize these trades. So yaad rakhna babu, these are the direct questions for your prelims: paper, cinnamon, cloves, and the cardamom. Then there was the strategic interest to control the Indian Ocean, and it was again related to the establishing the monopoly of the trade. Then the political interest. Then was your political interest. Political interest. What kind of political interest? Fortification, trading posts, and expanded their territorial influence inside the India. So now they were not only limited in course of the time to the ocean, but they will also extend deeper into the Indian territory. Now coming to the religion. So madam, coming to the religious. They wanted to spread Christianity, supported the missionary orders like Jesuit. In this context, we can understand the era of the governors also. So now these were four reasons. Because four reasons, that was the commercial reason, strategic reason, political reason, and the religious reason. They wanted to have a very organized bureaucratic structure in India, driven by their 3G motives: gold, glory, and your God, driven by these 3Z formula. Is it okay? So in this context, we can understand the acts or the works of the Portuguese governor in India. Portuguese governor in India. Are you getting me? So let me discuss about those things, sir and madam. So these are driven by your 3Z. These are your 3Z formula. This is 3Z's only, right? Now, era of the governors. The first governor is your Francisco de Almeida, 1505 to 1509, right? So he was the first Portuguese governor in India, and he had introduced that is called blue water policy. Introduced blue water policy. Is it okay? Blue water policy. Is it fine? Is it okay, sir, madam? Are you getting me? So he was the first Portuguese to come to India, and then he had introduced blue water policy. And now you can understand it was the extended version of gunboat diplomacy. The policy to establish Portuguese dominance and prevent other powers from challenging Portuguese trade interests in the open sea. So this was just meant to establish the supremacy over the Indian Oceans. And establishing supremacy means not to allow the other traders to come to India through the sea route. So this was the policy of blue water policy. This was the content of the blue water policy. Simply, you can be asked that who was the Portuguese governor to introduce the blue water policy? This was your Francisco de Almeida. Now, so just to establish the supremacy in the what I say, that is called in the Indian Ocean or open sea, that is called the blue water. They just tried to control. the other traders to come into this Indian Ocean through the cartage system. What was this cartage system? Cartage system was a kind of permit or the pass which was issued by the Portuguese for all ships sailing into the Indian Oceans. Otherwise, if any of the ships that had not taken the cartage from the Portuguese, then their ships would be seized. They would be punished. So there were the two things that was introduced by the Francisco de Almeida, the first Portuguese governor. One was your blue water policy, and other was the cartage system. This was a kind of the permit or the license or the pass for the other traders to sail into the Indian Ocean. So that is the cartage system was the part of the policy of establishing supremacy in the Indian Ocean, or the part of, you can say, the blue water policy. Is it okay? Is it fine? So blue water policy, now the policy aimed to establish Portuguese naval dominance and prevent other powers from challenging Portuguese trade interests in the open sea. After controlling the sea, he controlled the trade through the cartage system. And what was cartage system? It was a mandatory permit of the pass issued by the Portuguese for all ships sailing in the Indian Ocean. Otherwise, ships could be seized, confiscated, they will be looted, they would be punished, right? So this was what the policy of the Francisco de Almeida. Why they wanted to establish their control or supremacy in the Indian Ocean, that is very much clear. The main tussle was with the Arab because Arabs had their own trade interests in the Indian Ocean, right? Now, so an era of the governance and this policy. Now, second one is your Alfonso de Albuquerque, and his time period is from 1509 to 1515. It is said that Albuquerque was the real founder, or of course there is a one battle of Dew that was fought in 1509 when Arabs were defeated, okay, by defeated, okay, is it fine? 1509, that is done. So he is considered the real founder of the Portuguese power in the East. Why? Because he had extended his territory and he had captured Goa from the Sultan of Bijapur, and at that time Sultan was Yusuf Adil Khan in 1510, right? And he also made the Cochin the Portuguese headquarters. So he had consolidated the Portuguese governance or administrative structure in India, right? So he had, number one, he had captured in 1518, he captured Goa, and Goa will remain with the Indians, with the Portuguese till 1961. Take Goa from the Sultan of Bijapur, and the Sultan was Yusuf Adil Khan. So any of the part can make a question. When the Goa was confiscated or controlled by the Portuguese, this was 1510. From whom? This was from Bijapur. Who was the ruler at that time? This was the Sultan Yusuf Adil Khan. So any of the part of this statement can make a question for your prelims, right? Now the third thing, just to consolidate his Portuguese empire in India, he had made his permanent headquarter in Cochin. So he made the Cochin the Portuguese headquarter, his headquarter, right? So he had made the Cochin as the quarter. So now you can see Alfonso de Albuquerque, he had extended the Portuguese empire. He had also consolidated the Portuguese administrative structure. He had established the Portuguese headquarter in the Cochin, right? So these are the one aspect. Now, there is another aspect that can also make a question for your prelims, that is his policy of interference in Indian society and the culture. Indian society and the culture, how he had intervened in the Indian society and the culture. He was the first Portuguese governor who had tried to abolish the inhuman practice of sati in 1515, right? Is it okay? Is it fine? Is it okay? So this was, he had abolished what I say, that is called sati in 1515, right? So this is the one thing, sir, madam. In Goa, he had abolished the practice of sati in 1515. Abolished in Goa. So that can also make a question. Not in the entire India, in Goa only. So right, the practice of sati in 1515, right? Now he also encouraged the Portuguese males to marry with the Indian woman for the expansion of his religion, that is called Christianity, to convert the people into Christian faith. So he had encouraged intermarriage between the Portuguese men and the Indian women. So this is the another aspect, so madam, that is also important for your exam. This is your Yusuf Ibrahim Adil Khan Akash, right? Is it okay? Now coming to the other aspect, other Portuguese governor. This is called Nino de Cunha. Now what is important here? Nino de Cunha had transferred his headquarters from Cochin to Goa, right? So he had transferred the headquarters, that is Cochin to Goa, right? Then second, he had also secured Basin from the Bahadur Shah of Gujarat by helping him in the battle against the Emperor Humayun, right? Just let me tell you what is the story here, right? So see, simply I just want to tell you, this is very simple thing, simple thing, so madams. So say, Humayun. When we talk about the Humayun, when Humayun was ascended the throne, Humayun there was the two Afghans. One was the Afghan in the east and there were Afghan in the west, right? So this was Eastern Afghans, Eastern Afghans, Eastern Afghans, Afghans, right? And the most power here was your Sher Khan, right? Or Sher Shah, you can write. In the western part, this is your Gujarat. This was under the control of, this is your Western Afghans, Western Afghans, Western Afghans. It was under the control of Bahadur Shah. Bahadur Shah. He was also ambitious, right? He was also ambitious. At this time, there was the control of the Portuguese on the western coast. So now you can understand, Portuguese were a dominating power on the western coast. Portuguese were dominating power in the western coast. Is that okay? Now, so when the Bahadur Shah was trying to expand his territories, in the Rajputana, in Malwa, Mewar region, right? So there was an obvious conflict between the Humayun and the Bahadur Shah. Bahadur Shah, is that okay? He was also trying to establish his control in the Rajputanas as well, right? So there was a possible conflict of Humayun and the Bahadur Shah, in between the Humayun and the Bahadur Shah. Is it okay? Humayun and the Bahadur Shah. Is it okay? Fine, sir. So there was a possible conflict, right? Possible conflict. Is that fine? So there was a possible conflict between Humayun and the Bahadur Shah, right? So when there was a conflict, so sir and madam, when there was a conflict, there was a conflict between Humayun and Bahadur Shah, right? So there was a conflict between there was a conflict, sirs and madams. There was a conflict between Humayun and the Bahadur Shah. So in this conflict, Bahadur Shah had taken the support of, Bahadur Shah had taken the support of, Bahadur Shah had taken support from Portuguese, from Portuguese, right? From Portuguese. Is it okay? From Portuguese. Is it fine, sister madam? So from Portuguese. Is it okay? So Bahadur Shah had taken support from Portuguese, right? And why he will support? Why Portuguese will support? Portuguese were given Bassi, that is called basin, right? Due, these were the reasons, etc. To the Portuguese, right? Is it okay? So now this is how the Portuguese had secured basin and due from the Bahadur Shah, the ruler of the Gujarat, Gujarat. But now then the threat of the Humayun was disappeared. When the Humayun was back and he was busy encountering with the Eastern Afghans, now Bahadur Shah was free. Bahadur Shah has conspiracy to regain his lost territory to the Portuguese, that was the basin and the due, and he started making hatching conspiracy against the Portuguese. So in this situation and scenario, what will happen? When the Bahadur Shah will try to get back his lost territory to the Portuguese, he will have some misunderstanding with the governors, with the Portuguese governor. Is it okay? Is that fine? So this was the situation, Sister Madam, right? So when this was the situation, then Nino de Cunha, who was the Portuguese governor at this time, he had called the Bahadur Shah, come bhai, please come to me and meet me. Okay? So we will talk together in we will talk. How we will talk? We will talk, Sirs and Madams, in a mood like we will cheers and we will talk why you are hatching conspiracy against us, why you are trying to regain the basin and the Diu. That is a lost territory, right? So when he came to meet with the Nino de Cunha, who was a Portuguese governor in the Arabian Sea, Indian Ocean was the Arabian Sea, and that in the eastern side there is the Bay of Bengal, and this side is your Arabian Sea. So they were on a ship, and they started talking with each other, right? So when their talk was going on, it converted into a hot discussion. Right? In this hot discussion, Nino de Cunha had thrown Bahadur Shah in the Arabian Sea. But Bechara, he did not know how to swim, right? He sank into the ocean. He died there. He was buried there. He died there in the Indian Ocean. And this is how the era of the Bahadur Shah was ended. But here for us, important is that Portuguese had taken some of the territory like Basin, Diu from the Bahadur Shah, who was the leader of Afghan leader of the ruler of the Gujarat, right? And then he also developed some conflict with the Bahadur Shah, and then in a Hathapai jisko bolte hain, there was a kind of what I say hot discussion, and there was a little violence in this. He had just thrown him into the Indian Ocean and he died forever. His kahani is khatam, right? So this was the achievement for the Portuguese, and this was the loss of what I say, that is your Portuguese governor. Loss of the Eastern Afghans or the Bahadur Shah. It was the end of the Bahadur Shah. Is it fine? It's okay. Now, so this is what is Sosa Madam. He had shifted the Portuguese headquarters from Cochin to Goa. So Goa is important here. Secured Basin, that's called Bassi, from Bahadur Shah of Gujarat by helping him in the battle against the Mughal emperor. Eventually in 1537, Portuguese killed Bahadur Shah by deceit. Because why he had killed him, now you can understand. Why he had killed him, now you can easily understand. He had also increased the Portuguese influence in Bengal by settling many Portuguese there and made Hooghly their headquarters in the east, right? So he had also increased the Portuguese influence in the Bengal also. So now he is also looking towards the east because Bengal was very prosperous. Okay, it's prosperous by settling many Portuguese there and made Hooghly their headquarter in the eastern side, in East India. Is it fine? Is it okay? Now, so coming to the other aspects, sirs and madams. So it is done. Now, coming to the Portuguese settlements in India. So important settlements. Now, just from your examination perspective, there are certain ports, there are certain settlements, there are certain places that may be port, that may be the settlements, important settlements of the Europeans that directly come in your examination, especially Pondicherry, Hooghly, these are the states. So on the eastern coast and the western coast, so let me talk about what are the important settlements of the Portuguese on the western coast and what are the important settlements of the Portuguese on the eastern coast. If I talk about the western coast, Daman, then Salsette, then Bombay were the important Portuguese settlement on the western coast. This Bombay was given to the Britishers in dowry to the English. In dowry. This was in dowry. I will let you when in dowry to English. Because Catherine Briganja, who was the Portuguese princess, married to Charles, who was a British prince, and in dowry the Bombay was given to the Britishers. Is that okay? Is it fine? So, but before this donation to the Britishers, it was an important Bombay was also an important, Portuguese settlement on the western coast. If I come to the eastern coast, then there are, in the south, we can have Saint Thome, that is known as Madras today. Then we have Pondicherry, and then we have Hooghly in the West Bengal. So these are the important settlements on the eastern coast, right? So important settlements on the eastern coast. Saint Thome, that is called Madras. Then there is your Hooghly, and then there is your Pondicherry. Let me talk about the Pondicherry. There is a very interesting story about the Pondicherry. Pondicherry is such a place where almost all the European powers had established their control. If I talk about the Pondicherry, the Portuguese were the first to establish their settlement in 1521. In 1521, for what? For the trade in textile. But it was a temporary settlement. But the Portuguese were the first to habitate, to make a European colony in the Pondicherry in 1521. But it was temporary one. But we cannot deny that the Portuguese never came to Pondicherry. They came to Pondicherry, and they also made a temporary settlement in 1522 for the sake of the textile. So one is your Portuguese, who had established their first control on the Pondicherry. Then if I talk about the town of the Pondicherry, it was developed by the French, and there is one that is called Francois Martin Martin, who had developed the township of township of Pondicherry was led by the French pioneer Francis Martin in the form of a French settlement in 1674. So 1521 was the time when the Portuguese came to Pondicherry. Then 1674, a new settlement was made by the French Francois Martin in the Pondicherry. In 1693, Pondicherry was captured by the Dutch. So actually now see, there was a constant conflict to monopolize the trade. So the Portuguese who came to India, they were also fighting among themselves. So in 1693, Dutch fought with the French, and they captured the Puducherry. So Puducherry was now in the control of the Dutch, right? In the Dutch for some time, captured the Dutch, but it was regained in 1699 by the French. Subsequently, with the Treaty of Ryswick, the British captured the city from the French, but returned it following the Treaty of Paris in 1764. Actually, there was a 7 years war, and 7-year wars, that was Sir, can you tell me what was the permit that they were using in the Bay of Bengal? Permit, which kind of permit you are talking about? You are talking about the Dastak, Farrukhsher and all? Can you make it clear? I'm unable to get your question. Daksh. Okay, chalo. So just give me clarity in the question. So subsequently, with the Treaty of the Reykjavik, the British captured the city from the French, returned following the Treaty of Paris in 1763. So this is your Paris in 1763, right? So now you can see the Pondicherry was controlled by almost all, be it your Portuguese, it was French, the English and the Portuguese, Dutch, English and the French, but not by the Danish. Is that okay? Not by the Danish. So these are the years. So Pondicherry was controlled by, in different time, by the different European powers. Is that okay? Now coming to the Hooghly, that is the important settlement of the Portuguese in the eastern coast. And Hooghly was used as a base for piracy and slave trading in the Bay of Bengal by the Portuguese until Shah Jahan expelled them in 1763. So they have actually Portuguese were very much aggressive in their approaches. Since they came before the Britishers in India, so they had developed their good relations with the Mughals, and they got the permission to settle in Hooghly with the permission of the Mughals itself, right? But when these Portuguese settled in the Hooghly in the Bengal, they started making piracy. Even the Mughal ships were also looted. They were also engaged into the slave trade from the Hooghly. Then when Shah Jahan felt it as a menace, then he expelled these Portuguese in 1632. So Hooghly was a place, it was a base station for their piracy and the slave trading in the Bay of Bengal. Is it okay? Is it fine? Now, You can see the Portuguese settlements in India. So this is your, sirs and madams, this is your Daman. This is your Daman. You can see. Then this is your Salsette. Then you can see the Bombay. You can see the Bombay right here. Then this is your Daman. Daman. This is your St. Thome, or this is called your Madras, right? So these are the important settlements. There is your Hooghly. There is your Hooghly. Here is your Hooghly. 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 Hooghly, right? So these are the important settlements of the Portuguese in India. Is it fine, sirs and ma'ams? Is it okay? Is it fine? All okay? Now, the question is, finally, Portuguese could not stay for a longer period of time in India, and they had to roll back from India. The question is why they had to do so, why they became failed, why they became failed, what was the reason for their failure, right? So if we compare the Portuguese in comparison to the Britishers, they were lacking diplomatic strategies and they were directly intervening in the Indian society. They were aggressive, they were very much aggressive in their approaches, whereas the the Britishers were very soft in their diplomacy. Very soft in the diplomacy. They believed in the pardon policy, but not by the Portuguese. Britishers were waiting for the time. Okay? So they were waiting, they keep waiting, watching the things well, and at the appropriate time, they were establishing their control, or they were intervening in internal matters of the Indians. But this was not the strategy with the Portuguese. So they lack diplomatic approach, diplomatic strategy. They also lacked cultural. They also interfered in the cultural aspects of the Indians. They conflict with the local Rajas. They could not make them their permanent friends, like you have seen in the case of the Gujarat when he had thrown the Bahadur Shah in the Arabian Sea. So there was the lack of what I say diplomatic strategy. There was the intervention, cultural interference by Portuguese in Indian society, like banning the sati, encouraging Portuguese male to marry with the Indian woman, conflicts with the local rulers, they could not make a good relationship, focus on religious and political glory over the commerce. So out of the 3G, if I talk about the 3G, this is called your God, then is your glory, and then was your gold, right? This is your economy, right? So if I talk about, sirs and madams, God, glory, and then is your gold, right, sirs and madams? God. So God means what? That is called expansion of the Christianity. Then there is a glory, that is called glory means expansion of their empire. Expansion of their empire, right? So they had not given the preference to the gold. They preferred God and the glory over the gold. So they were more interested in the religion and the political glory, right? Over the commerce, that is called the gold. Is it fine? Now, is it okay? Now, he was interested in the division of the Portuguese to Brazil after its discovery. Now, after the discovery of the Brazil, Portuguese are more interested, very much interested in the Brazil, than maintaining their colony in India. Is it okay? Is it fine? That's okay, sir. So got me? So this was the reason. So Brazil was the reason also. Brazil was discovering the Brazil. They were more interested in the Brazil. So that's why they had to roll back from India, right? Now coming to the Dutch. Coming to the Dutch. Dutch came to India from Netherlands. And the first Dutch traveler to come to India, this was Cornelis the Horstman, arrived in 1596, before the establishment of Dutch East India Company. So again, that is an important question, can be an important question for you. So the first Dutch traveler come to India was Cornelis de Houtman as the representative of Dutch East India Company. This statement would be correct? Would be correct or incorrect? So that statement would be what? That is called incorrect. Incorrect. Is it okay? Is it fine? So one thing is that the first Dutch came to India before the establishment of the Dutch East India Company in 1602. This is the one thing that you should take care of. Right? Now, the Dutch established their permanent trading posts in East Indies, that is called Indonesia, than before the Indonesia. In fact, their interest was more into Indonesia, Southeast Asia, than the India. And later their headquarter was shifted to India at Masulipatam. Pulicat. So this is called Pulicat. They have first factory of at Masulipatam of Dutch factory in 1605, then in Pulicat. That later became the headquarter of the Dutch India. Right? Is it okay? Now, but their primary interest was in the Southeast Asia. There was not much interested in India. Rather, they were interested more into the Southeast Asian trade than in India. The Portuguese decline in India gave way to the rising English and the Dutch influence. Now, what will happen? There were the three players, important players. We talked about the Portuguese. Portuguese rolled back, right? They were more interested in the Brazil. English also were there, right? Dutch were also over there. And the French also came to India. But the French were not in directly conflict this time with the Dutch. But the Dutch and the Britishers were in conflict with each other. So obviously their interest will clash. And with the clash of their interest, there will be what? There will be war. There will be struggle. There will be battles. So a very important battle took place. That is called the Battle of Ambeona. And it is also known as Battle of Bedra. Ambeona or the Battle of Bedra. Is it okay? Battle of Ambeona or Bedra, in which, sorry, not Bedra, in the it's not the Bedra. So there is what will the conflict between the English and the Dutch, and in this conflict there is an important event that took place that is called Ambeona massacre. In Ambeona massacre, Dutch had killed 10 Englishmen and 9 Japanese in Indonesia, right? So now, are you getting my point? So now they were in conflict. In the conflict, Dutch and the English. In this conflict, there was an event that is called the Ambeona massacre, in which Dutch had killed 10 Englishmen and 9 Japanese, right? It can also make a question for you. Ambeona massacre, 1623 in Indonesia, where Dutch forces killed 10 Englishmen and 9 Japanese in Indonesia. Now the question may ask you, Ambeona massacre. What is the Ambeona massacre? So Ambeona massacre was actually a massacre done by the Dutch, and it was against the Britishers and the Portuguese and the Japanese, in which he had killed 10 Englishmen and 9 Japanese. Is it fine? Is it okay? So this is what is your Ambeona massacre in 1623. So Masulipatam, there's the first factory, 1605. After 5 years, second Pulicat, and the Pulicat later on became the headquarter of the Dutch in India. Ambeona massacre 1623, Indonesia, between Britishers and the Dutch. But in this massacre, Dutch had also killed 9 Japanese people in Indonesia. Now, decline of the Dutch. This is called your Battle of Chinsura in 1759. The Dutch lost their settlement to the British as the British defeated them in the Battle of Chinsura, also known as the Battle of Bedra. So this is what is important here, right? So now the conflict will go on. The conflict between the Dutch and the British will continue, right? That will finally culminate into the Battle of Bedra. Bedra. This is called Battle of Bedra. And it is also known as Battle of Chinsura in 1759, in which the Britishers had decisively defeated the Dutch. Is it okay? Is it fine? Now, what were the important factories of the Dutch in India? It was your, now you can understand, one is your Masulipatam, other you can understand your Pulicat, Cochin, and then Chinsura, and one more important was your Nagapattinam. So these are the important factories of the Britishers, of the Dutch in India. ये याद रखना, these are very much important, sirs and madams. जितने भी sites में बता रहा हूँ, these are important. I will ask you the question. From the PYQs. Just listen it carefully. So this was your Masulipatam. This was Pulicat. Pulicat was in 1505. Then this is your Surat, this is your Nagapattinam, this is your Cochin, right? And this is your Chinsura. So these are the important Dutch settlement in India. So unlike other European powers in India, the Dutch concentrated mainly in establishing settlements along the eastern coast. This strategic preference stemmed from their already well-developed trade networks in the Indonesia, right? So you know that before coming to before establishing their headquarter, permanent administrative structure in India, they have already developed their, their administrative settlements in the Indonesia. So now what we can see here, this is your India, right? And this is your part of, Indonesian archipelago, right? This is archipelago. So obviously, eastern coast and their settlements in Indonesian coasts will be with a sink if they will establish on the eastern coast. So they were more interested, I am quoting the term, they were more interested in creating their settlements on the western coast, Is it okay? On the western coast. Eastern coast than the western coast, right? So they're more interested in eastern coast than the western coast just because of their permanent settlement in the Indonesia. Is it okay? Now, the Danes. Now, let me talk about the Danes. So there's a little technical glitch was there. I can see there was what I said, there was the buffering. Is it okay? Is it fine, sister madams? So there was a technical glitch, but anyways, everything is fine now. Audio, video, both are okay. So now coming to the other European, that is called the Danes. Right? All okay, sure. Let's continue then. So see here, the Danes in India, right? Danes in India. 1616, the Danish East India Company was found. So this Danish company was found in 1616. After their establishment, after establishing the 4 years, they have established its first factory at Trancobar, that is in near Tanjore in Tamil Nadu. Yeah, that is an important one. So their first factory was at Trancobar, right, in 1620. In Bengal, their principal settlement in Bengal was Serampur, their principal settlement. In 1854, Danes were unable to consolidate their position in India and eventually sold all their settlements to the Britishers in 1854. Now you can see also here, so there was a kind of the competition among all the Europeans who had come to India, be it your Portuguese, Dutch, Danish, Britishers and the French. They're fighting among themselves. So what you have seen? Portuguese now left India in favor of the Britishers because he had given many of the settlements like the Bombay to the Britishers, and they packed up and went to Brazil because Portugal was very much interested in the Brazil, right? One. Number two, if I talk about the Dutch, they were not a big power and they were much interested in the Indonesian archipelago than in India, right? So their interest was in the Southeast Asia. So finally, what will happen? The Dutch will also surrender before the Britishers. So Britishers gone. Now I come to the next power, that is called the Danes. So Danes could not sustain for a longer period of the time in India, right? And in 1854, they could not consolidate their position in India and eventually sold all of their settlements to the Britishers in 1854 and rolled back, right? Is that okay? Now the third important thing about the Danes, they were not much interested in the gold, that is called in the trade and the commerce. Rather, their more interest was in expansion of the Christianity. They were more engaged into the missionary activity than the trade and the commerce. So that was also the reason they could not stay for the longer period of the time in India, right? So what will happen, Sosa madam? Religious aspect. If I talk religious aspect, the Danes are remembered more than their missionary work than for the trade. They played significant role in spreading the Christianity, especially in Tamil Nadu. Is it okay? So now all the European powers now left India, be it Portugal, Dutch, or the Danish. Now only there are the two powers left in India. There are the two formidable European powers left in India. One was your British, and the other one was your French. Now in between these two, the French will also be could not sustain before the Britishers, and they will have to surrender in they will have to surrender the territories of India, and then leave India, right? Or finally, in the Battle of Bandivas, Britishers defeated the French power, right? So you have seen the Europeans came to India, and they gradually now leave India also, be it your Portuguese, Dutch, or the Danish. In India, there would be two major powers, that is called the Britishers and the French. And between these two European powers, finally, Britain will emerge most successful, and they will establish their supremacy. Is it okay? Is it fine, sirs and madams? So now these are the things. Danish, you got the idea about the Danish? Why Danish could not succeed in India? Number one, they were more interested in the religious aspect than the commercial interest. Is it okay? Than the commercial interest. And their important settlement, Serampur in Bengal, and their first factory in Tranquebar. Now, French East India Company. We will discuss separately the British East India Company, but before that, we need to discuss the French settlement in India. Is it okay? Is it fine? So now, what is the French settlement? See, if I talk about the French East India Company, so see, what is important about the French East India Company? Unlike the other European countries, be it the Britishers or all, they were the private entities, right? But the French East India Company was a government company, something like PSUs. Are you getting it? It was a French East India Company, was a government company which was established by French Minister Colbert during the time of King Louis XIV. Is it okay? So it was actually a government company, right? So everything was decided by the government in the France. They were not independent to take decisions in India independently, locally, right? And that make it different from the Britishers. British East India Company was a private company, and they were taking their decisions at their own with their board of directors and the board of directors. Okay, board of directors. But it was not the case with the French East India Company. But anyways, so French East India Company was a government company and founded in 1664, right? French East India Company was was founded by Colbert, a minister under King Louis XIV. Now, second important thing, so South India was the main center of the French activities, especially in 17th and 18th century. Now the question is why? The question is why they were concentrated more into the South India, in South India. The question is why? Why they were concentrated more in South India? In South India. Why? The question is why in South India? So just have a conceptual clarity right here again, sirs and madams. If I talk about the India in 17th and 18th century, right? 17th and 18th century, there was a strong presence of Mughal. Strong presence of Mughals in North India. South was relatively free. South was free for Europeans. South was free for the expansion and consolidation of European power. Consolidation of European powers. Of European powers. Is it okay? European powers. Is it fine? Is it okay? So now there is the North India and the South India. In the North India, there was a strong presence of the Mughals, but in the South India, there was what? This is called relatively it was free, and it provided opportunity for the Europeans to for their initial activities, especially during the 17th and 18th century. You have seen that. By mid of only 18th century, the Mughals were declining, degenerating, disintegrating, right? Disintegrating. Now, so you have seen that in among the Europeans, Britishers came before the French power. So now you can understand when the situation of North India was dominated by the Mughals. The same would be the case with the Britishers also. So Britishers will also be there in the South India, where the French will establish their initial activities, right? So now what will happen? Now the Britishers and the French will clash into their interest. Their interest will clash. That led to many a battle. Especially I'm talking about the Carnatic Wars. Carnatic Wars that also took place in the South India itself, right? Is it okay? Is it fine? So you got the idea about the French East India Company. It was a government company established by Minister of King Louis XIV, Colbert, right? And when the French came to India, they had preferred to establish this settlement in the South India than in the North India, just because of the strong presence of the Mughals in the North India. Is it okay? Is it fine? It's okay, sirs and madams. Is it okay? Chalo. So we got the idea about the French also. Now, so what will happen when there will be only the two powers, the Britishers and the French? They will conflict. That led to the Carnatic War. That led to the Carnatic War. Is that okay? Carnatic War, sirs and madams. There were the three major wars were fought between the English and the French. Just try and understand here, sirs and madams. Not only in India, but in so see here, sirs and madams. If I talk about Europe, right? So in Europe, there were two important powers. One was Britain, and other power was your France. So both of them were driven by mercantilist interest. Both of them were driven by mercantilist interest. Mercantilist interest. Driven by mercantilist interest. Is that okay? Both of them were driven by mercantilist interests. So they were in the process of expanded their colonies, expansion of their colonies. And in this process, they were not only conflicting in India, they were not conflicting in India, but across the globe, across the world, across the world. Are you getting me? Right? So what will happen if it means if there would be any conflict between the British and French in Europe, it would also गर्म गुनगुना पानी चाहिए गुनगुना हाँ so it would also affect their relationship in India right? Are you getting me? So there were the only two powers from the Europe. One was your France, another was your Britain. So they were expanding. They were in the process of expanding their territory across the world, right? Across the world. So they were conflicting in every corners of the world. If in any of the corner of the world, the French and the Britishers were conflicting, it is also impacting the relationship or affecting the relationship in India. And in this context, we can understand the Carnatic Wars. Is it okay? Carnatic Wars. So now let me discuss the Carnatic War. So if we see here the Carnatic War, the first Anglo-Maratha War, the first Anglo-French War, I'm sorry, this Anglo-French War. This is your first Anglo-French War, that is from 1746 to 1748. It was just because of the Austrian succession issue where Britishers and French were supporting the different candidates. So just because of the Austrian succession issue, the first Anglo-French War or the first Carnatic War took place 1746 and 1748. Now coming to the second Anglo-French War, 1749 to 1754. 1749 to 1754. बहुत ज़्यादा तो नहीं करा मैंने. Is it okay? 1749 to 1754. Is it okay? So primarily fought due to the Indian political issue, especially in Karnataka and the Hyderabad. Both of them are in the southern states. So both of them, Britishers and the French, were supporting the different candidates in Karnataka and the Hyderabad. I will discuss it. The third Anglo-French War again started. Started just because of European conflict. And this conflict is known as 7 Years' War. And this 7 Years' War was fought from 1756 to 1763. And it was ended by the Treaty of Paris. Is it okay? Ended by the Treaty of Paris. It's fine. It's okay, sirs and madams. Is it okay? So this is the three Carnatic War or Anglo-French Wars fought between the Britishers and the Indians. Now the question is, why French failed in India? Now see, why? We know that since the French East India Company was since the French East India Company was a government company, as I told you that in every matter, be it a small or a big one, then the government was there to decide the things. And the government decisions are always delayed decisions. If you have to take any decision in the spur of the moment, you can't take that decisions. Your decisions were now under the excessive control of the French government. So there was excessive interference of the French government in the company matters without knowing the reality they were facing in India, right? They are facing in India. What kind of the support they need to have, that was being discussed. And in that discussion, the time to act always disappeared. So there is the one thing that is called excessive interference of the French government in the company matter because it was a government company. This is the one aspect. Now see, since it was a government company, so if they need to have any kind of the financial support, they were supposed to take it from the French government. But it was a time when France was also driven by economic crisis. There are too many economic crises, social crises in France that will lead to the French Revolution 1789. So that is also an event of the 18th century. So the mother government or the French government itself was trapped into the financial crises. So how we can imagine that the French government would support to the French company? That is not possible. So there was always a financial crisis before the French East India Company in India. They were not expecting the financial support. There was very weak financial support to the East India Company, right? Is it okay? Now, if, as I told you, if the French East India Company had to take any decision, the authorities, the local authorities in India could not take the decision in a spur of the moment. Rather, they will have to wait for their high commands sitting in the France. So there was a lack of independence in decision making for the company officials. And finally, if I talk about, in comparison to the British army, they were weak in administration, discipline, and political strategy in comparison to the Britishers. So they could not sustain before the Britishers. So these were the reasons that they failed in India. They failed into India. Is that okay? No. Failed into India. We will discuss now the Britishers in India. We will discuss all these things. Battle of Bandivas will come. We will discuss it. Till here things are okay. Till here things are okay, sirs and madams. Lunch break. Can we do it after the Britishers, or we want to have the lunch break right now? So it's your suggestion. If you want to have the lunch break before East India Company, okay, your mess will be closed. Okay. So we can do one thing. We are going to take a lunch break. When your mess will be closed, Narang? So what do you want to say? After finishing Britishers or before finishing Britishers? Okay, 2:30 Everyone is agreed? 2:30 for the lunch break. So, everyone is ready for the break at 2:30. Okay, everyone is okay. Chalo, I can see the fire in your eyes, yaar. You people are really, really great. You are sitting so patientfully. You are sitting for such a long period of time, right? Okay, chalo, that's fine. Thank you, everyone. God bless you guys. So keep the fire alive in your eyes. I can see the fire in your eyes. That is a commitment to yourself. Now see here, Britishers. See, so it is a very small part. We will discuss very soon. So see here, English East India Company was formed in 1599. That is the month of the December, right? And received its royal charter in 1600 from Queen Elizabeth first. Elizabeth first. Is that okay? Elizabeth first. But see, see here, when the company was British East India Company was formed, then there was an interest of the government also. There was the interest of the government also, right? I'm going to tell you something here that again requires some explanations. See, when East India Company got the charter, what do you mean by the charter? When East India Company got the charter, East India Company got the charter, got the charter, got the charter from the Queen, Elizabeth, Queen, charter, given the charter, right? Charter, right? In this charter, what was in this charter? What was in this charter? In this charter, monopolistic right, monopolistic right, right of 15 years, for 15 years, for 15 years given to the East India Company, given to the East India Company. Is it okay? What is the meaning of this? Why? The question is that may trap you in your prelims also. Why they were given the monopolistic right? What was the interest? Okay, you can just give a permission that you can go and just trade with India. Why the monopolistic right? Why you just deferred or deter other companies to come to India and for the trade? It was given the monopolistic right. It simply means that it indicates that the British government was also interested, also interested in the trade, right? So now for the promotion of the organized trade, this charter was given. So it indicates that there was an interest of the British government in trade also. There was interest of, there was interest of, there was interest of the British government, British government, there was an interest of the British government in the trade of East India Company, right? And that led to an organized trade. This led to an organized trade. Led to an organized trade. Right? And what is the meaning? Everything would be there. There will be a structure, there will be a support, everything, right? So charter was given by the East India by the Queen Elizabeth I to the East India Company with the monopolistic right for 15 years. For 15 years, right? For 15 years to the East India Company. Is it okay? Is it fine? Now see here. East India was granted the monopolistic right to trade with East India for a limited period, initially for 15 years, restricting the others. Mughal Emperor Jahangir granted permission to set up factories on India's west coast. East India Company obeyed Mughal orders, initially referring from fortification and warfare to avoid suspicion, right? So what are these things, sirs and madams? Again, I'm coming to this. If we compare the Britishers with the Portuguese and the French, right? Britishers. So if we talk about the Britishers, right? They were not believing in aggressive policy, not believing in aggressive policies or persuasions, aggressive policies and persuasions, But it was with the Portuguese. Britishers again believed in, Britishers believed in pardon diplomacy, pardon diplomacy. If they have committed any mistake, jhat say, quickly they will say, oh, it was a bhari mistake, I'm sorry. So realizing their mistakes and accepting that it was my mistake, I'm sorry for this, I'm not going to commit this again. That is called the pardon policy. I'm sorry for this, right? So what we can see, the Britishers came to India in 1600, in the first decade of the 1600, when the Jahangir had given the permission for their settlement in Masulipatnam and then to the Surat, right? Are you getting me? So they got they got their first settlement in India in the first century, the first decade of the 1600, that was 17th century, right? 16th century, but they waited till 150 years to become aggressive, to become the political power, because they were very much moderate in their approach. They were not following or pursuing the aggressive policy like the Portuguese. They're not believing into the, what I say, that is called the policy of interference in the Indian society, right? So they were not believing all these things, right? So they were not believing in the aggressive policy. Rather, they believe in the pardon diplomacy. If they have committed a mistake, deliberately or willingly. Are you getting me? Deliberately or willingly or non-willingly. So they will come to the Mughals. I'm sorry, sir, it was my mistake. Please leave me. They were believing in the policy of wait and watch. So they believed in the policy of wait and watch. So in this context, you can understand these statements, sirs and madams. Mughal Emperor Jahangir granted permission to set up factories on the India's west coast, Masulipatnam and then Surat. East India Company obeyed Mughals' orders initially. Are you getting me? So what is the meaning of these things? Initially, because their approach was not aggressive. They believe in the pardon policy, diplomacy, right? They were believing in the policy of wait and the watch, because at this time, Mughals were very strongly available or present in the North India. They're referring from the fortification and warfare, they avoid suspicions. So they were not believing in the warfare, that is called the aggression, because they believe in gradual process of conquest of India, and they're waiting for the right time, and they waited for more than 1.5 century, somewhere around 1.5 century, that is 150 years, right? So they obeyed Mughal orders initially, referring from fortification and warfare to avoid suspicions, right? Now, expansion in the Mughal relationship. Just try and understand, because these are the areas where you can expect the question in your prelims also. East India Company focused in South India due to the political vacuum. Are you getting me? Because in North India, there was the strong presence of the Mughals. So Mughals were there in North India. Mughals strongly presence of Mughal in North India. This is called your North India. This is called your North. So Mughals were there in the North. And there was the political vacuum. There was what I say, that is called there was political vacuum in the South India. There was political vacuum. Political vacuum in South India. Political vacuum in South India. Right? Political vacuum in South India. So obviously, they will start their expansion in the South India. So East India focused in South India due to the political vacuum. Are you getting my points? Its English established bases at the Bombay. Now again, these are the important facts. How they got the Bombay, how they got the Madras, because there were three important centers of the Britishers in India. One was your Bengal, that is called Calcutta, then is your Bombay, and then was your Madras. So how they have established their control over these areas, Kolkata, then your Bombay, and then your Madras, right? So they established their base in Bombay by getting the Bombay in dowry from the Portuguese in 1669, right? So in 1669, is it okay? Is it fine? So they got Bombay from the Portuguese. Okay, so Bombay Prince Charles obtained from Portuguese as dowry 1669. Madras leased from local rulers 1639, and the Bengal the first factory at Hooghly in 1651, right? In 1698, they obtained zamindari rights over the villages, three villages, Calicut, Govindpur and Sutanati, on which Fort William was built in Calcutta. After Aurangzeb's death, weaker Mughal rulers, the later Mughals, provided openings for East India Company to expand. Is it okay? Is it fine? It's okay. So this is your Bombay. They got from the Portuguese. Then Madras they got in the lease from the local rulers. In Bengal, they also got the zamindari rights of three villages, Calcutta, Govindpur, and the Sudanati, on which the Fort William was built in Calcutta, right? Now, see, with the decline of the Mughals, that is after the Aurangzeb, they become weak. They were not a strong centralized power now. And we studied that, and we know that the Mughal emperors during the later times, especially from the time of Jahandar Shah, they were dependent on what? They are dependent on on their nobility. Jahandar Shah was dependent on Zulfikar Khan. Then Farrukhsiyar was dependent on Sayyid brothers, and Muhammad Shah was dependent on Nizam al-Mulk, etc. Initially with the Sayyid brothers and then the Nizam al-Mulk. So the condition was very weak at this time, right? Are you getting me? So what will happen? So they were weak. Now this was a conducive time for the Britishers to intervene in the Mughal administration and to negotiate with the Mughals, right? With the Mughals. So in 1717, East India Company received a farman, 1717, during the time of the Farrukhsiyar, that is known as the Magna Carta of the company. So now what will happen? In 1717, after the death of the Aurangzeb in 1717, they got the trade privileges and golden farman under the weak ruler of the Farrukhsiyar. Farrukhsiyar was a weak ruler, right? He had granted East India Company a golden farman. Why it is called the golden farman? Why it is called the Magna Carta of East India Company? Because this was a kind of what I say that called the order, royal order, or charter you can say, by which East India Company was exempted from all the previous dues and the customs. Right? They also got the right to issue their own currency. Are you getting me? Across India. So currency is a very important thing because it is in the hands of the sovereign power. It had only the right of the sovereign power to issue the coins. But by this farman, they got the right to issue their own currency with the applicability in the entire India. They also got the duty-free trade, including Bengal, the most profitable province, right? Now, the company also got the right to issue dastak. What is called dastak? Dastak was actually a free trade pass or the trade permit, right? If there was any any East India Company ship or going for the trade, then the authority of the East India Company were issuing dastak, okay, for the officials to conduct duty-free trade. Duty-free trade. If you have the dastak, you're not supposed to pay any taxes or the duty to the Mughal representatives. Later, it was very much misused. This dastak was very much misused. Very much misused. Yes, it was misused. How it was misused? Because this dastak was given only for the trade of the East India Company, not for the private trade of the officials of this East India Company. Now this dastak was misused for the private trade of the officials of the East India Company also. Second, the East India Company officials also issued this dastak to their friendly Indian states for duty-free trade. So that there was an erosion of the revenue generation of the Mughals after this farman. So obviously it would become a bane for the Mughals and especially for the Nawab of the Bengal, because this was very much used in Bengal itself. This farman was used in Bengal, Bihar and Orissa, right? Bengal, Bihar and Orissa. So Nawab of Bengal would be in the conflicting mode with the East India Company just because of the Golden Farman. Are you getting me? So this Golden Farman was given by a weak Mughal ruler whose name was Farrukh Sher. The company issued dastak, trade passes, that you can say dastak, trade passes, license of free trade permit for officials to conduct duty-free trade. Later it was misused and became the basis of conflict between the Nawab of Bengal and the East India Company. Now there are the important settlements of the Britishers in India. You can see here. What are the important settlements? This is the Masulipatam, 1611, Surat, 1613, then Madras, 1639. English East India Company did not establish a factory in Madras in 1613. In fact, on the land leased from the Nayakas of the Vijayanagar Empire. It can establish a factory in the Madras in 1693 on a land leased from the Nayakas of the Vijayanagar Empire. Do you know about the Nayakas? Who were these Nayakas? You must be aware of. When you will be, when you have studied about the Nayakas, medieval history, and within medieval history you have studied about the Vijayanagar Empire, you must have read about the Nayankar system. So in which the Amram was given to the Nayaks, right? So these Nayaks, who were actually the officials of the Vijayanagar Empire, had given the land to the East India Company in 1639 in Madras to establish their factory. Then Hooghly, they also established in 1651. Then Balasore, 1633. Bombay, this was there, 1669, and then Bharuch in the second decade of the 17th century. So these are the important settlements. Now you can locate these sirs and madams on the map. So this is what is your Balasore. This is your Surat. This is your Masulipatam, important one. This is your Pondicherry also, right? This is your Calicut. This is your Mahe, part of. This is your Mumbai, that is called Bombay, right? This is your Kolkata, right? This is your Dhaka and all. So these are the important settlements of the Britishers in India. Is it okay? Now, with the decline of the Mughals, two key regional powers emerged in the South India, right? Now you understood that. Number one, the first thing was, sirs and madam, that Britishers established themselves in the South India first. The reason was the Mughals were strongly available in North India, right? In South India, there was also control of the Mughals, but just because of the distance and the means of the communication, lack of the means of the communication, Britishers or another Europeans also got the opportunity to realize their ambitions in the South India. So this was the situation. But when the Mughal authority declined in the North India, it also impacted their control in the South India. And this weakening control of the Mughals in the South India provided the southerner states to proclaim their independence. And there were the two states that emerged. One was your Hyderabad and the other was the Karnataka. Karnataka was in fact the part of the Hyderabad state itself. Hyderabad itself, right? So now, anyways, with the decline of the Mughals, two key regional powers emerged in the South India. One is your Hyderabad state, which was founded in 1724 by Nizamul Mulk, and there's another one is your Carnatic state. Both states were nominally part of the Mughal Empire because they were the successor states as province under the Nizam, Hyderabad and Nawab of Carnatic respectively, but were increasingly autonomous, right? So they were the successor states. They have not detached the relationship with the Mughals, but they continued their relationship with the Mughals. They used to send them the tributes and the taxes, right? But practically they became independent. They enjoyed their autonomy. They started enjoying their autonomy. So now in the South India, what is the situation of the Indian powers? They're the two, just because of the decline of the Mughals, the two powers emerged, Marathas, next one, Hyderabad, and then is your Carnatic. And the third power would be what? That is called the emergence of the Marathas under the Shivajis. So on the other hand, the Marathas were another powerful independent regional power controlling large territories and often in conflict with the Hyderabad and the Carnatic state. So now you can understand. In the South India, there was a condition was something like this. There was your Hyderabad, this was your Hyderabad, this was your Carnatic. Carnatic is not Karnataka. Carnatic, and then there was your Marathas. So now there were the three powers in the South India, and in this situation there was the presence of your in this situation there was the presence of the Britishers as well. So now you can understand they will conflict with the Hyderabad. They will also interfere in the matter of the Carnatic. They will also interfere with the Marathas. And again, with the decline of the Vizianagaram Empire, one more state will emerge in this region, that is called your Mysore. Mysore is a part of the larger part of the Vizianagaram Empire, right? So Mysore will also emerge later on. So obviously the Britishers will also deal with the Mysore, right? So in the South India, they have to deal with Hyderabad, they have to deal with the Carnatic, they have to deal with the Marathas, and later on they have to also deal with the Mysore. It is okay? Now, is it fine? So does the Indian subcontinent lack political, unity? Regional powers were frequently fighting among themselves, creating opportunity for the Europeans to exploit them. Is it okay? Is it fine? Now, so see, actually it is said that the first factory in the South India is your Masulipatam. If you go by the year by, that is called your 1611 and 1613 the Surat, right? So it is a very debatable issue, right? So initially in Surat they have established their temporary factory. The permanent factory was in Masulipatam itself, and then the Surat it was your permanent settlement in 1613. Sachin, is it okay? Is it fine? Now, so Pavan, Sachin, everyone, their first factory, permanent factory was in Masulipatam. Surat was the temporary factory, and after Masulipatam, the permanent factory was established in the Surat. So you can, if you get the question directly, the first factory that is called the Surat. The first factory in South India, Masulipatam, right? Is it okay? Is it fine? If the question is something like the permanent, then the question would be your Masulipatam. It's okay? It's fine? So their first factory was there, right? So that was your temporary factory, because they got the right to establish their factory in the Surat from the Jahangir itself. It's fine? Now, so does the Indian subcontinent lack political unity and all? So they will interfere into that. So I would say you just go by this. First factory, first British factory, that is your Surat. First factory, first British factory in South India. In South India, this is called your Masulipatam. It's okay. So let's go by this. It's fine. It's okay now. So just go by this only. Now, coming to, with the decline of two important regional powers emerged in South India, one was your Hyderabad and then is your Karnataka states. ये तो हमने discuss कर लिया. Okay, now, foundation significance of the Hyderabad state. Let me discuss about the Hyderabad state. If I talk about the Hyderabad state, it was established in 1724 by Nizamul Mulk Asaf Jah and is also known as Chin Klij Khan, which was a powerful and efficient ruler, right? We know that why and how Nizamul Mulk established the Hyderabad state, because he was appointed as the Wazir by the Muhammad Shah Rangila in the Mughal court. But he was disillusioned by his policies and his behavior and decided to leave the Mughal court and came back to the South India to pursue his own political ambitions. And in this process, he had established the state of the Hyderabad. So in 1724, Nizam al-Mulk Asaf Jah or the Chinchlis Khan had established the Mughal Empire. Okay, the empire. At the time, the Mughal Empire was weakening. Ruler like Muhammad Shah Rangila had weak control with the countries, with the courtiers acting as the kingmakers. So you know this story, how he had. So Nizam al-Mulk established what I say that is called the state of the Hyderabad. Hyderabad's foundation reflected a political fragmentation and decline of the Mughal central authority in the 18th century, right? But what is the thing, sirs and madams? So Nizam al-Mulk, who had established the state of Hyderabad, remained in his office for 24 years, next 24 years. And in 1748, he died. After his death, after the death of the Nizam ul Mulk in 1748, what will happen? There will be an issue of the succession in the Hyderabad state, right? So there was a succession issue, and the succession issue would be between his brother and between his son Nasir Jung and grandson Muzaffar Jung. Are you getting me? So what is the story, sir and madam? The story is here is like this. In 1724, this is the year when the state of Hyderabad established. State of Hyderabad established by Nizam al-Mulk, by Nizam ul Mulk Asaf Jah, right? And what will happen, so sir madams? In 1748, Asaf Jah died, leading to a war of succession between his son Nasir Jung and grandson Muzaffar Jung. Now, this issue, the war of succession or the succession issue provided opportunity to French to interfere in the matter of Indian regional states, Hyderabad, right? Hyderabad. Now, this Muzaffar Jung was supported by French, by French power
And this, where this is your Nasir Jung. He was supported by, Nasir Jung was supported by the Britishers. By the Britishers. Are you getting the things? How the things are getting mobilized? How the things were getting mobilized. Is it okay? So here was Muzaffar Jung, here was your Nasir Jung. It's okay. So Muzaffar Jung was supported by the French, Nasir Jung was supported by the Britishers. So now there was a kind of the mobilization that was taking place in India along the Europeans. So that provided these issues. So it was not just the decline of the Mughals, but the decline of the Mughals and disintegration of the Mughals also gave opportunity to the Europeans to interfere into the internal matters. That's what we can see in the matter of the Hyderabad, right? Is it okay? So here, so Hyderabad foundation reflected, this is the one, thanks as a madam. So Asaf Jah died in 1748, marking the transition point in Hyderabad's history. After his death in 1748, succession dispute rose between his son Nasir Jung and the grandson was Muzaffar Jung, with the French support backing Muzaffar Jung, marking the start of European intervention in the regional politics. Yaad rakhna, these are very much important. Right, sister madams? Yes, Narang. Now, so you have seen this. Now coming to the French policy. What was the French policy? If they were supporting you, what were their policy, right? So we are taking a break right over here, right? So I think many of you are in the hunger. So we will talk from here, Sasa madam, because I have to discuss some of the things here. Because from here I have to discuss French policy. We have to discuss, I have to make a connection with the subsidiary alliance. And here we will also discuss the second administrative policy of the British, that is called your ring fence policy. So what is the ring fence policy that we need to understand? We need to understand the subsidiary alliance. And this subsidiary alliance system was based on, actually it was designed and devised by the Britishers. But for this, the theory was prepared by or given by the French itself. So we need to understand what was the policy of the French over which the Britishers developed their subsidiary alliance. That's why we need to have the French policy involved. If French was supporting the Muzaffar Jung, what was the condition? What was the condition on which they were supporting the Muzaffar Jung? So let me discuss. So French policy involved using a well-trained European army for the native states, supporting one local ruler against the another to create division. So this is the beginning of the divide and rule policy. This is the beginning of divide and rule policy. Divide and rule policy. So are you getting me? So this divide and rule, divide and rule policy, right? It was started by, this divide and rule policy was started by the French. This policy was started by the French. By the French, but perfected by, just mind it, is ज़रूरत है, perfected by the Britishers. Are you getting me? So this is very much important point. So supporting one local ruler against the another to create division. This was the divide and rule policy of the of the French, which would be perfected by the Britishers, intervening in the internal affairs of the local states. Their goals were to secure monetary, commercial and territorial gains. Example, French support to Muzaffar Jung led to monetary payment of 5 lakh rupees each to French troops and the company. Commercial privileges, monetary payments, got the commercial privileges, unrestricted trade in Hyderabad. Territorial concessions, territories near Pondicherry were granted to the French. Gifts and the bribes to the French officials. So this was what is the gain of the French power in India. So what is the French policy? Are you getting the French policy? They were supporting you by their well-trained European armies, right? But it was based on, the support was based on their very designed or deep-rooted policy of divide and rule in India. Divide and rule policy in India, right? So they just wanted to secure their monetary, commercial, and territorial gains, but at the cost of the Indians. Indians could not understand it. When the French supported the Muzaffar Jung, then Muzaffar Jung promised to pay him 5 lakh rupees, some of the territories, commercial privileges, etc., gift and the bribes also. So these all things were at the cost of the Indians. Is it okay? So this was the policy of the French. So this relationship typified the patron-client relationship based on reciprocal benefits and flexible obligations. So this is called the patron-client relationship, where the patron was the French and the client was the Indian state. So patron was the French, the client was the Indian state. So it was the responsibility of the patron to support what? That is called your client. The British observed these developments closely, foreshadowing their own subsidiary alliance policy introduced later. So what I told, this policy was in fact designed by the Britishers. The theory was prepared by the French, not the Britishers, by the French, but it was perfected by the Britishers through the subsidiary alliance. So now I'm going to keep it right over here. We will discuss the subsidiary alliance system. So now I'm going to take a break for 30 to 40 minutes. So now we will assemble here at 3:15. 3:15 would be fine. 3:15 would be fine. I hope 3:15 would be fine. It's okay. टाइमर टाइमर लगाना है, लंच ब्रेक करना है। हाँ, मैराथन करना है। जो टाइमर का है इसमें लगता है ना टाइमर। वो इसके लिए पेपर के लिए कुछ समझ पाए? सर मैं अभी बता रहा हूँ। नहीं गर्म पानी चाहिए। अभी रुकिए। Hi, I hope my voice is clear to all of you. Are you getting my voice? Is it fine? Is it okay? Hi to all. I'm audible. And my voice is clear to all of you. I hope my voice will clear to you. So once again, welcome back. I believe you must have your lunch, and now you will be energetic for the next 2 and 3 hours. Again, 2 3 hours, and after then we will take again a rational break. That may be for your bio breaks and for your snacking and anything, right? So we will take after some time now. So it is already 3:20 or 3:25. So we will somewhere around take the next break around 6 or 6:30, 6:30. Okay. So let's continue now. We have to do a lot more things, right? So before 6:30, we need to actually cover the 3 units. The 4th unit would be covered in the last spell. So let's start now. Okay. So now see what I was talking about here, sirs and madams. So what is here, sirs and madams, just to understand, to make you understand that it was the French, and in the French there was a Duplay. He was a French commander, French, right? French. They have introduced, they pursued the policy of divide and rule policy, and developed the patron-client relationship. Developed patron-client relationship. Patron-client relationship. Client relation. Relation with the Indian states. With the Indian states. Are you getting me? With the Indian states. In this patron-client relationship, I was talking about this relationship. The patron was your French power, and the client was the native state, right? Native states, right? Patron-client relationship. So this relationship was based on helping others, based on helping, based on the principle of helping one state against the other state, other state. So this was when you are helping one state against the other state, it simply means that it had shown the policy of divide and rule. So it was based on the divide and rule policy, right? Divide and rule policy. Is it okay? Divide and rule policy. So now let me tell you, divide and rule policy. Is it okay? Now, so this was the policy which was established. It was a policy that was practiced, started by the French. But later on, this patron-client relationship was perfected by the Britishers when they came up with a policy that is called subsidiary alliance policy, right? So subsidiary alliance policy was something that the institutionalization of the patron-client relationship, which was used by the Britishers, right? So this policy was perfected and institutionalized by this system was perfected. Later on, this was perfected by. Later on, the system was perfected by. Later on, this system was perfected and institutionalized by the Britishers in the form of subsidiary alliance. Right? Alliance. Now, with this understanding, we can understand the next discussion that I will take you through the PPT now. So now, with this understanding, you can understand well Well, the subsidiary alliance policy and the related question that can be asked in your prelims. That can be asked in your prelims. Is it okay? Is it fine? Now see here. So let me talk about this subsidiary alliance system. So see, this subsidiary alliance system was this subsidiary alliance system was this subsidiary alliance system was a British policy for expanding their power in India, introduced by Lord Wellesley, who was the governor in India between 1798 to 1805, right? Under this policy of subsidiary alliance, under this policy, if we talk about what is the policy, it involved. So subsidiary alliance policy involved. There will be a British troop. There will be a British troop. There will be a British troop in the allied state. Troops in the allied states, and this troop would be maintained by the local rulers, by the allied states, right? Because under the subsidiary alliance, there was understanding that Britishers will help you during the time of the crisis when you are at the war with the other state. So we will provide you the military assistance through our military, well-trained military or the army, right? Is it okay? So British troop was stationed in the allied state or the local ruler, and its expenses was met by the local rulers, right? So it was maintained at the cost of or at the expense of the local rulers. So this is the one thing that is called the British troops. Now there will be an appointment of the British resident in the court to supervise your diplomatic affairs, supervising diplomatic affairs. So see, what is this, Sir Madam, British resident? It used to be a British official to guide the foreign relationship, to advise the ruler over the foreign relationship. Foreign relationship means that if a local ruler is developing its relationship, any kind of relationship with the other state, that will be supervised by the British resident itself. So the role of the British resident was to look into the diplomatic affairs of that state. If there if it is the willing of your what I say, that is it's your willing, that is a local ruler, to develop good relation with the A state, so it will be done through only the British resident. If the British resident is not okay with that relationship, then you cannot develop your relationship with the state A. Are you getting my point? So this is was the work of the British resident. In fact, there was a time when British resident were stationed in these local states, and the regional states, and these regional states had matrimonial relations with the other state also. So when they were talking even the personal matters, the resident was in between them, right? Are you getting me? So this British resident was there to supervise his diplomatic relationship. Is it okay? Is it fine? Diplomatic affairs. Now, restricting the local rulers' foreign policy and succession issue under the British control. So now restricted the local rulers' foreign policy and succession issue, if there is any, by the British control. This policy reflected the French earlier approach but was systematized by the British imperial expansion. Are you getting me? So this is something, the pattern kind relationship, which was developed by the French, Is it okay? Now, coming to the other aspect, sirs and madams, just try and understand. This policy was based on divide and rule tactics and aimed to secure monetary, commercial, and territorial gains. Duplay, a French official, is regarded as the ideological precursor or guide and instructor of this policy of subsidiary alliance. Is it okay? So now you can get a question on this understanding as well. Subsidiary alliance was institutionalized by the Britishers, but it got inspiration from the French, because the French were the instructors, they were the guide to come up with this subsidiary alliance policy. It's fine. Is it okay? Now, so we're done with this. Now coming to ring fence policy. What is called ring fence policy? So what was this ring fence policy? Let me discuss about that. So, madams, just a second. So got me. So this was what is your subsidiary alliance policy. Is it fine? So we were talking about the subsidiary alliance, right? But before subsidiary alliance, right? Subsidiary alliance. There was another policy that is called ring fence policy. Is it fine? So, madams. So now, so what I was talking about, this is called your subsidiary alliance policy. Subsidiary alliance policy, right? Now, the first state that entered into their subsidiary alliance was your Hyderabad. Now, there is a mnemonics. You must have heard about HMT watches. Have you heard about this HMT watches? The HMT is your Hyderabad. That was the first state to enter into the subsidiary alliance. Hyderabad. Hyderabad was the first state. Then is your Mysore. Mysore. And the third one was your Travancore. 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 Travancore, right? So these are the states. The first, this is the second, and this is the third state to sign the subsidiary alliance. This is called subsidiary alliance policy. HMT. They are the initial states. So HMT is your Hyderabad, Mysore, and then your Travancore. So they were the initial states to sign the sign the subsidiary alliance. Travancore. That is your Tanjore. Let me write this. This is your Tanjore. Tanjore, then is Awadh, etc. Awadh, etc. Right? Is it okay? So these are subsidiary alliance system. Right? Now coming to the ring fence policy. So see, what was the ring fence policy? Ring fence policy. This policy, ring fence policy, was ring fence policy. Ring fence policy was developed before subsidiary alliance. Subsidiary alliance developed before subsidiary alliance. Subsidiary alliance, right? So, madam, the objective was to protect. Objective was to protect the British territory. To protect the British state or British territory, or simply you can say state, territory or state, right? For example, if I talk about the Bengal, so Bengal, here is your Bengal. So, madam, this is your Bengal, right? In Bengal, the two important battles were fought. One is called Battle of Palasi, another one is your Battle of Buxar. That was in 1764. Battle of Buxar was fought. Battle of Buxar was fought. Are you getting me? Buxar was fought. Battle of Buxar was fought, in which East India Company had defeated three powers, right? One was your Awadh. Then was your Mughal, Shah Alam II, and then the Nawab of Bengal, Mir Qasim. Mir Qasim, right? This was your Mir Qasim. Is it okay? So this was your Awadh. This was your Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II, and then is your Nawab of Awadh, that is called Mir Qasim. Is it okay? Is it fine? Now, so see here. So when the Bengal was was created, when Bengal came into existence, it became a British territory, British state, indirect British state, right? So this was a time when there were the threat of there was a threat of Afghans, on the Marathas. Marathas were growing in their power, right? Marathas were growing in their power. So Marathas were expanding in North India. They were also in the Northwest India, right? At the same time, there was a threat of the Afghans. Afghan means that is called your Ahmad Shah Abdali, threat of the Ahmad Shah Abdali from the Punjab, right? Are you getting me? So there was a threat. Is it okay? Again, there was a threat from Afghans, right? So this was here the threat of what I say, that is your, so madam, this is called your Maratha threat, and there was the Afghan threat. This is Maratha threat, right? In between there was a buffer state. In between there was a buffer state. So madam, there was a buffer state. Right? Buffer state. And this state was Awadh. A-W-A-D-H. So this state was a buffer state. It was like a buffer state. To protect Bengal, from the potential threat of Marathas and Afghans. Is it okay? Maratha and Afghans. Is it fine? So there was a threat. Sirs and madams, right? So there was a threat, so that the Bengal could be protected, could remain protected. So this is what are called this concept of buffer state, development of the buffer state to protect the British territory was known as the ring fence policy. So it was very much relevant before the implementation of the subsidiary alliance, right? So before the subsidiary alliance, this ring fence policy was meant to protect the newly conquered British territories like Bengal, using the Awadh as a buffer state, protecting itself from the possible invasion of the Afghan and the Marathas. Is it okay? Is it fine? So this is what is the policy of ring fence. So now here I am talking about this ring fence policy, right? So madam, so see, ring fence policy was a defensive strategy of this India Company to protect its territories by maintaining buffer states around them before the adoption of the subsidiary lines. Company wanted security without spending too much on military expansion. So ring fence policy, that is from 1765 till 1813, that was in the existence, was introduced by Warren Hastings without any expenses. Is it okay? Is it fine? So it was aimed to protect the company's territory by defending the borders of the neighboring state and creating the buffer zones. For example, Awadh acted as a buffer state between the British Bengal and the Afghan and Marathas, or threat from the northwest India. Is it fine? So this is what is the policy of your ring fence. Is it okay? Ring fence policy. Now, so we have seen that how the Britishers emerged into the power. Gradually, they also introduced some of their policy to conquest India. One such policy was your ring fence policy, that was defensive policy to protect the British territory. Later on, they develop the subsidiary alliance. And there is one more policy that is yet to be developed, that is called your doctrine of lapse, that I will discuss later on. Doctrine of the lapse. There is three policy: ring fence policy, subsidiary alliance policy, and then there is a doctrine of lapse policy that I will discuss during your revolt of 1857 maybe, right? Or before that, right? So now it's the time to talk about two more state, that is called Mysore and Hyderabad. How the Mysore emerged. We talked about the emergence of Hyderabad. We talked about the emergence of the Carnatic. We talked about the emergence of the French and the Bengal and the Britishers and their conflict in the form of the Carnatic War. Now it's time to understand how the state of the Mysore emerged, how the Hyder Ali rose into the power in the Mysore state, and then about the Tipu Sultan, and then their relationship with the Britishers. And similarly, we need to understand the rise of Marathas in the western part of the Deccan, right? See, so when we talk about the Mysore state of the Mysore, it was a breakaway part of the Vijayanagar Empire. Vijayanagar Empire, which was established in 1336, that started crumbling or declining between 1565 to 1647, right? And just because of that, many states were, fragmented states were emerged, like the Mysore. So what I want to say here, Sir Madam, if I talk about the Mysore, state of the Mysore, so it was the Vijayanagar Empire, Vijayanagar Empire, Empire. So Vijayanagar Empire was established in 1336. Vijayanagar Empire established in 1336. 1336. Are you getting me? So this was the year when Vijayanagar Empire established. Vijayanagar Empire was established. Is it okay? Vijayanagar Empire was established. Vijayanagar state was established, right? Gradually it rose into eminence. Is it fine? It's okay. Now, this was the time period from 1560 to 1565 to 1647. 1565 to still 1647. 1647. Is it okay? This was the period of declining period. This was the period of decline and disintegration of Vijayanagar Empire. Vijayanagar Empire. Is it okay? Empire, right? So when it was disintegrating, when there was a disintegration going on, several smaller states, various smaller states, many smaller states emerged. One such state was Mysore. One such state was your Mysore. Is it okay? One such state was Mysore under Vodiyar dynasty. Is it okay? So under this Vodiyar dynasty, Mysore emerged in the Vodiyar dynasty. Under Vodiyar dynasty. Is it okay? Dynasty. So this is how the state of Mysore came into the existence. Is it okay? So Vijayanagar Empire. So this is 1336, 1565 and 1647. So this was the time period of the decline and disintegration of the Vijayanagar Empire. It's okay. Now coming back to your slide. Now see here what I was talking about. So Vijayanagar Empire established in 1336, declined between 1565 to 1647, leading to fragmentation and rise of regional states such as Mysore. Is it okay? Mysore. It's fine. Mysore became independent state under the Hindu Vodiyar dynasty that we also discussed. Hindu Vodiyar dynasty. Now, it was ruled by the Vodiyar dynasty king, and there was a king whose name was Chikka Krishna Raja. There was a ruler whose name was Chikka Krishna Raja. But at this time, he was only the desuere. He was just the figurehead, Chikka Krishna Raja. Actually, the power was in his ministers, who were Devaraja and Nandaraja. The powerful ministers had accumulated the power of the Mysore in their hands. This was Devaraja and the Nandaraja, right? And the Nandaraja. So now, we have seen Chikka Krishna Raja was there, And then there was a minister, Devaraja, and the Nanda Raja. Nanda Raja. Is it okay? So Nanda Raja was there. They control the power. Control the power. So are you getting my points? So Chikka Krishna Raja was there. Chikka Krishna Raja was there. So Vodaya dynasty was ruling here. Vodaya dynasty was ruling here, right? And there was the ruler. There was the ruler. There was a ruler whose name was Chikka Krishna Raja. Chikka Krishna Raja. Right? And there were the two ministers, Devaraja and Nanda Raja, right? They were the ministers in the Mysore state. They were the ministers, right? And he was the ruler. So what was the situation, sir, here, sir, ma'am? He was the de jure ruler. De jure ruler, right? And they were the de facto rulers. De jure, and this was called de facto. So the Raja was just the figurehead, right? Now, in between this one, sir, madam, there was a person whose name was Hyder Ali, joined the services of Mysore. From a very humble, joined the Mysore state with a very humble beginning. Right? Humble beginning. Gradually, he rose into the power. Gradually, he rose into the power. Right? Into the power, and replaced the Devaraja, and Nanda Raja, and concentrated power in his hand, powers in his hands. He also sidelined the Chikka Krishna Raja, the ruler Chikka Krishna Raja. Is it okay? Chikka Krishna Raja. So this is the story, how the Hyder Ali came to the state of the Mysore, how this Mysore state came into the power, came into the existence after the decline of the Vijayanagara Empire. And there was a rule of the Hindu dynasty, that is called the Vodaya dynasty. Chikka Krishna Raja was the ruler at that time, but the de facto power was in the hands of his ministers, Devaraja and the Nanda Raja. At the same time, there was a parallel development that we can understand here. There was a person who started as very humble beginning in the service of the Mysore. He was Hyder Ali. But just because of his capability and ability, he rose into the power and eminence and replaced the Devaraja and the Nanda Raja and accumulated the power in his hand. So this is how Hyder Ali came into the power of Mysore. He had also sidelined the real ruler, de facto ruler, whose name was Chikka Krishna Raja. Is it okay? He had also replaced him. It's fine. It's okay, sirs and madams? Ciao. Now, so let me discuss about this, sirs and madam. So where is the state of the Mysore? Now you can see here, this is your Mysore estate. This green part, this is your Mysore estate. This entire part is the Mysore estate. Now, also try to understand the position of the Hyderabad. This is the Hyderabad. This is the Maratha territory. This is the Hyderabad. This is the Maratha territory, right? And these are the smaller states where the French and the Britishers were stationed their army. So this was the reason also. This was the Madras. This is your Madras. This is your Madras. This is your Pondicherry. So these are the area where the Europeans are available. These are the areas where Europeans are available. Britishers and French powers. This is the reason, right? Here they are available. Now, when the Mysore would be rising, Hyderabad would be in the problem, because he will thought that the Hyderabad thought that the emergence of the Mysore will be at the cost of the Hyderabad. Now, this is the Marathas. Marathas were frequently making raids in the state of the Mysore and demanding for the Chauth. Is it okay? So Chauth. So now the rise of the Mysore was not an easy cake. It was not an easy task to be done. To maintain the Mysore state, it was very challenging. And just to meet these challenges, the state of the Mysore had to struggle with the Marathas under the Peshwas, and also with the Nizam of the Hyderabad. At the same time, simultaneously, he also had to meet with the emerging European powers. With some, he will develop the friendly relations, like with the French, and with the Britishers, he will pursue the policy of antagonism with the support of their French friend. Okay, it's fine. Now coming to the Hyder Ali's awareness. So this is your Nanja Raza, and that is called Nanda Raza. Both Nanja Raza is appropriate name. Nanja Raza. That you are correct. Nanja Raza, right? Nanja Raza. So this is your Nanja Raza. Nanja Raza, right? Sure. Now coming to the Hyder Ali. Hyder Ali's awareness and diplomacy. Just let me discuss about the Hyder Ali's. Hyder Ali's awareness and diplomacy. See, when I'm talking about when Hyder Ali came into the power, he had recognized the real character of the East India Company. He understood that it was more than a trading company. It had not only the commercial interest in India, rather it has political ambitions as well, right? So when he recognized the character of the East India Company as with the political ambitions, so obviously he will be very much careful, right? Will be careful from the side of the Britishers, right? So he recognized East India Company's character as more than a company, trading company with political ambitions. He attempted to build anti-British alliance and allied with the French East India's rivalry. To modernize his army with the European training and weapons, establish an arsenal at Dindigul, strengthening Mysore's military. So you know that the Britishers and the French, they were at the loggerheads. They were conflicting with each other, not only in India but across the globe. So when Hyder Ali had recognized the real character or the face of the Britishers, obviously he had to develop good relationship with the enemy of the Britishers, and that was the French. With the support of the French, he had established arsenals at Dindigul. He had also modernized his army along the European lines, right? Now, Hyder Ali's rule was marked by constant challenges from both Indian powers, side of the Indian powers, and the European colonial rivalry. You can understand what were the challenges with the Hyder Ali. Number one, it was the Nizam of the Hyderabad, and then second, it was the Marathas. They were constantly making raids into the Mysore state. Mysore state. So there was a continuous Maratha raids into the Mysore territories. Heavy tribute Chauth was demanded earlier. Hyder refused, leading to the conflicts. Maratha allied times with the Nizams and the British against the Mysore. So this is the one thing. So when the Hyderabadi would like to address the issue of or the challenges of the Marathas, he will try to counter the Marathas. Obviously, Marathas will develop relationship with the Nizam of the Hyderabad and the Britishers as well, right? Nizam of Hyderabad saw Hyder's rise a direct challenge to the Deccan balance. He had often shifted alliances, sometimes with the British, sometimes with the Marathas. So everybody was very suspicious with the rise of the Mysore, be it your Hyderabad, be it your Marathas, be it the European powers like the your Britishers, right? Now coming to the, let me talk about his son. That is, his son was Tipu Sultan. Tipu Sultan, right? See, actually, we will discuss the Anglo-Mysore Wars. We will discuss the Anglo-Mysore Wars, right? So, madams, we will discuss the Anglo-Mysore War. There are the four set of the Anglo-Mysore War. During the second Anglo-Mysore War, when the war was going on, Hyder Ali died. Hyder Ali died, but Hyder Ali did not die in the battlefield. He was not died in the battlefield. Rather, he was, just because of some kind of the problem, he had some kind of the disease. That's why he died. He was not died in the battlefield. Please remember it, right? So during the time of the Second World War, Second Anglo-Mysore War, he just died. Is it okay? Is it fine? Now, what will be the case now? After his death, Tipu Sultan, his son, will become the Sultan, and he actually became the Sultan. Sultan means that called the ruler. But Hyder Ali never became the Sultan. He maintained what that is called the ruler of Vodaya dynasty, but accumulated all the powers in his hand and sidelined the Chikka Krishna Raja. But when the Tipu Sultan came, he proclaimed himself that I'm the Sultan, I'm the ruler, right? Hyder Ali never proclaimed that I'm the ruler. Hyder Ali had never taken the title of the Sultan, but Tipu had taken the title of the Sultan to proclaim that I'm a sovereign ruler in the Mysore, right? Now, second thing, so like his father, Hyder Ali, he also recognized the real face of the Britishers. So obviously, he will develop good relationship with the French. So in this context, we could understand his progressive leadership and anti-colonial resistance. Tipu became the Sultan of Mysore in 1802, immediately after Hyder Ali's death during the Second Anglo-Mysore War that I discussed with you. Now coming to, Tipu was highly progressive and well informed about the global events. It was a time period when there was the French Revolution was going on. 1789 was the year when the French Revolution was there. So he was inspired by the French Revolution, and he embraced the ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity. And he had expressed his belief in the French Revolution. He had also symbolically planted the tree of liberty in his capital Srirangapatnam, and was also a member of a radical revolutionary movement that is called Jacobin Club, representing his radical republicanism. Are you getting me? So what he did, he planted a tree of liberty in Srirangapatnam, and became a member of the Jacobin Club, radical republicanism. Tipu also emphasized the need of the military power, that is a reformation in the military, and economic prosperity, focusing on trade, agriculture, and irrigation to strengthen the Mysore. Continued his father's policies of French alliance and modernized army, promoted religious tolerance, and even donated Hindu temples, continuing colonial depictions of him as a religious fanatic. Right? Rising Mysore was a challenge to the British now, and therefore Anglo-Mysore War was inevitable. Now you can understand, when the Tipu Sultan was growing, he was planning to reform his army, to make his army formidable. And when he was talking about the economic prosperity, and this was the background in which the Mysore state was rising. So rising Mysore state was a direct threat to the political ambitions of the Britishers in the South India, and therefore Anglo-Mysore War became an inevitable event. Right? So there are the four series of the Anglo-Mysore War or conflict that continued for approximately 30 years, approximately 32 years. It was a prolonged war that indicated Mysore was a powerful state that effectively resisted the British East India Company, right? So this war, Anglo-Mysore War, went for 32 years. 32 years. Now, let me talk about the different Anglo-Mysore War. So this is the first Anglo-Mysore War. That the time period is 1767 to 1679. At this time, governor was Lord Wellesley of Bengal. Lord Wellesley was this. This treaty was first Anglo-Mysore War was concluded by the Treaty of Madras. Right? Treaty of Madras. It is said that it was a humiliating agreement by the Britishers. And Britishers had to accept, had to recognize, had to acknowledge Hyder Ali as a major power in the South India, right? So in First Anglo-Mysore War, the the balance was in the favor of Hyder Ali, in the favor of the Mysore. Now during this, by this Treaty of Madras, Britishers also promised to support Mysore or the Hyder Ali in case of any outsider attack or invasion, right? So this was the understanding. So with the Treaty of the Madras 1769, the First Anglo-Mysore War came to the conclusion. Now almost for we can say 10 years, 10, 11 years, there was a kind of balance in the southern states. Second Anglo-Maratha War took place between 1780 to 1784, and it was a time of the Lord Warren Hastings. Actually, what happened? Marathas attacked on. Marathas were actually looking for the taxes, the duties, the charts. So they were making raids. So Mysore was retaliating. So there was an attack by the Marathas over the state of the Mysore, right? Now, when the Marathas attacked on the Mysore, Britishers did not assist the Hyder Ali. And it was a sheer violation or the direct violation of the Treaty of the Madras, in which both the party had promised each other that in case of any kind of the outsider war, we will help each other. So with the attack of the Marathas and the non-reaction of the Britishers led to the violation of the terms of the Treaty of Madras. Is it okay? It's okay. So Second Anglo-Mysore War, that was between 1780 to 84, Governor Lord Warren Hastings. Started after British failed to assist the Hyder Ali when Marathas attacked Mysore, violating the Treaty of Madras. During the war, Hyder Ali died of illness, disease in 1782, not on the battlefield. His son Tipu Sultan continued the fight with the vigor. Neither side achieved a decisive victory, leading to the Treaty of Mangalore, 1784. Right. So now you understood that why the Second Anglo-Maratha War, Anglo-Mysore War started, because there was a violation of the Treaty of Madras with the invasion of or the attack of the Marathas and the non-reaction of the Britishers, right? But unfortunately, during this war period, Hyder Ali died in 1782 just because of a disease or a illness. He was not died in the battlefield, right? He was not died in the battlefield. Second important thing. Finally this battle was concluded by the Treaty of the Mangalore in 1784, right? But in this war, neither Britishers nor the state of the Mysore or Tipu Sultan had claimed their victory. So it was a kind of, you can say, inconclusive war. It was not a decisive war. So war came to an end in 1784. Is it okay? So now this was the Treaty of Mangalore that concluded the Second Anglo-Mysore War. Is it okay? Now, Third Anglo-Mysore War. If I talk about the Third Anglo-Mysore Wars, 1790 to 94. At this time, governor was Lord Cornwallis. Actually, this is why the Third Anglo-Mysore Wars took place. Actually, Tipu Sultan was growing its assertiveness against the Britishers. So he was showing his assertiveness in the southern politics, right? And he was also trying to check the expansion of the Britishers and its influence in the southern India through developing alliance with the French power, right? Is it okay? So it is the fine. So growing ambition of the Tipu Sultan and his initiatives to restrain the Britishers led to the Third Anglo-Mysore War. During this war, Britishers played very diplomatic strokes and developed a coalition with the Nizam of Hyderabad, Nizam of Hyderabad, and he also developed good relationship with the Marathas. British formed a large coalition with the Marathas and the Nizam of Hyderabad, right? Hyderabad. Now, the Mysore was all alone. It was isolated in the politics of the South India. The war ended with the Treaty of Srirangpatnam, 1792, because in this war, the balance was in favor of the Britishers and its alliance. Britishers had developed an alliance with the Marathas and the Mysore, with the Hyderabad. And finally, the war ended with the Treaty of the Srirangpatnam, 1792. In this war, this third Anglo-Mysore war, Tipu Sultan lost the war, and he was forced to cede half of its territories to the Britishers, and also had to pay huge war indemnity, and also he had to keep two of his sons as hostages with the Britishers. So this was the the content of, or the conditions of the Treaty of Srirangpatnam was forced. Tipu was forced to cede half of his territories, Britishers to the Britishers, It's okay. It's the Britishers. Their allies pay a huge war indemnity and give his two sons as hostages to the Britishers. So this was the condition of Srirangpatnam, right? Now coming to the fourth Anglo-Mysore wars. Okay, this war was fought in 1799. The governor was Lord Wellesley. It was a time when Tipu Sultan was still looking for the foreign assistance against the Britishers. Right? It was also observed by the Britishers. So Britishers again took the support of the Marathas and the Nizam against towards the and marched towards the Mysore. Tipu resisted heroically in his capital, but was finally killed defending the gates of Srirangpatnam in 1799. He died on the gates of the Srirangpatnam itself, right? So his death marked the end of the Mysore independence ruler. The British dismantled his administration and placed the Vodya dynasty back to the throne as a subsidiary state. So now Mysore was the second state to sign subsidiary alliance, HMT. You must have heard about the HMT watches. Hindustan, Mysore, and then Travancore. That's called Tanjore, in fact, right? Is it okay? Tanjore. So Vodya dynasty. So Mysore became a British-controlled princely states after this fourth Anglo-Mysore war. So Vodya dynasty was now restored. The most important challenge to the decaying Mughal came from the Marathas, who were the most powerful regional states. In fact, they alone possessed the strength to fill the political vacuum created by disintegration of the Mughal Empire. However, the Maratha Sardars lacked unity and program necessary for founding an all India power. So now there is two more power we need to discuss. One is your Marathas and then is your Sikh, right? So we need to understand these regional states. Are you getting me? So this is the largest unit of the modern Indian history. So we will talk about the Maratha Sardars, right, sirs and madams? See, Maratha was a rebellious state. That was a new state. It has no royal ancestry, the emergence of the Marathas, right? The Maratha state, how the Maratha state, in fact, led to the development. So let me discuss about the Marathas. See here. Emergence of the Marathas. In Western Deccan. Right, so madams? In Western Deccans. Is it okay? Is it fine? So this is what is the state of the Marathas. This is your state of the Maratha. It was the Marathas emerged as a new state. As a new state. Are you getting the meaning of this new state? It was the rebellious state, right? As a new state. Is it fine? New state. So it means that it had no royal ancestry. No, without royal ancestry. That is called without royal ancestry. Ancestry. Right, sirs and madams? Shivaji had laid the foundation of the Maratha Empire. Shivaji Maharaj had led the had led the foundation of Maratha Empire in 1674. In 1674, when he had 1674, right? 1674. Is it fine? 1674. Now, what will happen? In 1780, Shivaji died. Shivaji died. So, sorry, see here. Maratha state was formed in 1674. 1674, Maratha state was formed. 1680, Shivaji died. Maratha state was formed. Shivaji died, and his son Sambhaji became the next ruler. Right? Next ruler. But you understand this, you know it well, that this Sambhaji was in conflict with the Aurangzeb. Sambhaji was in conflict, right? In the Sambhaji became the next ruler, and Sambhaji was in conflict with the Aurangzeb. Conflicted with Aurangzeb. Why? Question is why? आपको ये पता है? You know this why? ठीक है, with Aurangzeb. Why? Because Aurangzeb wanted him to become a Muslim. Aurangzeb wanted him to become a Muslim, but he denied. And brutally killed. Right? Killed. Now what will happen? Killed. Now the son and the wife of Sambhaji was also in the Mughal imprisonment. The next story goes, so Sambhaji was killed. And after this, son and the wife and the wife of Sambhaji wife of Sambhaji, son Sahu and wife of Sambhaji were imprisoned, right? So when the Sahu and his mother were imprisoned, in the imprisonment, right? Then what will happen? Then his uncle Rajaram, I mean the brother of Sambhaji, will take over the Maratha Empire. Is it okay, sirs and madams? So he will take over the Maratha Empire, right? (1689). Sambhaji was died. killed, Sambhaji killed, and Rajaram became the Maratha ruler. Right? Now there is another date that is called 1700. 1700. In 1700, if I talk about this 1700, Rajaram died. Rajaram also died. And his posthumous son and his posthumous son Shivaji II, his son Shivaji II became the ruler under the regency of his mother Tarabai. Is it okay? So this is the year 1674, 1680. Shivaji died 1689, 1700. When Rajaram also died and his son Shivaji, posthumous son of Shivaji, became the ruler under the regency of his mother Tarabai. Now the story goes like this, sirs and madams. Now, again here, again. Now, sirs and madams. It's okay. So now, what will happen, sirs and madams? So 1700 done. Now time is to talk about the 1707. When Sahu was released. From the Mughal court. Was released. Is it okay? So this is the development. Are you getting me? So Sahu was released, sirs and madams. Now what will happen? With the release of the Sahu, there was a succession issue again now between the Shivaji II and the Sahu, right? So after the release, what will happen? After the release, sir, Salman, after the release, there will be a conflict. Release of Sahu, the succession issue emerged between Sahu and Shivaji II, you can say, or his aunt Tarabai, right? Initially, the position of the Sahu was weak. Initially, his position was weak. Initially, his position was weak. But he got the support of a strong man. An able Maratha leader, weak. But soon he got the support of a strong Maratha leader, Balaji Vishwanath, and became Balaji Vishwanath. With his support Sahu became the Chhatrapati, became the ruler, and mid Balaji Vishwanath as the Peshwa, of Marathas. That is called Chief Minister, you can say, Peshwa. So Balaji became the Peshwa. Balaji Vishwanath became the Peshwa. Now what will happen, Sir Madams? Actually, when he will become the Peshwa, gradually he will concentrate power in his hand. And Sahu will be just the figurehead. So actually the power will be in the hands of the Peshwa, and with this, this is called the reign of or era of the Peshwa in the Maratha history. Is it okay? Is it fine? Till here things are okay? Is it fine, Sir Mams? So now what will happen? So Peshwa, this is the reign of the Peshwa. So now I'm taking you to the PPT. Maratha rule formally began in 1674. With the coronation of Shivaji as Chhatrapati. Shivaji's death, his son Sambhaji became the Maratha Chhatrapati. But Sambhaji was captured with his wife and son Sahu by Aurangzeb. Sambhaji was captured, arrested, right, and forced to adopt Islam, but he refused and was brutally killed. Sambhaji's death, his younger brother Rajaram took the throne from 1689 to 1700. Rajaram died in 1700. Then the leadership passed to his wife Tarabai, who acted as the regent of their minor son Shivaji II. Tarabai controlled the state machinery and supported Shivaji's claim. Now the Tarabai controlled state machinery and supported Shivaji's claim. That's done. Aurangzeb's death in 1787. Shahu was released by the Mughal and returned to claim the throne. Now the succession dispute started, right? Succession dispute emerged between the Sahu and the Shivaji II, supported by Taraji. Sahu's position was initially weaker, but gained support from an influential Maratha chief Balaji Vishwanath, who helped Sahu become Chhatrapati. Rise of Peshwa. The early 18th century marks a decisive phase in the Maratha history, often called the age of the Peshwa. So, the Peshwa. This phase begins when the Sahu, the rightful Maratha ruler released by the Mughals, appointed Balaji Vishwanath as the Peshwa in 1730. So, 1730, right, Sir Madam? So, now here in this timeline, you can also write in 1713. After this, you can write 1713. 1713. Balaji Vishwanath became the Peshwa. Balaji Vishwanath became the Peshwa. And this was the beginning of the Peshwa's reign in the Maratha history. Right, Sister Madam? So this is done. This period marks the start of the age of Peshwa dominion, where Peshwa became the more powerful than the nominal Maratha rulers. Now, so let me discuss about the Balaji Vishwanath. Hi everyone, everything is clear till here? Till here things are okay? Till here things are okay? Hi to all, can you please respond me? Can you please respond me? Okay. So now, Peshwa. Now coming to the Balaji Vishwanath. Balaji Vishwanath, known as the second founder of the Maratha Empire due to his administrative and military achievements. Right? The first one is Shivaji, and second founder is considered as the Balaji Vishwanath. Now what he will do? He will develop good relationship with the Mughals, Mughal court factions, Sayyid brothers. He came in good relationship with the Sayyid brothers. So developed good relations with Sayyid brothers of the Mughal court. Mughal emperor, just because of the influence of the Sayyid brothers, Farrukhsir issued in 1719 the Farman, also called the Magna Carta of the Marathas. of the Marathas, granting Marathas rights to collect revenue, Chauth and Sardeshmukhi from the Deccan territories in return of annual tribute and military support. Now their position was validated in Deccan. So what is important here? Just try and understand. In 1719, when Portuguese had given a farman to the Marathas to collect the Chauth and the Sardeshmukhi in the Deccan region in return of annual tribute and the military promise of the military support in time of the need. So now it is the 1719 by the Farrukhsir, Mughal accepted or validated the demand of the Chauth and the Sardeshmukhi of the Marathas in the Deccan state. You know, Marathas had no royal ancestry. So now by 1719, it was a recognition by the Mughals to the Marathas. They validated their position in the Deccan. In Deccan. Is it okay? So that can make a question for your prelims as well. So granting Maratha. So that is very much important. Position was validated. Their position was validated in Deccan by the Mughals. Marathas had got these rights of the revenue collection from the Mughals, but gradually Maratha chiefs established themselves as the hereditary chiefs of this entire region. Right? Are you getting me? So now this is the process. 1719, they were given the right to collect Chauth and their revenue. Now what will happen with the collection? During the collection, now this job will not done by one Maratha chief. So now the job was distributed among the different Maratha chiefs. Right? Are you getting me? So now these Maratha chiefs will claim or establish their hereditary rights over their region for the Sardeshmukhi and the Chauth. Is it okay? Is it fine? So now what will happen? The Maratha chiefs established themselves hereditary chief of these entire region. It's okay? Is it fine? 1713, 1719, and this is how the Maratha Confederacy will develop. Maratha chiefs declared these revenue rights hereditary, treating these areas as their Jagirs or estate. As a state, Maratha territory expanded. And with this expansion of the Maratha territory, there was a challenge of administration. So now Marathas developed the Maratha Confederacy system, which was a loose confederation where the territories were divided among the powerful Maratha chiefs. Is it okay? Just because of this Chauth and the Sardeshmukhi. Now the important or the powerful Maratha chiefs were Bhosle, they were in the Nagpur region. There are Holkars, they were in the Indore region. Gaikwad in the Baroda region. Sindhya in the Gwalior region. And the Peshwa with his seats in the Pune, right? So now you can get a question also. These are the Nagpur, Indore, Baroda, and then your Gwalior, right? Gwalior. On the right side, you may get the Maratha chiefs like Bhosle, Holkar, Gaikwad, Sindhya, and then you will have to mix and the match. So that is again very much important. Bhosle in Nagpur, Holkar in Indore, Gaikwad in Baroda, Sindhyas in the Gwalior, and the chief and the seat of the Chhatrapati was still in the Pune. Is that fine? So that is again important for your prelims. Important. That is very, very, very important for your prelims, right? Peshwa remained at the Pune only. Now, coming to the next Peshwa, after Balaji Vishwanath, the next Peshwa was Peshwa Bazirao, that you must be knowing. Peshwa Bazirao, 1720 to 1740. Bazirao first is remembered as the greatest military general of the Marathas. For their northward expansion and the builder of the Peshwa Empire, Bazirao remained loyal to the south throughout, but Peshwa's power base at Pune grew stronger than the Chhatrapati, right? So his position was now very much strong. He died in 1740 and defeat and death left a vacuum. However, his campaigns laid the foundation of the Maratha empires at the peak under successions like Balaji Bazirao and Madhav Rao. Balaji Bazirao and then Madhav Rao. Now see, Balaji Bazirao, the third Peshwa, was capable military leader, expanded the Maratha territories, important events during his tenure, right? That is very much important. Now, when the Balaji Bazirao was there, Balaji Bazirao was there in 1716. There was a very important agreement that was done in the 1750 that is called Sangola Agreement. Sangola Agreement, right? By this agreement, the Maratha ruler, Maratha Chhatrapati, had surrendered all of his powers in favor of the Peshwa. in Peshwa. So it was a decline, complete decline of the Chhatrapati, the complete decline of the legal ruler of the Marathas. Now the power was transferred, all the power was transferred into the office of the Peshwa, making the Peshwa de facto as well as the de jure ruler of the Marathas. So Sangola agreement is very much important. Sangola 1750. So Sangola agreement surrender all powers to the Peshwa, right? Now during his reign, Balaji Baziraw's reign itself, the third battle of Panipat took place. You know this. Fought against the Afghan invader Ahmad Shah Abdali. Abdali invaded India multiple times, primarily for plunder. Marathas controlled vast territories and frequent raided northern and southern India, treating enemies India. Abdali allied with the local rulers of Awadh, Sujaudollah and Rohilkhand Najibuddollah, who was hostile to the Marathas. Marathas were defeated. Maratha commanders killed. This defeat exposed Maratha weaknesses. Crucially, this battle did not decide who would rule India, but establish who would not. Right? Is it okay? So we discuss 1761. In fact, with the decline of the Mughals, the power was only with the Marathas to fill the political vacuum created by the decline of the Mughals. And they were growing in the power. Marathas had in fact expanded their territory in the North India, in the Eastern India, in the Southern India, and also in the Northwest India. But there are certain inherent weaknesses in the Marathas, among the Marathas. Marathas were not united at that time. You have seen that Marathas were divided into different pockets in the different headship, right? So there was a gap of coordination. They were lacking a common vision. They were lacking well coordination. They were lacking a common, what I say, that is called the leadership, right? So there are certain internal weaknesses. Just because of that, in 1761, when the Marathas had attacked on the Punjab and replaced one of the governor of the Ahmad Shah Durrani, that infuriated him. And then Ahmad Shah Durrani had decided to teach a lesson to the Marathas with the support of Sujaudollah, who was the ruler of the Awadh, and Najibuddollah, who was the ruler of the Rohilkhand, to the Marathas, right? And Awadh and Rohilkhand were disappointed just because of the Maratha expansion in their territory region. So in fact, Maratha was a direct threat to these states. So they decided to help Ahmad Shah against the Marathas. And this is how in 1761, when the third battle of the Panipat took place in this battle, Marathas were decisively defeated. That exposed their weaknesses, and it had decided that who will not rule in India. Who will rule in India? That was not decided with the battle of Marathas. Actually, from the side of the Indians, there was a Maratha who could become the next all India power. But with its defeat, now the chances of the Marathas now declined. The other one was the Britishers. They have the potential to become the next ruler. So now it was decided that who will not rule. Who will rule? It was not decided. Who will not rule? It was decided by the defeat of 1761, the third battle of the Panipat. Is it okay? Is it okay, sirs and madams? It's fine. Now, so crucially, this battle did not decide who would rule India, but established who would not. Right? The defeat gave the East India Company ample time to consolidate power after their victory in the Battle of the Plassey, sowing seeds for the British supremacy. So simply I want to say, in India, from Indian sides or native, the chances of the Marathas to become all India power. On European side, it had the chances of the British East India Company, right? To become, who will become all India power? All India power after Mughals. So there was two possibilities. One, this was the possibility of the Marathas to become the next all India power, and then there was the possibility of the Britishers to become the next political power in India. But the defeat of the Marathas defeat of the Marathas in third battle of Panipat. Defeat in third battle of the Panipat expose the Maratha weaknesses. Their glory was lost. Glory of Marathas lost. There are a huge loss in the Marathas. So now the Marathas after this battle were busy in regaining their power. Now engaged in revamping their power. Right? Power and prestige. On the other hand, Europeans, the Britishers. Now he had, after the Battle of the Plassey in 1757, Battle of Plassey in 1757, became the political power and got huge tributes. So started consolidating his position. Consolidating his position in India. Financially and politically as well. There was no threat politically as well, right? There was no threat from the side of the Marathas. Right? So now they were free from the side of the Marathas. It is this case. Is it okay? So who will become all India power after the Mughals, right? So now the third battle decided. The third battle of Panipat decided. Not decided. Who will become the next all India power? But decided who will not, and obviously it was for the Marathas. Is it okay? Is it fine? So this is the entire story that we have discussed here, right? Now coming to the other aspect, Madhav Peshwa Rao. After the third battle of the Panipat, this was the Madhav Rao who had the potential to regain the lost power of the Marathas. He was an able and efficient Peshwa with his able minister Nana Fadnavis and restored Maratha strength. But his untimely death led to the intensification of intended conflicts because of younger brother of Madhav Rao, Peshwa Narayan Rao, was murdered in the palace conspiracy. Rise of Raghunath Rao. He had the political ambition to become the Peshwa, but just because of what I say, Narayan Rao and the Madhav Rao, he could not become the Peshwa because Nana Fadnavis had opposed the ascendancy of the Raghunath Rao. Rather, Nana Fadnavis had supported the that is called Peshwa Madhav Rao and the Narayan Rao to become the Peshwa. Right after the murder of the Narayan Rao, Raghunath Rao aspired to become the next Peshwa, but the Marathas chief did not accept him as a rightful Peshwa. So what will happen? Just because of his political ambitions, now Raghunath Rao will shift to the camp of the Britishers. Is it okay? So Raghunath Rao now will shift towards the whom? Towards the Britishers. So formation of Barabhai Council led by Nana Fadnavis. So see here. After the murder of the Narayan Rao, leading Maratha nobles formed the Barabhai Council under Nana Fadnavis, under the leaders of Nana Fadnavis, and declared the posthumous son of Narayan Rao, Madhav Rao's second or Savai Madhav Rao, to become the next Peshwa. Then in this case, what will happen? This Raghunath Rao was effectively politically isolated. In 1759, Madhav Rao II committed suicide, and Raghunath Rao sought help from the East India Company. Raghunath Rao sought help from the East India Company to help him to become the Peshwa. It was the invitation to the foreign intervention in the Maratha politics. He had signed the Treaty of Surat in 1775, under which Raghunath Rao promised the British certain regions, Salsette, Bassein, and part of revenues from the Maratha territories, political support of the company expansion. In return, British would support him to become the next Peshwa. So now this was the thing, Sir Madam. So when Raghunath Rao was politically isolated in the Maratha state, then he had only one hope to become the next Peshwa, and that was with the East India Company. And therefore he had signed the Treaty of Surat in 1775 with the promise of giving Salsette Island and certain revenue also, some other territories also, and also will help in the expansion of the British East India Company. In return, Britishers would help him to become the next Peshwa, and this was a direct invitation to the Europeans to intervene in the internal matters of the Marathas. Is it okay? Is it fine? So now this was the story. Now coming to the other part, Anglo-Maratha War. So it led to the what? Anglo-Maratha Wars. So Britishers got the opportunity to intervene. Actually, they were waiting to get some opportunity to intervene in the internal matters of East India Company. In the Marathas. Raghunath Rao gave him that opportunity. That will ultimately lead to what? That is called your Anglo-Maratha War. So first Anglo-Maratha was fought between 1775 to 1782. 1775 because the Treaty of Surat was signed by the Raghunath Rao with the East India Company, and East India Company in return had promised him to become the Peshwa, right? So British supported Raghunath Rao against the Maratha Council, that is the Barabhai Council, after the Treaty of Treaty. But this battle was concluded by the Treaty of Salwai, in which the status quo was restored, and there was a peace for 20 years between the Marathas and the Britishers. In Second Anglo-Maratha War that took place 1883 to 1885, after a 20-year gap of the post First War, the Second Anglo-Maratha War began. Governor General was at this time Lord Wellesley. Now see, actually Maratha Confederacy was divided into 4 units. One was your Peshwa, who was the actual boss, Scindia, then there was the Holkar, and then there was your Gaekwar. So Maratha Confederacy, there was the 4 powerful Maratha chiefs. One was Peshwa himself. Then the Scindia had also his political ambitions, aspirations. Then Holkar and the Gaekwar. But they were lacking unity among themselves just because of their internal conflicts. But they lacked unity due to their internal conflicts and political aspirations. For Peshwa position weakened the Maratha power. So everybody wants to become the Peshwa, be it your Gaekwar, it's your Holkar or Scindia. So they wanted to become the Peshwa. But just because of this reason, the Maratha state or the Maratha power was weakened. Finally, in 1802, Treaty of Bassein was signed by the Peshwa Bajirao II with the Britishers, which was opposed by the Maratha chiefs, especially Scindia and the Gaekwar, that led to the next Anglo-Maratha War in 1803. During this war, major battles were fought. So Treaty of Bassein signed. This was a kind of subsidiary alliance. This was a subsidiary alliance actually. Subsidiary alliance signed with Peshwa Bajirao II. It's okay. Bajirao II. It's fine. Bajirao II. Now the major battles took place with the different Maratha chiefs. That was Battle of Asse, then Battle of Aregaon, and then Laswari. So there are 3 different small battles fought during the Second Anglo-Maratha War: Asse, Aregaon, and Laswari. S.A. Argaon, and Laswari. Now, in which the British defeated the divided Maratha factions separately, illustrating the divide and rule policy. British defeated Scindia and the Bhosle. Now their final war is going on, Third Anglo-Maratha War. That was fought between 1817 and 1818 after a 12-year gap of the following Second World War. Now what will happen? After the signing of the Treaty of Bassein, that was a subsidiary alliance, and with other territories, the now Maratha chiefs were feeling that, realizing that it was a mistake on the part of the Peshwa to sign the subsidiary alliance. Just because of the subsidiary alliance, they lost their independence. Now Maratha chiefs would like to regain their independence, and just because of this aspiration to regain their independence, to break away from the subsidiary alliance, led to the Third Anglo-Maratha War. Is it okay? So the mistakes what they have done in the Second Anglo-Maratha War put them into the distress, and just to look an opportunity to get out of this distress because of the subsidiary alliance through the Treaty of Bassein signed in 1802, led to the Third Anglo-Maratha War in 1817 and 1818. In the Third Anglo-Maratha War, the British emerged victorious. After this war, Peshwaship was ended. After Third Anglo-Maratha War, Peshwaship was ended in 1818. Peshwa Bajirao II pensioned off the Bitor near Kanpur. Thus the Maratha Empire was crushed, and the East India Company established itself as a dominant power in India by early 19th century, right? So this is the story about the Sikhism, about the Marathas. So last in this row is your the Sikh. So let me discuss about the Sikh also. The last native state, the regional state that we need to discuss, that is the Sikh state. See, Sikhism as a new religion or as a new community developed during the Bhakti movement in the 15th century, when Guru Nanak Dev Ji led the foundation of Sikh community, right? So it emerged as a religious sect in the 15th century by Guru Nanak Dev Ji, right? Guru Nanak Dev Ji. Is that fine? Guru Nanak Dev Ji. So after the death of Aurangzeb, Mughals authority weakened in Punjab. The Sikh organized themselves into the 12 missals, right? So see actually what happened. So Guru Sahib continued till the Guru Gobind Singh Ji. Then there were the different political leaders emerged in the Sikhism. Are you getting the things, sirs and ma'ams? Hi everyone, are you getting the things? All okay? Everyone. So see, now let me discuss the Sikhism. It's okay. So Sikhism. So Sikh, they emerged during the Bhakti movement. Emerged during the Bhakti movement. Emerged during the Bhakti movement. Emerged during the Bhakti movement in 15th century. In 15th century. Is it okay? In 15th century. So Sikhism emerged. Now what will happen? Now gradually Sikh community. So this is your 15th century. You can say 15th century. 15th century. Now 1707 was the marker year when the Aurangzeb died. What will happen? Aurangzeb died. With the death of the Aurangzeb, now what will happen, sirs and madams? Now we have discussed that the northwest frontier became porous. It became very porous. Now that invited the foreigners to attack on Indians, right? Attacked on the Indians. Is it okay? Attack on the Indians. Then there was a series of the foreign invaders. One was your Iranians, Nadir Shah, 1739. Then there was Ahmad Shah Abdali, Afghan, Ahmad Shah Abdali, right? Just there was the frequent invasions, just because of the frequent invasions in northwest India, frequent invasions in northwest India, you can write in northwest India, right, sir, madam? So what will happen here in this case, sir and madam? In this case, this was the reason where there was the Sikh people, there was Sikhism, right? So now there was the regular frequent invasions of the invaders. So now what will they will develop themselves? The military developed Sikh developed themselves as military, as a warrior community, or the martial community to defend their religion and territory. Is it okay? And territory. Is it okay? Now the Sikh have organized themselves into different missals. Sikh organized themselves into different missals. Missile, right? Missile was something like Jatha. There were 12 missiles. There were 12 missiles, right? And the missile was something like a Jatha that was based on equality. Missile was based on the principle of equality. It was something like Jatha, right? Equality. One such missile was Sukar Chakia missile. The leader of this missile was Ranjit Singh Maharaja Ranjit Singh. He had proclaimed himself as the Maharaja and led the foundation of laid the foundation of Sikh state in 1801. State in 1801. 1801. Is it okay? So this is how this came. Is it okay, sirs and madams? So this is what is your, they think, sirs and madams, Sikh. So now, after the death of Aurangzeb, Mughal authority weakened in Punjab. The Sikh organized themselves into 12 missals. Missal refer to the Jatha of the sovereign states of the Sikh Confederacy, functioning on the principle of relative equality among them, their chiefs, right? So that is based on the principle of equality. Continuous conflict with the Ahmad Shah Durrani invasion strengthened Sikh military organization, and thus by the 18th century, Punjab became the Sikh dominant. In 1801, Ranjit Singh, head of the Sukachakia missile, proclaimed himself Maharaja of the Punjab and founded the Sikh Empire. This is how Sikh Empire came into the existence. Right, sirs and madams? Now, coming to the other aspect, Sikhism ke baare within the Sikhism. So see, but after the death of Maharaja Ranjit Singh, in 1839, Kharak Singh became the next ruler, and the Sikh Empire weakened due to court intrigue, succession disputes. The Khalsa army, which was established, extremely powerful and interfered in the political matters, in the politics. So just because of this interference of the Khalsa, the Sikh state was also declining. Growing ambitions of the British East India Company was also over there. That led to what? The British East India Company fought two wars against the Sikh Empire. One was the Anglo-Sikh War 1845-46, second Anglo-Sikh War 1848-49, right? So during the first Anglo-Sikh War, following 4 battles were fought. So please remember their sequence. Mudki, Battle of Mudki was fought, then Battle of Firozsha was fought, then Aliwal was fought, and the Sobraon was fought. Is that okay? So now you can take MF Ali Saab. MF Ali Saab. So MF Ali Saab, Mudki, M stands for Mudki, Firozsha, then Aliwal, then the Sobraon, right? Now, so the first major battle between the Sikh army and the British East India Company forces, that was in the Mudki, 18 December 1845. Now after 3-4 days, Firozsha was one of the fiercest battle fought between the British forces and the Sikh. British forces suffered heavy casualty but eventually prevailed. Aliwal, January 1846, well-planned British attack that was pushed the Sikh forces back from the Satluj region. Sobraon, the decisive battle that destroyed the Sikh armies and bridgehead and ended the war. So now you should remember what is the sequence of these wars: Mudki, Firozsha, Aliwal, and Sobraon in the first Anglo-Sikh War. So this is the mnemonics: MF Ali Saab, M for Mudki, F for Firozsha, then Ali means Aliwal, and then Sob means Sobraon. So this is in the sequence. So these are the battles that was fought during the first Anglo-Sikh War. During the first Anglo-Sikh War, this is done. Now, under the treaty, the first Anglo-Sikh War came to end just because of the Treaty of Lahore. By this treaty, Punjab had surrendered territory between the Satluj and Beas River to the Britishers. Between the Satluj and the Beas to the rivers, to the Britishers. Heavy war indemnity imposed on the Sikh, British troops stationed at Lahore, and reduction of the Sikh army. So these were the different features of the different contents of this Treaty of Lahore that ended the first Anglo-Sikh War. Now coming to the next second Anglo-Sikh War. Now this revolt was actually because of the British interference in the matters of the Sikhism. Growing resentment among the Sikh soldiers and chiefs and the revolt of Diwan Mul Raj of Multan 1848 led to the second Anglo-Sikh War. Following 3 battles were fought. One is your Battle of Ramnagar, November 1848. Then is Battle of Chiliawala in January 1849. And then the third battle is your Battle of Gujarat in February 1849. So the decisive battle of the war, the Sikh army was completely defeated. After the defeat of Gujarat, the Sikh empire collapsed and Punjab was annexed by the British in 1849. The last Sikh ruler, Dalip Singh, was dethroned and he was sent to Britain along with a pension. So this is a sequence. Ram chills in Gujarat. So Ramnagar, Ramnagar, Chiliawala, chills Chiliawala, and then in Gujarat, that is the third battle, right? So there is two important information that you should keep with you. After the Maharaja Ranjit Singh, who succeeded the throne of the Punjab, Lal Singh, Chet Singh, Khadak Singh, Gulab Singh, this was your Khadak Singh. And who was the last ruler of the Punjab? This was the Dilip Singh. He was sent for education in the Britain with his mother Jhindan, with a pension, So he was now retiring in London, in England, in London, right? And the British had annexed the Punjab, and Punjab became the part of the British territory in 1849. Right? Done. Right, sirs and madams. So this is how we can done this, right? So now this is done. Just please wait for a while. Just wait for a while. थोड़ा सा पीपीटी चेंज कर पीपीटी चेंज करना ना उसमें पीडीएफ मैंने तो भेजा था सुबह, वो जो स्टूडियो इंचार्ज थे उनको भेजा था। So hi everyone, are you getting me? So now this is a time to discuss some of the PYQs also. Now you look into the PYQs also, sirs and madams. Now here. So there's the one of the question. The Dutch established their factories were houses on the eastern coast on the lands granted to them by the Gazpati rulers. Alfonso de Albuquerque captured Goa from the Bijapur Sultanate. Then English East India Company established a factory at Madras on the plot land leased from a representative of the Vijayanagar Empire. What would be the answer? Answer would be what? Albuquerque, Goa, not from the Bijapur. Goa, Albuquerque. It was not the Albuquerque who had captured the Goa from the Bijapur Sultanate, right? So now, sorry, it is correct one. This one is correct. I'm sorry. So this is your correct. Alfonso de Albuquerque captured Goa from the Bijapur Sultanate. Then East India companies established a factory at Madras on a plot land leased from the representative of Vijayanagar. They are called the Nayakas, right? Dutch established their factories, warehouses on the eastern coast on the lands granted to them by the Gazpati rulers. So that is not correct. That is incorrect. The second and third statement are the correct ones. So your B is the right answer, right? So coming to the next question, fatafat dekh lo yaar. With reference to Indian history, consider the following statements. The Dutch established their factories or the warehouses on the eastern coast on the lands granted to them by Gazpati rulers. No, this is done now. Second question, look. In the first quarter of the 17th century, in which of the following was the factory of the East India companies located? Bharuch, Chinkole, and Trichinopalli was located. This was your Bharuch. Now coming to next one. With reference to Pondicherry, consider the following statement. The first European power to occupy Pondicherry was the Portuguese. That is correct one. Second European power to occupy Pondicherry were the French. That is correct one. Never. That was never. Sorry. The second European power to occupy the Pondicherry were the one. This is not correct. One and two. The not next one was the Dutch, in fact. Dutch, Portuguese, and then Dutch. Then Portuguese and the Dutch, right? Are you getting the Portuguese and then Dutch? So this is also not correct. This is not correct. This is also not correct. This is not also correct. So B would be the one would be the answer, right? Is correct. So only this statement is correct. The first European to occupy Pondicherry was the Portuguese. The second European power to occupy Pondicherry were the French. This is not the correct one. The English never occupied the Pondicherry. That is also incorrect, because Britishers had many a times had captured these Pondicherry. Now coming to the next question: who among the following Europeans were the last to come to pre-independence India as the traders? This was your French. In the series of the British, the Europeans, Portuguese, Dutch, then there was your English, then the Danish, and then the French was there. So the French came the last in the series of the European traders. Now coming to, with reference to the entry of the European powers into India, which of the following statement is not correct? Tell me. Not correct. Portuguese captured Goa in 1498. That is incorrect, because it was taken in 1510. The English opened their first factory in the South India at Masulipatam. That is correct. Eastern India English Company opened their first factory in Orissa, 1633. That is also correct. So this is not the correct one. So answer would be what? A. In India, among the following locations, the Dutch established their earliest factory at, that is your Pulicat, 1505. Right? You can Pulicat in Masulipatam. Which of the following statement is incorrect? Incorrect. Goa attained full statehood in 1987. That is correct one in the modern history. In the post-independence India, Diu is an island in the Gulf of Khamba. That is also correct. Daman and Diu were separated from Goa by the 56th Amendment of the Constitution. That is also correct. Dadar Nagar Haveli were under French colony until the 1954. No, Dadar Nagar Haveli were not the French colonies. Rather, they were the Portuguese colonies. So this is not the correct one. Now, who among the following was the first European to initiate the policy of taking part in the quarrels of Indian princes with a view to acquire the territory? This was the French, and this was your Dupleix. Patron-client relation, patron-client relation, patron-client relation, divide and rule policy, right? So this was your Dupleix. Hooghly was used as a base of the piracy in the Bay of Bengal. That was by the Portuguese, and it was also for the slave trade. Also for slave trade. Also for slave trade. Slave trade. Also for slave trade. Can you recall these things? It's okay. Now coming to the next, regional powers and the state one, that is done now. So I'm coming to the Bengal. Now we'll start Bengal, then Awadh, and then we will move into further, right? So see, Bengal was also a successor state. Bengal was also a successor state, and it was successor state, and it was the richest province of the Mughals, right? So Bengal formed one of the richest subas of the Mughal Empire, along with the Bihar and the Orissa, right? So you got the question. Questions were okay. So you got some kind of the confidence. You got some kind of the confidence or not? You got the confidence or not? Hi, Vishal, Sachin. Are you feeling some kind of the confidence? Definitely we have done this. We have done this now. So what do you feel that? We have spent so many of times, so many hours in the very first unit, and still we are going on, and that will connect into the unit 2 also, 2 and the 3. So very soon we will be completing that. So what is your confidence level? Do you think that is it doable? We can do this. What are the kind of the confidence you have? When the exam is very much close, how do you think? कुछ भी याद नहीं आ रहा है और कुछ याद आ रहा है. Is something is coming? That's doable. Okay, later on we will think about it. Vishal, is it okay? So what is your confidence level? What do you think that? So when the exam is very close, you feel कि कुछ भी याद नहीं आ रहा है, but after doing this session, do you think that याद आ रहा है? So see, what I would like to say, when the exam is very close and it feels like कुछ भी याद नहीं आ रहा है, remember one thing, this feeling is normal. Well, every serious aspirant, this is not abnormal to you. At this stage, do not panic and do not try to study everything. UPSC is not about knowing everything. It is about attempting the paper with a cool, calm, and composed manner. Forget the pressure for a moment. Focus only on revision of what you already know. Core themes, PYQs, and the basic concepts only, right? A restless mind forgets even what is known, but a calm mind recalls even what is. It's studied months ago. So tell yourself, I will stay calm, I will trust my preparation, I will attempt the paper with clarity. Because many times in UPSC, the difference between selection and the rejection is not knowledge, it is your composure. So just maintain your composure. सब कुछ याद आएगा, सब कुछ हो रहा है, याद आ रहा है. So why we are here? Is it fine? So do you think that? So just come out of these things. So remember these words. कुछ भी याद नहीं आ रहा है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. Is nothing like this. Everything is in your command. So this exam is just about to maintain your composure. Stay all the time calm, right? So even we can do this. Sir, it is doable. Chalo, let's start now. So we can continue now. Do you think it's okay? So can we move? So I thought that there must be some of you that कि अरे यार कुछ याद नहीं आ रहा. So after spending this long hours, now it is my intentions to know that things are under your control now. You are recalling the things well, and you are also getting good things. I'm good, Ritesh. So let's start. Let's continue now. So I'm continuing with this session. So now we will discuss about the Bengal, right? Discuss about the Bengal. So can we start now? Now see, Bengal was the richest subas, that is called the province. Subas means that is called the province. Province. That is called your province. Province means province of the Mughal Empire. Along with Bihar and Orissa, the Subadar, the governor of Bengal, was appointed directly by the Mughal emperor. So what was the condition of Bengal in the this is the condition of the Bengal, 16th to 18th century. It was the most prosperous state. So see, Bengal was a very prosperous state, right? It was a very prosperous state, richest subas of the Bengal in the 16th, 18th century. When we come to mid 18th century, that is somewhere around 1750s, that is 1750s, right? 50s. Mughal central power declined, and after Aurangzeb's death, Bengal governors gradually became hereditary and autonomous in their rule, right? So taking advantage of the growing weakness of the Mughal authority, Murshid Quli Khan made Bengal almost independent. And Nawabs of Bengal were still Mughal appointees but exercised hereditary and de facto independent powers, like they collected revenue and sent tribute to the Mughals. They waged war, concluded treaties, and appointed successor without imperial approval. He had reorganized revenue administration and strengthened provincial finances, right? Is it okay? He had introduced Izardari system. Now see, so what we discussed over here in regard to the Bengal, I'm just giving you a brief idea about the Bengal. If we talk about the Bengal, we can see there are two parts. One is from in between the 16th to 18th century. 16th to 18th century, 18th century, and then mid 18th century, mid 18th century, and onwards, right? Here it was a very prosperous province, most prosperous rather, prosperous province of Mughals, Mughals, right? Most prosperous, you can say. And by mid 18th century, after the decline of the Mughals, Mughals, Bengal practically became independent. Bengal practically became independent. Murshid Quli Khan had established Murshid Quli Khan had established the autonomous state of Bengal, autonomous state of Bengal, right? State of Bengal. Is it okay? Autonomous state of Bengal. Is it okay? Autonomous state of Bengal was established. Autonomous state was Bengal established. He introduced certain reforms. Introduced certain reforms. Okay, reforms. Under this reformation, we need something to understand. He had introduced the Izaredari system. You now know what is the Izaredari system. That is the contract farming. We're collecting. And he had fixed his income. He had also controlled European trading companies, be it the British, Dutch or the French companies. He had also limited the misuse of the farman, that you can understand, dastak, given by the Farrukhsiyar. So he had introduced some of the reforms. Under this reform, he had introduced the Izaredari system to fix his revenue. Then he had controlled the European trading companies and also limited the misuse of the trade privileges. Now, so this was the story of the Bengal now. So these practices and policies were continued by the successive Nawabs as well. Nawabs of Bengal resisted the building of fortification by the companies around trading settlements to prevent military threats. On the other hand, British East India Company wanted to dominate, to monopolize the market in the Bengal. They wanted to misuse the dastak. They wanted to maximize their benefit, but due to the strong Nawabs of Bengal, they were unable to do unrestricted trade in Bengal, right? Nawab Sirajuddaulah strictly opposed misuse of the dastak and interference in the local politics. Is it okay? So Nawab Sirajuddaulah, are you getting me? So now, so there was two things in the Bengal. What we understood here in Bengal, what was the kahani of Bengal? What was the story of the Bengal? At one part, there was what? There was Nawabs were reforming, leading to reforms to strengthen the Bengal, right? On the other hand, there were the Europeans, especially Britishers, Now, they continued the practice of misusing dastak, wanted to monopolize the Bengal market, the Bengal market, etc. Right. So in this two scenario, you can understand the conflict was inevitable. In this situation, conflict was inevitable, inevitable between the Bengal, Nawab of Bengal, and East India Company. That led to the conflict. Is it okay? So this was the situation. They wanted to, third one, they also wanted to continue the fortification. They wanted to continue the fortification of their settlements, fortification of their settlement, So these were the things that was opposed by the Nawab of the Bengal, right? And this, in this situation, the conflict was inevitable. That led to the conflict. So between East India Company and the Nawab Siraj-ud-Daulah. When the Nawab opposed the unrestricted trade, opposed misuse dastak, interference in the local politics, East India Company allied with the Nawab's rivals and attempted to fortify their settlement that is known as the Fort William in Calcutta. So in this situation, what will happen? So in this event, so conflict will start between East India Company and the Nawab Siraj-ud-Daulah. It will lead to an unfortunate incident of black hole treasury, although it is historically doubted. Then it will lead to the Treaty of Alinagar. We will understand what is the Treaty of Alinagar. Then there was the Battle of the Palasi. And then the Battle of Buxar. Would be there. And then after this Battle of the Buxar, there would be what? That is called Treaty of Allahabad. And then in Bengal, there will be the implementation of dual system of the government. So this is a sequential thing in the Bengal that we will discuss one after the another. So you understood the conflict. Then we will come to this black hole treasury. Right, sirs and madams? So conflict. Siraj-ud-Daulah became the Nawab of Bengal in April 1756. Siraj-ud-Daulah, 19 April 1756. Now, so what will happen? Many nobles were jealous of Siraj-ud-Daulah, rise and secretly opposed him like Mir Zafar, Zagat Seth, Rai Dulab, etc. Now, sirs and madams, the merchant class preferred to support the British for their trade interest. Right? Are you getting me? Because if the Nawab of the Bengal was supposed to introduce the reforms, wanted to restrain the misuse of the dastak, right? Obviously, it will hamper the trade interest of the traders as well, because they were getting the dastak just because of their friendly relationship with the East India Company and its employees, right? So it will hamper their trade practices in India. So they would be against this Nawab Siraj-ud-Daulah. So the merchant class preferred to support the British for their trade interests. On the other hand, East India Company had been expanding its privileges through misuse of trade permits. Right? Company officials used dastak to carry private trade tax-free. This led to the heavy loss to the Nawab's treasury that we have already discussed in the morning session. Now, fortification by Calcutta. Now, what sirs, madam? Suppose this is the territory of a ruler, right? And there is a territory, right? This is a territory. It's okay. This is a territory, sirs and madam. This is a new territory that you can understand, right? So this is a new territory. Now this is the Nawab. There is a Nawab. This is Nawab and this is Nawab's territory, right? Nawab of Bengal. And this is your East India Company, right? East India Company tried to fortify its settlement. If the East India Company is doing the settlement, obviously the East India Company in the territory of Nawab will be invisible. Whatever they are doing inside the fort, that was not known to the Nawab of the Bengal. So Nawab of the Bengal will feel, he will be feeling what I said, that is not the feeling insecurity, rather it will doubt the activities of the East India Company they were doing inside the fortification. So Nawab was not allowed not allowed for fortification, not allowed fortification, fortification. But despite this ordeal, East India Company had done the fortification, right? So they have constructed their Fort William. It was yet to be completed, but it was done. So East India Company started strengthening the fortification of the Fort William in Calcutta. Fort William in Calcutta, without Nawab's permission. Nawab saw it as a threat to the sovereignty. So now what will happen? The company gave refuse to the second, what the East India Company were doing. Company gave also refuse to Nawab's enemies like Krishna Das, which further enraged Siraj-ud-Daulah. Company also supported descendants, nobles like Mir Zafar and Jagat Seth to weaken the Nawab's authority. So these were the reasons that led to the conflict between the East India Company and the Nawab. Fortification of Calcutta, then sheltering of the political rivals of the Nawab, interference in the internal politics of the Bengal. So consequently, Siraj-ud-Daulah attacked and captured the Fort William in June 1756, a military raid that temporarily expelled the Britishers, right? So just because of these things, there was a conflict between the British East India Company and the Nawab. So now Nawab will attack on the Fort William, which was under construction in June 1756. And during this attack, during this military raid, the Black Hole tragedy took place. What is this Black Hole tragedy? What was this Black Hole tragedy? Actually, it is said that during this raid, after this raid, you can say, after this raid, Siraj-ud-Daulah had prisoned 146 Britishers into a single room. 146 prisoners in a small prison cell. That is a kind of the room, right? There was only just a simple hole. For what? For ventilation, for breathing in out. It was a very small room in which 146 people were kept. In the very early morning, when the lock was opened, then 123 died. Only 23 survived. Just because of heat and suffocation, 123 people died. And this incident is known as Black Hole tragedy. Because there was only one hole to breathe in, breathe out. But just because of the huge number of the people inside the room, they died just because of the suffocation and the heat, right? But it is not proven. Actually, there is a one survivor of this incident whose name is Holwell, who was an employee of the East India Company. He was only the survivor. He was one of the survivors. He had mentioned about this Black Hole tragedy, right? But whatever the references he had given, if we consider that, then in this room, what are the dimension he had said, it is not possible to keep 146 persons inside that room. It is not possible. Just because of its dimension, it was not possible to keep 146 people inside this room, right? Are you getting me? So historically it is doubted, but this incident took place in June 1756. So this is called June 1756. That is called Black Hole tragedy, right? Now coming to the other aspect. Black Hole tragedy precipitated further conflict. The fall of the Calcutta triggered the British counterattack under the Robert Clive and Admiral Watson. Facing pressure, Siraj-ud-Daulah negotiated peace. It directly led to the Treaty of Alinagar. Is it okay? 1757. What was the Treaty of Alinagar? February 1757. So now before the Battle of the Palasi, there are two incidents that had already taken place. One was the Black Hole tragedy, and then there was a Treaty of Alinagar. Under this Treaty of Alinagar, the Nawab of Bengal restored the company's privileges and granted by Farrukhsiyar's Farman. It restored the company's fort and trade rights. It also allowed the British to fortify the Calcutta. So these were the conditions inside this Treaty of Alinagar. But these all were what? Against the sovereignty of the sovereignty of the Nawab of the Bengal. So by the Treaty of Alinagar, a temporary peace was restored or maintained. It restored temporary peace, but showed the seeds of mutual distrust. Soon after, the company began plotting with the discontented nobles, including Mir Zafar. The East India Company strategized the conspiracy to overthrow the Siraj-ud-Daulah. Mir Zafar, Nawab's military commander-in-chief, promised the Nawabs in return for their support, influencing rich merchants and bankers who financed the Nawab. So now what will happen, Susan Madam? So there was a well conspiracy. The British East India Company had won over the descendants who were not in support of the Nawab of the Bengal. He had made an alliance and understanding with those dissatisfied nobility, right? Before a decisive battle. Before this 23rd June 1757, all the descendants of the Nawabs were now shifted towards the East India Company. On 23rd June 1757, the Battle of Plassey took place between the Nawab of Bengal, Siraj-ud-Daulah, and East India Company. During this battle, Robert Clive was the military commander, right? So Nawab Siraj-ud-Daulah and East India Company, there was the Robert Clive. So he was the leader of this East India Company. In this battle, what will happen? The entire focus was towards the Siraj-ud-Daulah. His military commander was Mir Zafar. He was also inside the battlefield with his huge army. When Siraj-ud-Daulah was expecting some backup support from the side of Mir Zafar, he was standing still in the battlefield just because of his understanding with the East India Company. So Siraj-ud-Daulah was defeated. He was killed in the battlefield, and this was a victory of the East India Company in the Battle of the Plassey. But this was not actually the battle. It was actually the betrayal. It was the betrayal, which was started and finished within few hours. Right. So result was Siraj-ud-Daulah was defeated and killed, but the victory was largely achieved through the conspiracy rather than military prowess. Mir Zafar was made the puppet Nawab of Bengal, with East India Company exercising the real political power. Right. It was a decisive victory of the company in India. It marked the beginning of British political rule in India. Company's officials began to receive enormous bribes and the gifts. Mir Zafar paid 50 lakh rupees to East India Company. Clive and the other officials received the personal gifts and the bribes. Is it okay? So now, are you getting me? So, sir, madam. So just let me tell you one thing. In the Bengal. So we have seen so this is your April 1756. Then this is your June 1756. Here Siraj-ud-Daulah became the Nawab of Bengal. Siraj became the Nawab of Bengal. Right? Then black hole tragedy took place. Black hole tragedy. Then there was your what I say. This is your black hole tragedy. Then this was your Alinagar Treaty. That is in June 1750. Alinagar Treaty, then February 1757. So February 1757. February 1757. 1757. Treaty of Alinagar. Alinagar. Right? Alinagar. Then there was June 1756. 77. June 1757. Battle of Plassey took place. Is it okay? Battle of Plassey. That is done. So this was the thing, sir, madams. So this is done. Battle of the Plassey was done, right? And then Mir Zafar became the Nawab. Mir Zafar became the Nawab. But Mir Zafar was the puppet. was a puppet in the hand of East India Company. East India Company. He was a puppet of East India Company, right? He was fulfilling, this puppet was fulfilling the demands of East India Company, fulfilling the demands of East India Company, East India Company. But there was a time, East India Company, East India Company, when after some time, Mir Jafar was bankrupt, and stopped fulfilling the demands of East India Company. Therefore, he was replaced by Mir Qasim. Mir Qasim was his son-in-law. Mir Qasim was his son-in-law. Is it okay? Mir Qasim. So initially he also fulfilled the demands of East India Company, but he was smarter. How he was smarter? He had transferred his capital from Dhaka to Murshidabad to keep himself free from the control of the East India Company. Are you getting me? So this was the thing, sir, madam. So what will happen after some time? East India Company will think that he is an very aspirational Nawab. So East India Company replaced again Mir Qasim by Mir Jafar. Right? Mir Jafar. So in this situation, Mir Qasim fled to Awadh. And developed a triple alliance with Nawab of Awadh Sujauddaulah, and Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II, who is here just because of the threat of his Wazir Imadul Mulk. Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II, right? And this will led to the Battle of Buxar, right? In October 1764, Battle of Buxar. So now this is the situation, sirs and madams. So now, Battle of Buxar. So Battle of Buxar took place on 22nd October 1764. Background is this, right, sirs and madams? So we have done this now. So now in this battle, what will happen? Triple Alliance combined Bengal's resources, Awadh's army and all. Then the Allied army confronted the company's forces under the leadership of Major Hector Munro at the Buxar. From the British side, this was the Major Hector Munro who was fighting near Patna. On 22nd October 1764, despite numerically superiority, they were defeated due to the poor coordination and superior British discipline. So this battle marked the beginning of the British political ascendancy in India, filling the vacuum left by the Mughals, right? So what will happen after the Battle of Buxar? Triple Alliance was defeated. And after this defeat, defeat. After this defeat, Treaty of Allahabad was signed. Treaty of Allahabad was signed. Allahabad was signed in 1765. 1765. Is it okay? So Treaty of Allahabad was signed, right, sister madams? So these are the after the battle of Buxar, Treaty of Allahabad was signed in August 1765 between the East India Company and the Salem II and Nawab Sirajuddaula of Awadh. Key provisions. Now, what are the provisions? The territories of Kara and Allahabad were granted to Salem II. Salem II granted Diwani rights. That is very much important. Diwani rights, that is called Diwani rights. Diwani rights, that's the revenue collection rights from Bengal, Bihar, and Orissa to the East India Company. East India Company promised to pay 26 lakh annual to Salem II and 53 lakhs to the Awadh as tribute and administrative expenses, right? Because Awadh wants to be developed as a buffer state. Buffer state. Can you recall this? Under the ring fence policy. So these were the provisions, right? So, sir and madam, right? Now, what will happen? So, Diwani rights. Now, just try and understand. Diwani rights. Now, here, 1764, Battle of Buxar. Then there was your 1765 Treaty of Allahabad. Under which Diwani rights to East India Company, right? To East India Company, right? What will happen? So just because of this Diwani right of East India Company, just because of this Diwani right of East India Company, Diwani right of East India Company. Now the revenue collection right was over the Britishers from Bengal, Bihar, and Orissa. On the other hand, the Nizamati right, that is of right to law and administration, was with the Indians. So now in Bengal, Bihar, and Orissa, Bengal, Bihar, and Orissa, this led to system of dual government in 1765, right? Dual government. So the right to revenue collection was with the Britishers, and then the Nizamati right was with the Indians. So that established the dual government in 1765. It had certain repercussions, right? End of dual government, right, sirs, madam? So see, certain repercussions. So what would be the repercussions, sirs and madams? Just try and understand. So introduce the dual system of administration, Diwani rights, revenue collection. Nawab retained the Nizamati rights, administration, and law and order. In practice, the system was dysfunctional. East India Company focused solely on revenue extraction, neglecting administrative duties. Nawabs had the nominal powers. Nawab official controlled administration via appointed deputies. This led to complete administrative breakdown in Bengal. This dual system led to widespread corruption, corporate conspiracy, and misrule, resulting economic distress. And the Great Famine of Bengal took place in 1770, where approximately one-third Bengal's population died due to starvation and diseases. The famine was exaggerated by lack of government relief because it was under the dual government. Government was reluctant to do anything, so lack of the government relief. There was continued revenue demands despite calamity. In spite of the calamity, just because of famine, the Bengal was stricken by the famine, but still the British government was demanding the revenue. Then decline of the local industries and the handicrafts due to East India Company's policy favoring raw material export, right? So these were the things, so madam, just because of that, there was the food crisis, and that led to your starvation and acute starvation or acute famine, right? So the drain of wealth, economic exploitation during this period intensified. The dual system was heavily criticized both in India and the Britain. Now it was being criticized. So when it was criticized, British officials returning from India amassed wealth, causing political pressure Britain to regulate East India Company's monopolistic right. So Warren Hastings was sent in 1772 to address these administrative failures just because of the dual administration. Hastings abolished the dual system in 1772 and initiated reforms to improve governance, right, sirs and madams? So what is this? So end of the dual government. Is it okay? By Warren Hastings. By Warren Hastings. By Warren Hastings. Warren Hastings. Now what he will do? Now he will do something, right? And what is that? What he will do? Now he will make settlements. Initially for quinquennial settlements for the 5 years, and later on he will conclude the annual settlements for the revenue collections. Since the revenue collection was the part of the job of the East India Company, so under this dual government, there was a widespread rampant corruption, and it was leading to the food crisis, leading to the famines, frequent famines, right? So now this problem was addressed by sending Warren Hastings to Warren Hastings. When Warren Hastings came to India, first of all, he had ended the dual government, and then he introduced a new settlement that is known as your quinquennial settlement. 5 साल के लिए, for 5 years he had contracted with the bidders, the highest bidder, right, and was given to them, right? So during this period when he had contracted with the highest bidder for 5 years, he had fixed the revenue of the East India Company, but at the same time he had given opportunity for those bidders to exploit the peasants or the cultivators, right? Cultivators. Now, second thing, during this 5-year period, right, he had seen that there is a year when Britishers can expect more revenue, but now the revenue was fixed. So there was a loss of the East India Company as well. So after some times, this quinquennial arrangement or the arrangement of the 5 years was changed into the annual system. Is it okay? Annual system. So now what will happen, sirs and madams? So we have does this, right? So now, so this is the one thing, 1772 initiated reforms. Warren Hastings was sent to India, and then to regulate East India Company, Relating Act 1773 was also passed. First significant British parliamentary intervention in the affairs of East India Company, just to regulate the East India Company, right? Now, is it okay? Where is that? So anyways, so what I was discussing. So this was things of 1772. In 1773, Regulating Act was passed. 1773, Regulating Act was passed. Regulating Act of 1773 was passed to regulate East India Company. East India Company. Right? Is it okay? Is it fine? It's okay. So now 1764, 1765, 1772 and 1773. Ticketing Act was passed. Now on the other hand, so now sirs and madam, just continuing with this. So this was what, sirs and madam? So now, so British conquest of Bengal led to the economic drain of the wealth from the Indian marking the beginning of the colonial exploitation. Let me tell you now. So now we were here. So Warren Hastings and reforms in the land revenue policies. He had abolished the dual system of governance in 1772 and introduced Izaredari system. That you know that system, contract system, where land was leased to the highest bidder for 5 years, right? But he had inherited existing revenue models. So this is things. But he also realized the losses that I told you, because the revenue was fixed, but there was some years when he was expecting more revenue. So there was the loss of his revenue due to the 5-year plans model. Hastings switched to yearly settlements and annual settlements in 1777, right? It led to forced high revenue collection via coercion and also the eviction of the peasants and decline in the agriculture profitability. So besides Hastings system, there are 3 major land revenue settlements emerged under the British rule, right? Is it okay? So now, what is the story, sir, madam? You got this? So the conquest of Bengal, done. Then there was dual government because of Diwani rights to the East India Company. Then Warren Hastings came with information. Warren Hastings came to India with his 5-year settlements, with Izaredari system, with Izaredari system, right? Izaredari system. But in 1777, he had shifted to annual settlement, right? So now what will happen? So now these things was going on. Conquest of the Bengal was done, 1764. Dual government established by 1765, and it continued till 1772. So this was 1765 to 1772. This was the time period, because in 1772 Warren Hastings had ended this dual government system and introduced the quinquennial settlement under the Izaredari system with the highest bidders. But there was a loss. To the East India Company, and in 1777 he was shifted to the annual settlement. It was the things that was introduced in the British administrative structure, right, sister madams? Now, after this kind of the revenue administration, this was the part of the revenue administration, right? Revenue administration. There were the 3 different revenue settlements were done. One was your permanent settlement. Then was your Rayatwari settlement. And then there was your Mahalwari settlement. Mahalwari settlement. Mahalwari settlement. Is it okay? So now, under the revenue administration, we can see this permanent settlement, this is the Rayatwari settlement and the Maharwali settlement that emerged under the British administration after these kind of quinquennial settlement and the annual settlement, and then this was your permanent settlement, right? So permanent settlement was with the zamindars. It was for on the permanent basis that is initially given for the 10 years, right? So permanent settlement was made on the fixed revenue, on the fixed revenue. So revenue was a fix under the system, and the system was met with the zamindars. So that's why it is also called zamindari system. It is also known as zamindari system. Zamindari system. So zamindars were made the owners of the land, and they were now supposed to collect revenue for the East India Company, East India Company, right? So now let me discuss through the PPT the important points of the permanent settlement. So there are the permanent settlements, sirs and madams. So see, it was the Lord Cornwallis who had introduced the permanent settlement in 1793. The system was landlord based, as I told you, zamindari based, and granted hereditary and the transferable rights to the zamindar. These points are very much important. So rights was given, hereditary right was given to the zamindars and transferable right to the zamindars. Permanent settlement was met with the Rajas and Talukdars of the Bengal, now classified as the zamindars, right? Revenue was fixed permanently with the zamindars. If the revenue was not paid, land could be auctioned under the sunset clause. There was a provision in this permanent settlement that on a particular day till the sunset, you have to you are supposed to pay the revenue, otherwise your land would be confiscated. That is called the sunset clause. So zamindars had to pay 10 by 11th of their collected revenue to the company and returning only a small share of 1/10 as their remittance, right? So this was the thing as well. Under the system, peasants became tenants under the zamindars. Peasants became the tenants under the zamindars. British objective of the system was to ensure stable and regular revenue for the East India Company, create a loyal landlord aristocrat supporting the British India Company, and promote agricultural improvement, which largely failed. Is it okay? Is it fine? Now, the area of this permanent settlement was, or the zamindari settlement was, on the 19% geographical area of the British India. So permanent settlement was covered around 1/5 or 19% of the British territory, British India, including Bengal, Bihar and Odisha, and parts of northern Karnataka, Varanasi and some of the other areas. So this was your permanent settlement, right? Now, just because of this permanent settlement, the old zamindars were displaced. What do you mean by old zamindars? Old zamindars means the zamindars who were traditionally the zamindars, right? If they were failed to pay revenue on the fixed day till the sunset, their land was confiscated, and it was a general feature now. So old zamindars were replaced by the new zamindars. Our new zamindars were the traders, investors. Now their intention was just to maximize the profit. So it led to what that is called the old zamindars, sympathetic landlords, often led peasants' revolts, including revolt of 1857. But new zamindars like Mehtab Chand of Bardhaman helped the British during the Santhal rebellion and 1857 revolt. Are you getting me? So now this is the important factor. Now there are two types of the zamindars emerged. One was your old zamindar, other was the new zamindar. Old zamindars were losing their land, which are actually the zamindars, because they were just failed to pay the revenue in time. Whereas the new zamindars were the traders, merchants, investors, professionals. So their interest was not into the land or with the cultivators. Their interest was just to maximize the profit, right? So the new group of the zamindars emerged. So new zamindars were the supporter of the British East India Company, and the old zamindars were against the East India Company. So old zamindars would be the part of the revolts and rebellions against the East India Company, whereas the new zamindars would be supporting the East India Company at the time of the crisis. One example is here, that is Mehtab Chand of the Bardhaman, who had helped the East India Company in the revolt of 1857 and also in the Santhal rebellion. Right? Is it okay? And these zamindars, these new zamindars, were actually the oppressive zamindars, right? They were applying the brutal methods to collect the revenue. So that's why the peasants suffered a lot. There was no relief during the famines or the drought. There were no state support, no support from the zamindars to improve the land. So peasants suffered suffered greatly, high revenue rates, no relief during the famines and the droughts, and loss of the land and ownership status, right? Now coming to the Rayat Bari settlement. Under this settlement, the settlement was made by the Thomas Munro, and in this settlement, the direct settlement was with the farmers. That is called the Rayats. Farmers, that is called the Rayats. Rayats. Is it okay? Rayats. In 1820, this was done. In fact, Rayat Bari system was devised by Sir Thomas Munro and Captain Alexander Reed. Implemented this revenue settlement in the Bardhaman Paramahal district of the Tamil Nadu on experimental basis. Later, the Rayat Bari settlement was expanded by Sir Thomas Munro, applied mainly in Madras and the Bombay Presidency, covering about 51% area of the British ruled territory. Is it okay? So this was your Rayat Bari settlement. Now coming to the Mahalwari settlement. Mahal means, that is called the group. Mahal is called group of the villages, right? Here, instead of doing settlement with the Rayats or the Zamindars, the settlement was met with the entire village, that is called the Mahal. So that is called the Mahalwari settlement. And the responsibility was given to the village headman to collect revenue from the part of the village, right? This was introduced during the tenure of Lord William Bentinck, and it was developed by Holt Mackenzie and implemented by Robert Martin Bird. So these are the things also, madam. So it was, the village chief was, it was introduced during the tenure of Lord William Bentinck. It was developed by Holt Mackenzie and later implemented by Robert Martin Birds. The reason was northwestern India, Punjab and parts of central India, and covering almost 30% of the British territory, Indian territories, right? And the impact of all the settlements were the same. Is it okay? Is it same? So the consequences would be, land became a commodity of the market. Now, just because of the sunset clause, land became the commodity of the market. If you are not paying your revenue in time, then your land would be confiscated and now it will be on the bidding. So it become a commodity of the market because it is in the market now. So this is the one thing, sir, madam, land became a commodity of the market. It also led to the commercialization of agriculture and the food insecurities, because if you have to pay revenue in time, and if you have to get money also for your survival, and just to pay the rent and the revenue to your zamindar and to the British government, then you need to have more and more money, because the rate of the taxation was, or the revenue was very much high, just because of the bidding of the land, right? So it led to the commercialization of agriculture, and just because of this, it also led to the food insecurities. And this food insecurity led to the creation of famines. There was a frequent famines. Now the peasant, which used to be very prosperous, now was under the pressure of debtness, because he had all the time go to the money lenders to take the cash to pay the revenue or the rent to the Britishers or the zamindars. And there was a class of absentee landlordism also developed. Why and how? See, if this is the big zamindar, I told you these zamindars were the traders or the merchants. They were in the towns and they will not come to the villages. So what will happen, sir, madam? They will create a group of the landlords who actually deal with these peasants. And actually, this zamindar was now invisible to these villages. He had no interest. He is the owner of the land, but he had no interest in the land. So that led to what? Absentee landlordism, just because of subletting of the zamindari rights. Is it okay? Is it fine? Now this is done. Now we will come to the another aspect. Another aspect is, sirs and madams, the phases of colonialism. What do you mean by the colonialism? Phases of colonialism. So let me brief you first. See, there are two countries, sirs and madams. One is your mother economy. This is your mother economy, right? This is your mother economy. And then there is your colony. There is your colony, right? So this is your colony, right? So this is your mother economy. This is the mother economy, right? This is the mother economy. And this is the colony. ठीक है. Now they were attached to each other. They're attached to each other, right? So attached to the each other. ठीक है. So attached to each other. Colony was meant to cater the interest of the mother economy at any cost. Mother economy. Cater the interest of the mother economy at any cost, right? So obviously what will happen if there will be any change, if there will be any change, if there will be any change, right? If there will be any change, sirs and madams, if there will be any change, if there will be any change, if there will be any change, will be change in the mother economy, economy, it will change the relationship, of colony, it will change the relationship of colony and mother economy. Are you getting me? And just because of this factor, there are the different phases of the colonialism. Just because of this factor, there are the different phases of the colonialism. Because of this factor, there are the different phases of the colonialism. Just because of these factors, sirs and madams, sirs and ma'am, just because of this, it led to what? Different phases of colonialism. It led to different phases of colonialism. Is that fine? So it led to what? Different phases of colonialism. It led to what? Different phases of colonialism. Led to different phases of colonialism. Different phases of colonialism. Are you getting my points? Colonialism. Different phases of colonialism. There are the three distinct phases of the colonialism that we can understand. There are three different phases. Three phases of colonialism. There are three phases of the colonialism. Three phases of colonialism. Three phases of colonialism. Led to three phases of colonialism. So now I'm taking to you the PPT, right? To make you understand what are these three phases of colonialism, right? So what are these three phases of the colonialism? So that is there are the three phases of the colonialism that I'm going to tell you. This is the first phase of the colonialism. This is the first phase of colonialism. First phase of the colonialism, right? First phase of colonialism. First phase of colonialism. First phase of colonialism. This is the second phase of the colonialism. Second phase of the colonialism. The second phase of the colonialism. Then there is your third phase of colonialism. The third phase of colonialism. This is your phase 1. This is your phase 1. Phase 1. 1757 to 1813. This is your phase 2. Phase 2. This is your 1813 to 1858. And this is your phase 3. Phase 3. This is the mercantilism, phase of mercantilism. This is called the phase of mercantilism. Phase of mercantilism. Phase of mercantilism. Mercantilism. Phase of mercantilism. This was the phase of industrial capital. Phase of industrial capital. Is that okay? This was the phase of industrial capital. Industrial capitalism. Phase of industrial capitalism. Industrial capitalism. Capitalism. Colonialism. Industrial colonial capitalism, you can say also capitalism. And this is the phase of financial colonialism. It's better to write here industrial colonialism. Right? So I'm taking you to the PPT now. So 3 different phases. Phases of mercantilism, merchant capitalism. That is called the merchant capitalism. Mercantilism is what? Merchant capitalism. This is your industrial capitalism, and this is your financial capitalism. Right? So there are 3 phases, 1757 to 1813, when they want to maximize their profit through the trade. Now, by 1813, industrialization in England got the impetus. So they wanted to have the raw material. So they wanted to have a source for the raw material. They also wanted to have the market to consume their manufactured goods. So this was the characteristic of industrial capitalism. And by 1858, the industrialization is done. The investment is already done in England. Now the money with the investors are idle in the bank. Suppose I have no way to invest my money and I have crores of rupees in my bank account. What I will do? I will try to multiply it. But since there was no opportunity to multiply this money because the market was saturated. So now it led to what? Financial capitalism. Now the mother economy will develop infrastructure in the colony, like railways, ports, telegraphs, and the investment will be done by the British capitalists only, right? So they will make investment. And now there will be a guarantee system. If you are investing, it hardly matters whether it is going to be profitable, this venture, or it is not unprofitable, that is going in the loss. You will get a guaranteed return on your investment, right? For example, there's a guarantee system over the investment in the railways. It was somewhere around 5%. So now I'm the Britisher, so I will invest my money in the what? In the development of infrastructure in the colony. So this is what called financial colonialism. We have nothing to do with the railways. We have nothing to do with the telegraph. We have nothing to do with the ports. These all were meant to cater the economic interest of the East India Company. Are you getting me? Economic interest of the East India Company. But now what will happen? The revenue from the India would be drained to the England just because of these processes. So are you getting me? Mercantilism, just because of the trade, industrial, and this phase of financial colonialism. So this is what is your what is your phases of colonialism, right, sirs and madams? So these are different phases of colonialism. Now, so these all are here. Now you can see this is all I have discussed, and this is already here. Okay. So just because of all these things, sirs and madams, this is the phase of industrial capitalism. Then this is a phase of financial capitalism or imperialism. That is on the investment and infrastructure were done on the colonial exploitations through the bank. Now commercialization of the agriculture. What do you mean by the commercialization of the agriculture? So what is your understanding about the commercialization of the agriculture? Commercialization of the agriculture. What is called commercialization of agriculture? Commercialization of agriculture. What do you mean by this? When the agriculture, right? when the production is done for, when the production is done for, when the production is done for, production is done for, is done for market, market, not for, not for, not for subsistence, 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 right? That led to commercialization of agriculture. So it will lead to what? It will lead to, it will lead to the production of, led to the production of, led to the production of, production of cash crops, cash crops, instead of, instead of, instead of food crops, food crops, right? Now, what is important here for your prelims, what are the centers, what are the areas from where we got the different cash crops? That can be asked in your prelims. So there are the indigo. This is the indigo that was being produced in Bengal and the Bihar region, and it is used for the as the dye for the British textile industry. Now the cotton was produced in Bombay in the Deccan region, and it was the raw material for the Lancashire mills of the England. Now jute was produced in Bengal, and it was used for the jute mills of Dundee in UK for packaging. Jute was used as the packaging material. So jute was produced in Bengal. The major centers I have talked about. Then the tea is majorly produced in Assam and the Darjeeling of West Bengal today, and it was used for British tea industry. Now the coffee was produced in the South India, and for the use for the European markets, right? Opium was produced in Bihar and UP to be exported to China. Actually, it was smuggled. Is it okay? So it was actually smuggled, right, sirs and madams? Now, so commercialization of the consequences. Its consequences would be what? Again, the same: food insecurity and famines, peasants' poverty and indebtedness, ecological consequences. Indigo and tea exhausted soil. Tea plantation displaced the tribal communities, that is called the Adivasis in Assam, right, sirs and madams? Now coming to the other aspect. Just because of this commercialization of agriculture, many peasant revolt took place. One such revolt is Indigo Revolt, 1859-1860. That was against the oppressive indigo planters, right? Deccan Riots, 1875, against the moneylenders due to cotton price crash. Mopla Revolt, partly due to the agrarian exploitation. Tebaga Revolt, sharecroppers' demand of for 2/3 produce. So these are the certain movements that took place just because of what? That's because of your commercialization of agriculture. Is it fine? Is it okay? So now coming to the drain of wealth. Is it okay? Is it fine? Hey, why? What happened? Exhausted you people? So how many of you are appearing for this year for this year's prelims? I'm putting all my energy, but you are exhausted with your energy. Exhausted with your energy. Is it? So let me discuss the drain of wealth. So let me discuss the drain of wealth. What is called drain of wealth, right? So let me discuss the drain of wealth first of all. See, so here is your a timeline, right? Here's a timeline, sirs and madams. This is your 1600, 1757, 1857, 1947, right? So this is what is your 1600, 1757, 1857, and this is your 1947. Right? During this time, East India Company was just a trader. But after 1757 Battle of the Plassey, East India Company became what? It remained a trader, and as well it became the political power in India. Political power in India, right? And in this 100 years, exploited India to the maximum extent. So after 1857, East India Company's political power was transferred to the crown, and it remained as just a trader in India, right? So now this is the one thing, sirs and madams. Now there is another diagram that you can understand. Here is one thing, sirs and madams. This is your England. This is your interest triangle. This is your India, and this is the other angle of this triangle is your world market, right? In this very first phase, East India Company was a trader, not became the political power in India. So East India Company was taking money from England to make the purchases in India, Indian purchases. Then it was being sold in the world market, and the revenue was transferred to the East India Company, right? So this was a very happy trade relation. Actually, it was a very happy trade relation, sirs and madams. It was very happy trade and relations, because in which everyone was happy. Everyone was happy, be it your East India Company or the Britishers and the Indians. Because suppose East India Company or the Britishers came to the Indians and asked for this pen. Asked me, what is the cost of this pen? I said 10 rupees. बोला कि negotiate कर लो. Just negotiate. ठीक है? ठीक है? Negotiate. Because negotiate. ठीक है ना? They said no. Please give me it at 7 rupees. I said no. If you want to have it, you can take it at the cost of only 10 rupees. I cannot give you 7 rupees, because I was confident that you are here just to take this and you will make the purchase of this, right? And if it is with me, I don't have any problem, right? So now the bargaining capacity was in the hands of the Indian itself, right? So now the East India Company came to India, and now they were making purchases at our prices, Now they were making purchase and selling these in the world market and taking the profit to East India Company. So in this trade relation, everyone was happy during this period, so 1600 to 1757. But when the East India Company became the political power in India, so what will happen? Obviously, it will stop this process of inflow of the money from England to India. Rather, they will send money from India to England, right? Rather, they have created source of revenue in India itself. Now, this revenue was so much big that they were not only making purchases of India by the Indian money, but they were also sending money to the England itself. So now they stopped this process. Now with the Indian money, they make the purchase of Indian goods. Now they sold it in the world market and take the profit to the England. Now you can easily understand this is in the two dimension. What is this two dimension? If I talk about this two dimension, there's at one point there is your India. There is India, right? This is India, and this is your Britain. If you look into this, so from every side, the money is flowing to England without any return. So in two dimension, you can understand there is a unilateral flow of the money, unilateral transfer of the money from India to England without any return or the compensation. So this is what is your drain of wealth theory. So now this indicates what unilateral transfer of money without any return, from India to England, right, or the Britain. And this defines what? This defines your drain of wealth. This defines drain of wealth. Are you getting me? So this is the drain of wealth. What is called the drain of wealth? Drain of wealth is nothing but it is the unilateral transfer of the money. Is it okay? Is it fine? Now coming to the theory, the factual details in regard to the drain of wealth theory. See here, in the drain of wealth refers to unilateral transfer of money. Now, the theory of the drain of wealth was propounded by Dadabhai Naoroji in his famous book that is called Poverty and Un-British Rule in India. His other works are England Debts to India, then The Wants and the Means of India, and On the Commerce of India. According to Dadabhai Naoroji, annual drain was about 30 to 40 million pound in the late 1940s and in the late 19th century under this drain of wealth. Is it okay? Now coming to the other aspect, sirs and madams. The theory was later supported by R.C. Datta, G. Subramaniam Iyer, and M.G. Ranade and Gopal Krishna Gokhale also. Right? Gopal Krishna Gokhale also. R.C. Datta had written a book, Economic History of India. G. Subramaniam has written a book that is called Some Economic Aspect of British Rule in India. Right? So they have also supported the drain of wealth theory. Now, what are the components of the drain of wealth? The components are home charges, remittances, loan repayment. Home charges means it was the single biggest source of the direct drain of the wealth. It includes payments made by India to Britain for administrative expenses, pensions, and interest on the debt. See, if there is any officer who has served in India in any of the capacity, then it is the responsibility of India to pay that official. So that is called the home charges. If you got retirement, then your retirement benefits would be bore by India. How justice it is. Injustice it is. Are you getting me? So this was a big injustice to us by these home charges. Remittance, salaries and savings of these serving officers in India sent to the Britain. That is called your remittance. Loan repayment. So these all was done by the Indian money. Profits and dividends was also given from the Indian revenue. Investment preferences. Investment preferences means employees of the East India Company were actually invest their savings not in India but in the Britain, that is called the home country. Investment preferences. Purchases of stores. British government purchased military and administrative supplies from Britain using Indian money. Is it okay? So this is the drain of wealth. So the consequences of the drain of wealth, limited investment in India leading to infrastructure deficit, emergence of the economic nationalism also. Just because of this drain of the wealth, there was now mobilization, and that led to what? Economic nationalism. Is it okay? Now there are certain questions. Now you see, which of the following statements does not apply to the system of subsidiary lands introduced by Lord Wellesley? So just to secure a fixed income for the company. Does not apply. To maintain a large standing army at the other expenses, that is correct. To keep India safe from the Napoleonic danger. To secure a fixed income for the company. And to establish a British paramountcy over the Indian states. Right? Okay. So answer would be what? That is your to secure this one fixed income. This was nothing to take with the income, right? Now coming to the other, which one of the following statement does not apply to the system of subsidiary alliance? That is done. Now coming to which of the following pairs is correctly matched? Battle of Buxar, Mir Jafar versus Clive. That is not correct. Battle of Bandivas, that we will discuss, French and East India Company. Okay, this is the correct one, right? So now coming to which of the following statements correctly explain the impact of industrial revolution on India during the first half of the 19th century? Indian handicrafts were ruined just because of the British industry, just to create market of the British industries, and just to create India as a source of the raw material for the British industries, right? So the Indian industry was ruined. Just to consume the manufactured goods of the Britain. So that led to deindustrialization. That is what is called your Indian handicrafts were ruined. Now coming to the next. Economically, one of the results of the British rule in India in the 19th century was commercialization of Indian agriculture, right? No urban population, growth in number of Indian owned factions, then increase in the export of the Indian handicrafts. This is the commercialization of Indian agriculture. You can see the questions that you can do now. The staple commodities of export by the English East India Company from Bengal in the middle of the 19th century were raw cotton, cotton, silk and saltpeter, and the opium. So this was the things as well. Who among the following was or associated with the introduction of the Rayatwari settlement? So answer would be what? Alexander Reed and Thomas Munro. So answer would be C. Now coming to who was the following was the economic critic of the colonialism in India. This is your G. Subramanian. That is all the three: Dadabhai Naoroji, Subramaniam, R.C. Datta. 1, 2, 3. Right? Is it okay? Now, coming to the next question. Consider the following statements. The most effective contribution made by Dadabhai Naoroji to the cause of the Indian national movement was that he exposed the economic disparities of India by the British. That is the most important one. Now, coming to the next question. With reference to the period of colonial rule in India, home charges formed an important part of the drain of the wealth from India. Which of the following funds constituted home charges? So, got the definition. So, funds used to support the Indian offices in London, like Secretary of State's office. Funds used to pay salaries and pension of the British personnel engaged in the war. Funds used for waging wars. No, this is not. The answer would be what? 1 and 2. 1 and 2, right? So now you can look into the different questions. What is called the imperial preferences? A special preference on the British imports in India, right? Imperial preferences. British goods should be consumed in India. Now, who among the following leaders did not believe in the drain theory of Dadabhai Naoroji? Tilak was there, Dutt was there, Ranade was there, not the Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. So this is not there. Now let me discuss the education policy under the British rule divided into the 3 phases. Now this is the next part of this section. So see, there are the 3 broad phases of the British education policy in India. British education policy in India. The 3 phases. The first phase is your 1757 to 1813, 1813 to 1858, and 1858 to 1947. That is also related to the colonial interest, right? Let me discuss that. So see here, the very first phase. This is the first phase. Before 1813, education initiative in India were not part of an official British policy. Most efforts were individual. So there was what? Individual efforts. Individual efforts. They don't want to disturb the Indians by introducing modern education on their trade so that the people could not be rebellious or do revolt against what? Against the British government. Right? Is that okay? So they wanted to just continue with that. Whatever the initiative had taken in the very first phase, that was the initial stage. This stage was the stage of policy formulation. Leading to discussion of Orientalist policy formulation, leading to Orientalist and versus Anglicist controversy. Orientalism supporting Indian native education system. Anglists supported the British education system. And 1858, this was a phase of systematic education policy. Is it okay? Systematic education policy. So this is the phase now. Now let me discuss the different phases. So now we can see here in 1781, there something happened. 1781, Calcutta Madrasa was founded by Warren Hastings to promote Islamic law and studies, an individual initiative. 1791, Sanskrit College of Varanasi, founded by Jonathan Duncan, to promote Hindu law and the Sanskrit learning. 1800, Fort William was established in Calcutta by Lord Richard Wellesley for the training of the civil servants. So these are the individual initiatives. Now coming to second phase, right? So during the second phase, when the stage of policy formulation, after the Anglicist Orientalist controversy, Macaulay Minute was introduced, and that promoted downward filtration theory. It supported English education in the higher education. Objective was to create a class of persons Indian in the blood and color, but English in taste, opinions, morals, and the intellectuals. So what is downward filtration theory? If you will provide education on the top, the upper level, the benefits will be trickled down to the lower strata also. So their interest was to educate the upper class of the society with English education, and the intention was to create brown Britishers. Are you getting me? Brown Britishers. That is, we the people. Lord William Bentinck accepted Macaulay recommendations, leading to English Education Act of 1835. Is it okay? 1835. Now, 1854, Wood's dispatch, known as the Magna Carta of the English education system, aimed to reverse the downward filtration theory, at least on paper, promoting education beyond elites. It recommended that there should be Department of Public Instruction in provinces, universities in Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras. Then hierarchy of education system would be universities, then the college, and then high schools, and then the primary school. Promotion of vernacular education at the primary level, but English as a medium of instruction in the higher studies. So these were the recommendations of Wood Dispatch, which is known as the Magna Carta of English education in India, right? Introduction of grant in aid system also. Introduction of the grant in aid system to encourage private education and affiliating universities in the presidency towns of the Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras. Establishment of teachers training, and its one of the primary focus was to establish a comprehensive system of education emphasizing scientific learning and rational thinking over the traditional religious teachings. Third phase of systematic efforts, systematic efforts towards the education promotion. After the revolt of 1857, the British government adopted a policy of religious neutrality in India and non-interference to appease the orthodox groups and prevent further unrest. 1882, Hunter Commission was there. It was chaired by William Hunter, appointed by Lord Ripon to review the primary and secondary education system and recommend improvements. Now, it encouraged the local bodies. Hunter Commission encouraged the local bodies to manage the schools. So this was the Hunter Commission. Hunter Commission, right? Commission. Is it okay? This was the recommendation of that. Now in 1922, there was a Raleigh Commission. It is known as the Indian University Commission, appointed by Lord Curzon under the chairmanship of Thomas Raleigh, recommended greater government control and supervision over the universities, leading to Indian Universities Act 1904. The purpose was to control the growing nationalism. The purpose was growing nationalism. In 1917, Sadler Commission was appointed. It recommended for 12-year education system, that is called 10+2. Universities should focus on higher education and researchers as well. So these are the recommendations of the Sadler Commission. Is it okay? Now coming to Hartog Commission. A committee focused on improving education quality, emphasizing skill-based and vocational training. That is the recommendation of Hartog Commission also. And 1937, Vardha Scheme for Education, also known as the Basic Education or Nai Talim Scheme, that is along the lines of the Gandhian principles. It promoted primary education through the mother tongue, learning through productive handicraft, that is called skills, and making primary school compulsory for everyone. So this was the recommendation of Vardha Scheme. Is it okay? Now Sargent Commission. Coming to the Sargent Commission, 1944. Sargent Commission. So Sargent Plan was a comprehensive 40-year blueprint proposed by the British to modernize the Indian education system after the Second World War. It proposed universal free education for children aged 6 to 14 within 40 years and served as the blueprint for India's future education system in post-independence India. It was the first long-term national plan for education in India, laid the foundation for post-independence education planning. Now, there are the questions. Wellesley established the Fort William College at Calcutta because he wanted to train British civilians for administrative purposes. This is one, sir, madam. This is the thing. D is the correct answer. Are you getting me? Now, reading Wood's dispatch, which of the following statement are the true? Grants and aid system was introduced. That is correct one. Then establishing university was recommended. That is also correct. English was the medium instruction at all, not all levels, not at the primary level. So 1 and 2 would be the correct. That is your A is the correct answer. Now coming to which of the following led to the introduction of English education in India? This was your Charter Act, no. General Committee, no. Orientalist Anglicist. All the three are correct. Why? Because Charter Act was the policy when there was a provision of 1 lakh rupee for English education. English education. English education, that is correct one. General Committee of the Public Instruction was held 1823, that is correct. And it led to Orientalist Anglicist controversy. All the three led to what? English education in India. So D is the correct answer. With reference to the education institution during the colonial rule in India, consider the following pairs. Sanskrit College in Banaras, right? Banaras. William Jones, no, it is wrong. Calcutta Madrasa, that is Warren, that is correct. Fort William College, Arthur Wellesley, that is also incorrect. So answer would be what? That is called your B. We have discussed all these things, right? So you can see the question that this is how we can expect the questions. So, madam. Then is the aim of education as stated by the Woods Dispatch was the creation of employment opportunity for the native Indians? No. The spread of Western culture in India? No. Then the promotion of literary among the people of the English using the English medium? No. The introduction of scientific research and rationalism in the traditional Indian education? That is correct one. Now, what is the correct chronology sequence of the following? Woods Dispatch, Macaulay Minute on education, Sargent Plan, Indian education system. So now you can go through it and you will get the answer that is called 2143. Right? So this is how we have done this. So the second unit is also over. Third and the fourth unit, we will have to rapidly cover it. Right? So rapidly cover, we are going to cover. Now the reactions we need to cover. Reaction within the peasant revolt, tribal revolts, socialist movement and the 1857. So we have to cover it very fastly. Okay, now come. So just take a break for 5 minutes so that I could change the PPT. तीसरा चौथा फटाफट लगा दीजिए। Hi everyone, welcome back. Now see what we are going to do here in this series. So now, not with this. So see, so what is the plan now? Now see, see here. We have seen the establishment of the conquest of British conquest of India. We understood British conquest of India, of India, right? Then we have seen their mechanism, exploitation of India, exploitation of India, of India. Now we have seen India. Here we have seen deindustrialization process, industrialization, right? Depeasantization, peasantization, drain of wealth, revenue settlements, and high demands of taxes, demands of taxes. Then the next one is your what I say, frequent poverty, indebtedness, and then frequent famines. So these all were the exploitations, different nature of the tools of the exploitation of the Indians. So now in this situation, what will happen, sirs and madam? Now exploitation of India. Now there will be resentment, or you can say reaction. Now this will appear in the form of peasant revolt, then your tribal revolt, then there was your civil revolt, then there would be what that is called revolt of 1857. That we need to discuss all these parts, right? So resentment would be there. So madam. So that is a very factual thing. So we will cover it very fastly. So because I have to go through. So are you getting my points? So this is the first stage. This is the second stage. And this is your third stage now. In the third unit we are here. So we are going to talk about the revolts and the rebellions, during the British period. Is it okay? British period. So let's start now. There are three types of the revolts and the rebellions. Now see, if I talk about the revolts and the rebellions, here is the first is your peasant revolt. If I talk about the peasant revolt, the sannyasi revolt. The area of this revolt was Bengal and the Bihar. It was started by sannyasis, that is called the Hindus, and the fakirs, who were the Muslims, ascetics. So remember it. Sannyasi revolt was led by both the Hindu and the Muslims both, because sannyasis were also engaged as well as the fakirs were there, right? They were protested against the East India Company's exploitative policy. The 1770, there was a famine in Bengal, high revenue demands by the British officials, and disposition of the old zamindars and widespread exploitation were the causes of the sannyasi revolt. The leader of this revolt was Mazlum Shah, Chirag Ali, and Musa Shah, Bhavani Pathak, and Devi Chaudhary. Portrayed in the novel Anandmat by Bankim Chand Chatterjee, etc. So that is also portrayed in the novel of Anandmat of Bankim Chandra Chatterjee. So this was your sannyasi revolt. Is it okay? Is it fine? Now coming to the next revolt, that is called Pagalpanthi revolt. Pagalpanthi revolt was in northern Bengal, right, led by the leaders Karam Shah and his son Tipu Shah, right. Now Fayazi revolt, it was in 1838-1857, Eastern Bengal. Peasant Muslim movement aimed at protecting Muslim peasants against the Hindu landlords. It was started by Haji Sariyatullah and his son Dadu Mian. So they were related to this your Fairazi movement or revolt. Now coming to the Indigo revolt or Nil Bidroh or Blue Mutiny. So all the three are the same name, and it took place in Bengal. Also called the Nil Bidroh This uprising occurred in Bengal against the exploitation by the British planters, who forced farmers to grow indigo under the harsh conditions. Leaders were Digambar and Vishnu Vishwas. The play Neel Darpan by Deen Bandhu Mitra highlighted the issues of the indigo cultivators and led to the formation of Indigo Commission in 1860. So these are what your Indigo Revolt. So these are the important information that may be asked for your prelims. Now coming to the Pavna peasant movement. In Eastern Bengal, it was focused on Muslim peasants' exploitation by Hindu landlords, high land revenue demands. Deccan Rights, 1875. So years are also important here. 75, Maharashtra and the Gujarat. It was against the moneylenders and oppressive landlords. Bardoli Satyagraha, if I talk about, that took place in 1927 in Gujarat. It was led by Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel against increased land revenue by 22% and declining cotton prices. This struggle earned Patel the title of Sardar. Bardoli Satyagraha, 1927. And during this Satyagraha, Sardar Patel was given the title of Sardar. Now, Tebhaga peasant movement in northern Bengal. This movement was aimed to reduce landlord's share of the harvest from 1/2 to 1/3, so that they could get 2/3. Peasants could get 2/3. The movement led by Bengal Provincial Kisan Sabha, called for the implementation of the Flood Commission. Recommendations demanding 2/3 of the produce for the shareholders instead of the previous 1/2. Right? So they want to increase. Somewhere around 66% they were demanding. Initially they were getting the 50%. Right? Now, Ekka movement. This Ekka movement was in Awadh, modern Uttar Pradesh. It was farmers' rebellions against high rents, illegal levies, and the oppressive practices of landlords under the British rule. Right? Now coming to the tribal dissatisfaction, the tribal revolts. Why tribals was against dissatisfied? The reasons are: British were the first outsider to systematically exploit the forest resources. They conducted forest surveys, imposed taxes on minor forest produce, which was the free for them, and prohibited slash burning, that is called jhum cultivation, which was their traditional and sustainable practice. Then the intrusion of the outsiders into the forest area disturbed their tribal independence lifestyle, etc. Right? Then British came first into the contact with the Garo tribes after the grant of the Diwani in 1765. So British first come into the contact with the Garo tribes after the grant of the Diwani rights in 1765 by the Mughal Emperor Shah Alam II, leading to the British annexation of the Garo Hills in 1873. Christian missionaries promoted conversion and westernization. It also forced land acquisition and imposition of the land revenue on the tribe, thus the complete disruption of the old agrarian order of the tribals communities. So these are the factors. So these are the different factors, madam. So now let me talk about the different or the major tribal revolts. One of the revolt is your Munda revolt, that is also known as Ulgulan, 1899 to 1908. It was in Chota Nagpur, today is in your Jharkhand region. It was triggered by the introduction of the zamindari system in 1874, right? Replacing the traditional Khutkari system, traditional system, and creating a new class of landlords or tenants. This led to the increased dependence on the moneylenders who charged the high interest rate, right? The leader was Birsa Munda. He organized the tribes to resist taxes, debts, and British control, earning the title of Dharti Aba, that is called Earth Father. So 1899, 1900, it was against the replacement of the Khutkari system with the new system of the Zamindaris, led by the Birsa Munda, known as the Dharti Aba. Coal Revolt, Singhbhum, Jharkhand. Prominent leader was Buddhu Bhagat. Khasi Revolt, prominent leader was U. Tirath Singh. Khasi Revolt. Then the Khond Revolt, that was in Orissa. Against the banning of the human sacrifice. So this was a practice among the Khond tribes. Leader was Chakradhar Basu. Wheel Revolt, 1813, Western Ghat, Maharashtra. Land culture exploitation triggered revolt. Major leaders were Sevaram and Tanti Bhil. Tanti Bhil. Now, Ramosi withdrew revolt that was in the Maharashtra. The Ramosis were the traditional in the service of Maratha, serving as the watchmen, village police, and the scouts. With the establishment of British rule in the Deccan region, they lost their job, right? That's why they revolted. So the leaders were Chitur Singh and Umaji Nayak. Now, early Mopla revolt in 1813-1850 in Malabar and the Kerala region. The leader was Karam Shah and the Tipu Shah. Great Mopla rebellion that was in 1921. The leader was Ali Musliar, Variya Kunnath, and Kunja Med Hasi. So this was the reason. So yaad rakhna yaar. Mopla rebellion 1921. The leaders were this one. Mopla revolt 1813-1815. The leaders were this one. It's okay. Now, Santhal revolt. It is also known as Hool. Also known as Hool. Hool. In Rajbari Hills, present-day Jharkhand, Bihar, and West Bengal. Fought British land policies. Leaders were Sidhu Kanhu. They were the primary leaders, but they were supported by Chand and Bhairav and two women leaders, Pulo and Jhanu. They were the sister of the Sidhu and Kanhu, but it was suppressed by 1856, right? So they were the prominent leaders. Now coming to government initiative after the suppression of the Santhal revolt. A separate district of Santhal Pargana was created by the government to pacify the Santhals. It became illegal for a Santhal to transfer land to a non-Santhals. British government enacted laws so that the land of the tribes could not be taken by the outsiders. So this was the outcome, right? Now I'm coming to the civil rebellions. One is your Veluthampi rebellions. Veluthampi revolt. It was in Travancore. And Diwan Veluthampi opposed the British interference and unfair subsidies. The Kundra Proclamation urged people to rise. Kundra Proclamation was a public declaration issued on 11 January 1809 by Veluthampi, calling upon the people of Travancore to rise against the British dominations. Okay? So this took place in Travancore. Kittur uprising in the Karnataka, and it was led by Rani Chennamma against the doctrine of the lapse and unjust annexations. Kittur uprising 1824-29 Karnataka, led by Rani Chennamma. Right, sirs and madams? Now, Paika rebellion. It was a militia class. Paikas rebelled against the land reforms, high taxes, and the loss of the traditional rights. Is it okay? So this was your Paika revolts. Is it okay? Now we need to discuss the revolt of 1857. So these were what the different revolts that took place after what the exploitation of the Indians by the Britishers. Right? Now see, these all revolts were regional. They were limited. Could not produce much of the results. Could not produce much of the revolts. So now there was the thing, sirs and madams, revolt of 1857. So see, was a product of the character and the policy of the colonial rule adopted after 1757. There was a cumulative effect. British expansion since policy, economic exploitation, and administrative innovations. This was the reason for this revolt. Now, what are the economic causes that we have discussed a lot about the economic causes? Then we need to talk about the political causes. The East India Company greedy policy of aggrandizement, accompanied by broken pledges and promises. One is your doctrine of lapse. That is the last policy that we are discussing here. It was a policy introduced by the Governor General Lord Dalhousie. What is this policy? According to this policy, if the ruler of a princely state died without a natural or biological heir, the state would lapse and be annexed by the British East India Company. The company refused to recognize the adopted heirs, although adoption was a long-standing Indian traditions, and finally the state was automatically lapsed to the British Empire. So that is what is called your annexation, doctrine of lapse. The first state lapsed under this policy was Satara, then is your Jodhpur, then was your Sambhalpur, then Baghat, Udaipur, Jhansi, and then your Nagpur. So these are the states, sirs and madams, right? So doctrine of lapse. Now, what was the immediate cause of, or the socio-religious cause of, first socio-religious cause of the revolt of 1857? Activities of Christians, missionaries, their interference with the religion and the social custom. Actually, by the Charter Act of 1813, Anglican policy was introduced, and under this policy, English education was promoted. English education was promoted, and Christian missionaries were allowed. Christian missionaries were allowed in India. Missionaries were allowed in India. Were allowed in India. Were allowed in India. In India. So if they come to India, they will obviously conflict with the Hindu cultures or the traditional cultures of the India, and they will try to impose the British culture, the Christian culture, etc. So obviously it would be reacted. Then there was an act passed in 1850 that is known as Lakes-Lockie Act. It was an act under which Indian law passed by the Britishers, under which there was a protection of the rights of the religious converted to the inheritance ancestral property. Suppose I'm a Hindu. Now I'm converted to the Christianity, right? So now I will be regulated by the Christian law, but not by the Hindu law. So when I will be converted, I cannot claim my rights. Okay, I cannot claim my rights over my ancestral property. Is it okay? So now by this act, Lakes-Lockie Act of 1815, their rights were protected. So this was against a kind of encouragement of the encouragement of the conversion of the Christianity to Christianity. Immediate cause of this revolt was Enfield rifle. There was a rumor that if you have to fire from the Enfield rifle, then you have to unpin the cartridge. And there was a rumor that cartridge is greased by the cow fat or the pig fat. Cow fat is prohibited in Hinduism, and pig fat is prohibited in the Islam. So it was reacted by both Hindu and the Muslims, right? So now in 1857, Hindu and Muslim will come together to fight against the Britishers. Is it okay? So grease wrapping of this cartridge it's okay now. Now coming to the other aspects, sirs and madams. Revolt of 1857. So see, what is the story of the revolt of 1857? I just want to tell you. Actually, this revolt, what was the revolt, the story? In Barakpur is in the Kolkata, near the Kolkata. There was a soldier whose name was Mangal Pandey. He had refused the orders of his officials and could not fire through the Enfield rifle. So he was punished. He was punished, right? He was executed. This message was spread to all over the country, right? So now the soldiers were against this kind of the act, and they became rebellious. The revolt start actually from the Meerut, from the 10th of May 1857. 10th of May 1857. So revolt started on 10th May 1857 from the Meerut. After the uprisings in the Meerut, the rebels reached to Delhi, and then the Kanpur, Bareilly, and then Lucknow, and till the Bihar. They proclaimed Bahadur Shah here as the Emperor of India also. Now, so let me tell you the different places. So this is a very factual, sirs and madams. So Delhi, Bahadur Shah and General Bakht Khan was the Indian leaders. And thus the revolt of 1857 was suppressed by John Nicholson, Lieutenant Villog, and Lieutenant Hudson in Delhi. In Lucknow, the leaders were Begum Hazrat Mahal and son Burgess Qadir and Ahmadullah. Henry Lawrence, Brigadier Inglis, and Havelock, James Outram, and Colin Campbell has suppressed it in the Lucknow. Kanpur, the leader was Nana Sahib, Rao Sahib, Tatya Tope, and Azimullah Khan. It was suppressed by Sir Colin Campbell and Sir Hug Wheeler. Bareilly, there was Khan Bahadur Khan, and it was suppressed by Colin Campbell. Jhansi, there was a leader was Lakshmi Bai, and it was suppressed by General Hughes Rose. Gwalior was led by Tatya Tope, and it was suppressed by General Hughes Rose. Ahmedabad and Banaras, Maulvi Liaquat Ali, Colonial James Neal. Bihar, Babu Kumar Singh and Amar Singh, William Taylor had suppressed this, sirs and madam. So these are the important centers. Now you can see these are the centers of the revolt of 1857. This revolt was not spread into the South India. It was not in the Punjab. It was limited only to the North India. And these are the Bihar and UP wala region, Bihar, UP, and the MP region of these days, right? Are you getting me? So this was the reason, sir, madam, where we have seen the revolt of 1857. It was not a pan-India phenomena. Rather, it was limited to the North India only. North India. Limited to North India. Right, sir, madams? Now coming to the civil participation. If I talk about the civil participation, the revolt saw widespread civilian involvement, particularly in Awadh and northwestern provinces. Civilians targeted moneylenders, zamindars, and British institutions, destroying financial records, reflecting deep social grievances. In Awadh, there over 1 lakh civilians died, emphasizing the scale of the uprising. Rebellion witnesses the Hindu-Muslim cooperation as well. Right, sirs and madams? Now, suppression of the revolt. So, Delhi fell to the British on 20th September 1857, marking the significant blow to the revolt. Bahadur Shah was exiled and royal princes were executed. British commanders such as Sir Colin Campbell, Sir Hughes Roth, they have suppressed the revolt. In 1859, Nana Sahib escaped to Nepal while Tatya Tope was captured and executed. Key leaders like Kumar Singh, so we have done all these things, they were captured and thus the revolt was suppressed. Now, limited spread. It was focused on in the western Bihar, Awadh, Rohilkhand, excluded Bombay and Madras. Lack of participants, all the zamindars. So it was limited spread. That was in North India. Only in North India. North India. India. There was a lack of participation. Like new zamindars. New zamindars were not participating. Middle class did not participate. Rulers remained loyal for economic reasons. There was weapon disparity. The Britishers were fighting with the modern weapons, whereas the Indians were fighting with the lathi dandas. Leadership failure. There was a leadership failure as well. No unified ideology. Right? There was ideology. There was the various purposes. Everyone was fighting for their own interests. So now what will happen? The consequence of the revolt of 1857. Act of Better Government of India Act 1858 was passed. Was passed. Is it okay? Was passed. Abolition of the company rule. It was the abolition. Sovereignty declared of the Queen. Secretary of State appointed to manage the Indian directly. Queen's proclamation of 1858. Title change. Lord Canning became the Viceroy now from the Governor General of India. It was expansion, end of expansion, era of annexation ceased. Indian state recognized British paramountcy. Administrative reorganization, military reorganization emphasized divide and rule, forming units by caste, community, and region. The martial races doctrine prioritized the recruitment from the loyal groups like Punjabis and the Gurkhas, because Punjabis also not participated in the revolt of 1857. It is in the 1861 Army Amalgamation Scheme transferred company troops to Crown service, while Indians artillery units were largely disbanded. Right? So these were the impact, Sir Madam. Right? The nature of the revolt of 1857. Some of them describe it selfish sepoy mutiny. It was called by John Silley. R.C. Mazumdar argues that it was neither first national nor a war of independence. Benjamin Disraeli called it a national revolt, rooted in the deep mistrust. V.D. Savarkar called it the first war of Indian independence. So the different, the terms used by the scholars about the nature of the revolt of 1857. Now it's done. Now we'll talk about the socio-religious movement as well. Socio-religious movement, right, sir, madams? So let me talk about the socio-religious movement. If I talk about the socio-religious movement, let me tell you, socio-religious movement, socio-religious movement, socio-religious movement, socio-religious movement. If I talk about the socio-religious movement, right, socio-religious movement, it was just because of the Western education, religious movement. It was pan-India phenomena first, pan-India phenomena, pan-India spread was there. It was across the community, across all the community, be it Hindu, be it your Muslim, be it your Sikh, be it your Parsi, it was spread in all, right? So now let me tell you what were the factors for the socio-religious movement, right? Why this movement started. So impact of the Western education. There was the impact of Western education. Impact of the Western education, right? Because the Indians were enlightened by the Western thoughts of liberty, equality, and rationalism. Now they were looking for all these things because there was inequality just because of the caste system, like untouchability. It was rampant. It was not only limited to the Hinduism, but it was also in the Islam that we discussed about. What kind of society in 18th century India was, even the Muslim society was divided along the race, along the caste, along their social status, along the economic conditions and all, right? So it was divided. Then the Christian missionary activities. So the Christian missionary activities tried to impose their culture over the Indian culture, Then prevalence of the social evils in the Indian society. That was another thing. So something like sati, untouchability. So the Western educated Indians looking these social evils as inhuman practice and wanted to end it. Emergence of educated middle class started questioning the orthodox practices. Printing presses and modern means of communication helped in the spread of the modern ideas or the ideas of the Reformation. So these were the factors for the propagation of the socio-religious movement, right? Now I'm coming to the major Hindu reform movements. The major Hindu reform movement includes your Brahma Samaj. Actually, it was founded by Raja Ram Mohan Roy in 1828. Reformist movement aimed at promoting monotheism, social equality, and the abolition of social evils like sati and child marriages. It sought to reform Hinduism by advocating for reason, rationality, and the rejection of idol worship and caste discriminations, right? So this was the thing, Sir Madam. Right? Is it okay? So this was the thing, Sir Madam. Other organizations established by Raja Ram Mohan Roy. It is your Atmiya Sabha, 1815. This was set up. And this Atmiya Sabha later on transformed into Brahma Sabha and then the Brahmo Samaj. So Atmiya Sabha, Society of the Friends in Calcutta. 1817, Raja Ram Mohan Roy and Badnath Mukhopadhyay and David Harry had established Hindu College at Calcutta. In 1825, he had established Vedanta College in Calcutta. 1825, he had established this Vedanta College in Kolkata. Right, Sir Ma'am? Now, if I talk about the other, in 1828, Atmiya Sabha, which was eventually renamed Brahmo Sabha and then the Brahmo Samaj. Other contribution of the Raja Ram Mohan Roy, he championed against the sati practices, and he had influenced the British official to bring legislation against this inhuman practice. Lord William Bentinck, who passed the regulation 17 of 1829 to abolish this sati. So sati was banned just because of his initiatives. He authored books like Tofate Muhammedin, that is Gift to Monotheism, and Precepts of Jesus, right? These are the books. Raja Ram Mohan Roy also introduced some of the newspapers like Sambad Kaumudi, Miratul Akhbar in 1928. He also started a magazine that is called Brahminical Magazine. Okay? Raja Ram Mohan Roy went to England in 1831. That I told you the story why he went over there over the issue of the sati, because the other reformers were was trying to maintain the status quoism. They did not want to discontinue the sati system. So just because of that, he went to London. That I have discussed in the morning itself. He was also the envoy of the Mughal Emperor Akbar II. He was successful in convincing the British government to increase the pension of the Mughal Emperor by £30,000 annually. Akbar too had conferred him the title of the Raja. In 1838, Raja Ram Mohan Roy died at Bristol. After his death, there was a split in the Brahmo Samaj. There were two splits, major splits had taken place in the Brahmo Samaj. Although there are the three factions of the Brahmo Samaj, but there were two splits. Like the first split in 1866 into the Adi Brahmo Samaj. It was established by the Devendranath Tagore, and Brahmo Samaj of India, that was established by Kesab Chandra Sena. Second split took place in 1878 when Kesab Chandra Sen arranged the marriage of his minor daughter to the Maharaja of Coach Bihar. Actually, he was against the child marriages. When it was the matter of his daughter, he married his daughter in the minor age. He was just 13 years, right? He married his daughter to the Maharaja of the Coach Bihar. So now it was a contradiction that developed among the faction of the what I say that is called Brahmo Samaj of India. So it led to the second split. Members supposed to say formed a new organization that is called Sadharan Brahmo Samaj in Samaj, and it was established by Anand Mohan Bose and Sivans Sastri. So this was the two major split in the Brahmo Samaj. Now coming to the Dharma Sabha, this Dharma Sabha was founded in 1830 by Radhakant Dev, resisted the reformers, Brahmo Samaj, especially the abolition of sati that I was talking about, right? Now Brahmo Samaj, which was established by Radhakant Dev and resisted the reforms of Brahmo Samaj, especially the abolition of sati. Now coming to the other, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar. He was the champion, he was against the widowhood, and just because of his efforts, Widow Remarriage Act was passed in 1856 by Lord Canning. He authored Bidva Biva 1855 and advocating for the widow's right to remarry. He also authored a book, Bahu Biva, that is against the polygamy, for the prohibition of the polygamy. So he had written the book Bidva Biva, that is for the widow remarriage, and then there is your Bahu Biva, that was for against the polygamy. He had also published a Bengali newspaper that is called the Som Prakas, right? Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar was also appointed as the secretary of the governing body of the Bethune School College, which was established in 1849 for the female education in 1849, and it was early known as Hindu Female Schools and renamed as Bethune School in 1856, right? For the women's education, he had established this Hindu Female School. This school was established, Hindu Female School, which was later on known as the Bethune School, and of this Bethune Schools, he was the secretary of the governing body, right? Now Henry Vivian de Rosio. He is known for the Young Bengal movement, which was a radical movement started by Henry Vivian de Rosio, right? He was also the teacher of the Hindu college at Calcutta and the intellectual there. And he started the Young Bengal movement. But he was removed from the Hindu college just because of his radicalism, which he was teaching in to his students. If I talk about the Arya Samaj, it was established by Swami Dayanand Saraswati in Bombay in 1875 and promoted the revival of Vedic culture with emphasis on education, combining Western and Vedic knowledge, Anglo-Vedic schools. He considered Vedas as a true scripture, and that's why he had given the slogan of "Go back to the Vedas." He also opposed idol worship and the social evils. Pratna Samaj, it was established by Atmaram Pandurang, right? Atmaram Pandurang in 1867. Now Ramakrishna Paramhans and his disciple Vivekanand. Swami Vivekanand. Let me discuss about this. Ramakrishna Paramhans emphasized religious harmony or religious universalism. So he was talking about the unity of all the religion, while Swami Vivekanand globalized his teachings and institutionalized them. So now, what is thing, sirs and madams? Ramakrishna Paramhans was a priest of Dakshineshwar Kali Mandir in Kolkata, and he was promoting that is called the religious universalism. He was talking about the unity of all the religion. So this was his idea, which was propagated by the Vivekanand globally, and gave an identity, brought an identity to the Hindu culture and Hinduism, right? Now, just to spread his teachings, he had institutionalized Ramakrishna Mission in 1897, right? Vivekanand founded this Ramakrishna Mission in 1897 to promote the spiritual upliftment and the social service. 1893, Swami Vivekanand gave a speech at the Parliament of the World Religion in Chicago and made Hinduism, Hindu philosophy globally known, right? So this was the thing, sir and madam. Theosophical Society of India, it was founded in 1875 in USA by Madam Blavatsky and Colonel Henry Olcott. Shifted its headquarters to Madras in 1882, right? Its core aim was to revive India's ancient culture, religious and philosophical heritage, and restoring the self-respect and countering colonial narratives that undermined the Indian civilization. Later on, Annie Besant also joined this. It's okay. Also joined this. Now, major Muslim reform movements. Let me talk about the Wahhabi movement. It was revivalist movement, in fact, revivalist. It was Islamic reformist movement led by Sayyid Ahmad Barelvi, sought to purify Islam and establish a society based on strict Islamic principles. Influenced by Baha'i ideas of Arabia and opposed the innovations that is called biddat in the religion. He believed in what? Sharia, Hadith. He was maintaining, this organization was maintaining all these things, right? So Baha'i movement. Now Deoband movement, it was founded by Muhammad Qasim Nanotwi in Deoband, UP, and became a revivalist movement, right? Advocating traditional Islamic education and the cultural conservation. He opposed the Western education and maintained a distance from the British rule. Now coming to Aligarh movement, it was started by Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. It promoted Western education, scientific learning, and rationalism among the Muslims. He had established a college known as Muhammadan Anglo-Oriental College in 1875, which later on developed into the Aligarh Muslim University in 1920, which became the center of the modern Muslim education. He also wanted to integrate Muslims into the new administrative and the economic opportunity to the British rule, right? That's why he wanted to give the English education to the Muslims so that they could get services in the British institutions. Ahmadiyya movement. It was founded by Mirza Ghulam Ahmad in 1889 at Kadain in Punjab, aimed to revive Islam through peaceful propagation of the Islam by rejection, violent jihad, rational interpretation of Islam, and encourage modern education as well. Right? In Parsi movement, for the Parsi community, there was a Mazaidan Sabha, Rahnumai Mazaidan Sabha. This was started. It sought to modernize the community through education and social reforms and reinterpretation of their religion, that is called Zoroastrianism. Founded by reformers such as Dada Nauroji Fardunji, S.S. Bengali, Dada Bhai Nauroji, and K.N. Kama. It has spread the ideas through Anglo-Gujarati newspaper that's called Rast Guftar, meaning speaker of the truth, right? So this is the organization, Rahnumai Mazai Dastan, 1851, established by Nauroji Fardunji, S.S. Bengali, Dada Bhai Nauroji, and K.N. Kama. They have also a newspaper to spread their idea that is called Rast Guftar. That's it. Now, reform movement among the Sikh community. Singh Sabha movement, it was a Sikh religious reform movement started in 1873 in Punjab to revive Sikhism, remove corrupt practices, and strengthen the Sikh identity. The first Singh Sabha was organized in Amritsar in 1873 by the leaders like Gurumukh Singh. It was aimed to purify Sikh practices and restore the original teachings of Guru Nanak and other Sikh Gurus. So what you need to do, you have just to keep an eye on these things because this is the factual one. There's no analysis needed for the prelims. So you have to have wide coverage on this. So when you feel that, humse nahi hoga re baba, I have a full confidence in you that you can do it. Now, this is what the kind of the pressure you are feeling when you are going to get the revise. You have done your preparation for the years, and it is the time when you have to quick revisit your preparation, what you have done in the years, in the months. Now, this is just time to revise the things. You are not here to get the knowledge. Rather, you are here to practice the things, to revise the things, to get the retention, how much you have retained through your preparation, through your revision and all, right? So keep your patience. I can understand. So you may feel some kind of what I say that is too much, right? From the 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. that we are going to be in the marathon sessions. Of course, it is a marathon session, but it is just to simplify your preparation. It is just something to contribute in your preparation, right? Contribution, right? So you will make it. You don't worry. You can make it. So, madams, it's okay. It's fine. So now coming to the lower caste movement. This is your Satyasodhak Samaj. Satyasodhak Samaj was founded by Jyotiba Phule in 1873 in Maharashtra to fight caste discrimination and promote social equality for lower caste. It opposed the Brahmanical dominance and the caste hierarchy. It promoted education to lower caste and the women also. He opened schools for untouchables, lower caste children, and especially the girls. He opened India's first girls' school in 1848 with his wife Savitri Phule in Pune. So that is again important one, right? He was bestowed with the Mahatma, title of Mahatma in 1888. It was given by Vitthal Rao Krishnaji Bandekar. He had authored a book that is called Gulamgiri. He had also written another book that is called Satkacharya Ashud, that means cultivators Pipcot. Now, self-respect movement, it was started by E.V. Ramaswamy Periyar in 1925. He had written a book that is called Kudai Arsu in Tamil, which is a weekly newspaper started by Periyar in 1925 to propagate the ideas of self-respect movement and advocate the social equality and rationalism. Justice Party, it was founded in 1916 in Madras Presidency, aimed to promote social justice and political representation for non-Brahminical communities in South India. The founders were T.M. Nair, P. Tyagaraja Chettiar, and then C. Natesa Mudaliar. So these were the leaders now. Now, temple entry movement. The temple entry movement was a social reform movement that sought to end the untouchability by securing the rights of the lower caste to enter the Hindu temple movement. Important leaders of this movement were Mahatma Gandhi, then is your Ambedkar, and then is your K. Kalappan. Important events of this temple entry movement was Vaikam Satyagraha. It took place in the Travancore in 1924-25. It was aimed to allow lower caste to use the roads surrounding the Vaikam temple. Leaders were supported this movement include K. Kalappan and Mahatma Gandhi. Now there is another movement related to this movement, that is Guru Vayur Satyagraha, started in 1931 at Guru Vayur temple in Kerala, led by K. Kalappan, and secured temple entry rights for the lower caste. It gained widespread public support and strengthened the anti-untouchability movement. So outcome was pressure from the movements led to the temple entry proclamation by the Maharaja of Travancore, and this proclamation allowed the people of all castes to enter Hindu temples in the Travancore. Is that okay? In the Travancore. It's done. So now these are the questions also, madam. So I'm dropping the questions. Now you can see just here. Whom the following started the newspaper Som Prakash, that is your Ishwachand Vidyasagar. Whom in the following was the book Bahu Viva, that was written by Ishwachand Vidyasagar. Which of the following revolts were made famous by the Bankim Chatterjee in the novel Anand Mat, that is your Sannyasi Rebellion. Then Satyasodak Samaj organized what? An anti-caste movement in the Maharashtra. Then which of the following statement is or are correct regarding the Brahmo Samaj? So now it opposed idolatry, that is correct one, right? Then it denied the need for a priestly class for interpretation of the religious text, that is also correct one. It popularized the doctrine that Vedas are infallible. No, that is not said by the Raja Raman Roy or the Brahmo Samaj. It was rather said by the Vivekanand and Swami Dayanand Saraswati. So this is done now. So we are going to talk about the next stage, that is your freedom movement. ये तो ब्लैक कॉफी ला के दे रही है, तो ब्लैक टी ला के दे रही है, मुझे कॉफी चाहिए, ब्लैक कॉफी प्रॉपर कॉफी चाहिए. जी. Now see, now we are talking about the national movement, nationalism. So now we need to talk about the nationalism, right? And the national movement. So growth of nationalism, you can say, this is your growth of nationalism, right? If we have to look into the growth of nationalism, then we can divide it into the two broad parts. One is from 1858 till 1885, and then 1885 till 1947. You can say this is the phase. This was the phase of early nationalism, phase of early nationalism, early nationalism, nationalism. What do you mean by the early nationalism? It simply means, for me, it is crystallizing nationalism. So actually, what is the mean by crystallizing of nationalism? It means nationalism was getting shape. Nationalism was getting shape. Was getting shape. Is it okay? It was getting shape. When we come to this side, 1885, then we had the mature nationalism, early phase of, or you can say the phase of it was the phase of mature nationalism. Mature nationalism, you can say. It means nationalism got its shape. Nationalism got its shape. Right? What happened in 1885? Why it is a marker year? Because for the first time, India had national political organization, and it was in the form of INC, that is your Indian National Congress. Indian National Congress. Is it okay? This was your Indian National Congress. Okay? Political organization, Indian National Congress. Is it okay? Are you getting me? So if I talk about the Indian National Congress, right? So, sir, madam, if I talk about this Indian National Congress, which was the national political organization, it was the national political organization, right? Indian National Movement, Indian National Congress was there, right? So, sir, ma'am. But how this organization was evolved, how the evolution of INC took place. Is it okay? Took place. So it is an evolution. It is an evolution. Are you getting me? Evolution of Indian National Congress. If I talk about the evolution of Indian National Congress, evolution of Indian National Congress, INC, as the national political organization. National political organization. Right? How this evolution took place? Right? Took place. Now see. Initially, just because of the too many grievances of the Indians, some regional political organizations formed. Regional political organizations formed. Right? Regional political organization formed. And after regional political organization, there was some interregional political organizations took place. And finally we had a national political platform, your national political party, national political organization or party, and that was your in 1885, and this was your Indian National Congress. So when we talk about the regional political parties, the first regional political party was Landholders Society. Landholders Society. Is it okay? Landholders Society. So it was the society of the zamindars. Society of the zamindars or the landlords. Zamindars. Is it okay? Now, so initially we had the regional political parties that was formed just because of the regional demands. The demands were very much limited. That was on the local level. That was catering the interest of only a community or a group, a social group, like Landholder Society was catering or was talking about the rights of the landholders, that is called the zamindars. So it was not a national, it was just a regional one. It was the regional political organization, right? The first inter-regional association, it was your Indian Association. Formed in 1876. By Surendranath Banerjee and Anand Mohan Bose, right? And then the first intern organization, this was your International Congress 1885. So Indian Association was now getting the voices from the different regions. It was not attached to one particular region. Rather, they were inviting. This Indian Association was inviting the representation from the different regions of the country. So it was inter-regional. It was raising the issue of the different regions. It was not raising the issue of one particular region, right? So this was your regional political organization, this was your inter-regional political organization, then your national political organization. So now in this context, we can understand some of the initial political parties, right? So in 1830s, 1840s, early association and political awakening was done. So the first organization was 1838, that was Landholder Society. It was formed in Calcutta. Then 1843, there was Bengal British India Society. 1851, British Indian Association merged of the two. It was merged with the Landholder Society, and then your Bengal British Indian Society was merged, and new organization was formed that is called British Indian Associations, right? In 1850s and 60s, political consciousness expanded, and it led to the growth of English educated middle class, expansion of the press, and then East India Association formed in London by Dadabhai Naoroji also. So now between 50s and 60s, this was a time when the nationalism was expanding, right? And why it was expanding? Just because of the new political consciousness, because of the English educated middle class, right? Then there was the expansion of the Indian press, and the magazines as well, like what? That is Hindu, Patriot, Amrit Bazar, Patrika and all. Then there was not the organization only working in India, but there was certain organization that was working outside India, like East India Association in 1867, which was established by Dadabhai Naoroji to spread to spread the nationalism, or to speak for the Indians in the London. Now 1870, regional public organizations were formed, gained strength. In 1870, there was Pune Sarvajanik Sabha. It was established by Ranade and Gokhale, later joined it. Between 1870 to 1880, Surendranath Banerjee, he had made a nationwide tour that create a consensus for the political unity. In 1876, there was Indian Association, Calcutta, which was established by Surendranath Banerjee and Anand Mohan Bose. So this was the first actually regional association, inter-regional association. Is it okay? Is it fine? It's okay. It's okay. So these were your regional public organization that gained the strength. Now coming to the other aspect, towards the All India Forum. In 1883, National Conference session was organized by Banerjee's attempt at an All India platform. Then in 1884, Madras Mahajan Sabha was formed. In 1885, finally, we had the Indian National Congress founded in Bombay, which was by A.O. Hume, and W.C. Banerjee was its first president, right? Now, there are other factors. So now we have seen that there was the public grievances. To address this, to redress this, certain political organization was formed. Organization formed. So that was a evolutionary process. But at the same time, there was certain reactionary policies of the Britishers also contributed in the formation of in the rise of nationalism. Is it okay? In the rise of nationalism. So let me discuss those reactionary policies. What are those reactionary policies that also helped the Indians to grow nationalism, to grow in the nationalism, right? What are those policies? So now the reactionary policies we need to discuss. Lord Lytton, he was the Viceroy of India in 1876 to 1880. He had introduced certain policies that also helped in the growth of Indian nationalism. The first reactionary policy, it was the reduction of the ICS age limit, 1876. See, what was under this policy? Now see, we all are in the age of, somewhere in the age of 21 to 32, that may be 21 to 32, that minimum age for the UPSC is 21 years. And the maximum age is 32 years if I talk about the general category, right? So this is the age limit, right? So how many of you are conscious, or how much you are aware of the UPSC, right? So when you are lowering down the age of the ICS, it simply means that you are deliberately denying the right of the Indians to enter into the civil services. This was the one thing, right? Now the second thing, the exam was not conducted in India. It was conducted in England only, right? So it was again the Indian candidates faced disadvantages for this exam because of distance, cost and the language, because the exam was taking place only in the English language. So distance was the one aspect, how you will go to the England. And that day there was also a practice, a belief that if you have crossed the ocean, then your religion would be polluted. Your religion will not be pure, it would pollute it. So if you are crossing your seas, then your religion would be also At what? I say that will be at threat. So you will not able to maintain the purest form of your religion. So distance was the one thing. So how you will go from India to England? Then the cost, everyone was not cannot afford. Even today, how many of us can afford to go to London for for the exam sake? There will be very few people. So cost was another thing. The language, there were too many people who were not well versed in the English language, but they have the capacity to become the civil servant. But just because of the language barrier, they cannot go into the examination. So in this situation, if you are now lowering down the age limit from 21 to 19 years, that was really ridiculous and it was reactionary. So this is the thing, sirs and madam, right? Now, coming to the other aspect, Grand Delhi Darbar, organized to proclaim Queen Victoria as Empress of India. See, it was a coronation ceremony that you can say. It was the coronation ceremony of the Queen Victoria as the Empress of the India. She was even not here, right? She was not even here. But what is ridiculous here is that when this Delhi Darbar was being organized, India was hit by a severe famine in 1876-78 that claimed the millions of the life. But Britishers were now spending money, inflowing money like anything. Extravagant celebrations were done when the people were starved to death. That starved to death. So now it exposed their moral character. So all these highlighted the insensitivity and the exploitative nature of the Britishers. Now, Vernacular Press Act, right? So what is the Vernacular Press Act? Simply, the Vernacular Press Act was meant to suppress the voice of nationalism. Suppress the voice of nationalism, right? Suppress the voice of nationalism. That's okay. It imposed strict censorship on Indian language newspapers. It had allowed the government to confiscate the printing press. If you are going to write anything against the British government, then under this act, your printing press would be confiscated. Now your newspapers, if it is critical to the British policies, would be shut down. English newspapers were exempted from this Vernacular Press Act. So now it is also expressing or manifesting the racial biases. This act also united Indian journalists and nationalists against colonial repression. So Vernacular Press Act was also a reactionary policy that also helped in what? That is your nationalism. Then is your Arms Act 1878. This act prohibited Indians from possessing arms without a license. Europeans were largely exempted. It symbolized distrust of the Indians and enforced radical inequality. It provoked strong opposition and fueled national sentiment. So this Arms Act 1878. So that is again an important thing, sirs and madams, right? Now these policies exposed the true authoritarian character of the colonialism. It led to the growth of political consciousness, emergence of the organized protest, a strength of the demands for Indian participation in the governance, and contributed directly to the formation of the Indian National Congress in 1885. So these were the reactionary policies that had contributed in the formation of what I say, the formation of the or crystallization of the Indian of the nationalism, right? Nationalism. Now, if I come to the limitation of the pre-1857 organization, we have seen there are too many organization that was formed before the 1885, that was before the formation of the Congress, like British Indian Association, like Bombay Association, Pune Sarvajanik Sabha, Indian Association, and Madras Mahajan Sabha and all, right, where they played a pioneering role in political awakening. They suffered important limitations. So what were those limitations with these sirs and maps? They were very much regional and local in the character, local in the character, because they were concerned with the local issues, the regional issues. They were not bothered about the national issues. Then is your elite dominated composition. These organizations were dominated by the English educated urban middle class people or professional groups, lawyers, professionals, landlords, and merchants. So the common people were not attached to these political organizations. So it could not become a mass movement. It could not become a mass movement. Could not become a mass movement, right? So it could not connect with the common people. So that is what the limitation of these organizations. Limited political objectives. They were talking about the administrative reforms, expansion of the legislative council, Indian representation. They did not challenge the colonial rule fundamentally. So their demands were very much elite in the nature, you can say. Administrative reforms, expansion of the legislative council, and then Indian representation in the services, right? Now, if I come to the organizational structure, then these organizations were very weak in their structural aspect. Their organizations lacked central coordination, regular all India sessions, permanent leadership, and the discipline. As a result, they failed to sustain long-term political mobilization. So these were certain weaknesses of the pre-Congress organizations, right? Now, dependence on the British patronage. What was this? Many early leaders hoped reforms would come through the British goodwill. So we have to be good in relation with the Britishers. So they had to believe in the British justice system so that they could be happy, and then they will give us some political concessions. So this was the belief. This was basically an illusion. While limited assertive political action and fostered a loyalist tone. Now, if I come to the absence of the mass national consciousness, though they contributed to the political awareness, but they could not transform political consciousness into the mass consciousness. So these were the certain limitations of these organization, sirs and madam. Is it okay? So now limitation of this 1885 organization. This is your 1885 organization, pre-1885. These pre-INC organizations marked the beginning of organized political life in India, but their regional character, elite dominance, and moderate methods necessitated the emergence of an all-India platform fulfilled by the Indian National Congress in 1885. That's it. Now, if we talk about the Congress, so now we are going to talk about the Congress. So hi everyone. So we were now talking about the Congress, Indian National Congress, right? So now we need to discuss about the Indian National Congress and from 1885 to 1947. So it is a very vast area. So we need to cover, we need to have some time. So I believe it should be discontinued right here. So we can take a sequel session of this session. We will have a sequel of this session in some other time. So it will be better to give a break to this class for today. And we will continue the session from the formation of the Congress in some other time, right? Is it okay? So what is your opinion? Because we are now allowed only for 40 minutes around, 40 minutes, even the 35 minutes. And in 35 minutes, it won't be possible to cover the entire, the freedom struggle starting from the 1885 till 1947. So we need to have some time. If you allow me, then we will continue it in some other session, and I will notify you when I will be taking your next class. The next class. Can you give me your feedback? How do you think that? How you think that? Was it a insightful session for all of you? That really actually working for you? So what is your opinion on this? Because I just tried my level best to include every aspect in this session, right? The second, I try to incorporate the maximum PYQs also. And on the basis of PYQ analysis, I have just structured this entire session for you. Unfortunately, just because of certain reasons, because we have taken too many time, longer period of time in the morning session and in the morning session. So we were a little bit slow. So I think that we should continue this session, and just to maintain the meaning, just to keep the session a meaningful session. So it would be better to give the session a break right over here, and as a sequel of the session we will take some other day. So your class will be on some other day. So I believe you would be ready for this. So what is your opinion? Can you come forward to give your suggestion? I'm waiting for your response in the chat. I'm looking into the chat box now. How was your session? And we will continue. Thank you, Aditya, and thank you, cousin. Okay. Today won't be possible, Vishal. So actually there is a planning. So let me check out when I will get the slot in this series, UDAAN series, right now, because there was some other plannings also. There will be some other classes also. So we will definitely, you don't worry, Sidhu, what I was doing in the morning. So मुझे लग रहा था कि I will cover it, but okay, anyways, we could not match with the time. So some other day I will again came up with the same spirit, with the same energy, with the same kind of the stuff and articulation, what I did today. So now it's up to you. So just come, we will meet again to complete this session. It's okay. Very soon. I cannot promise you the time right now. Okay, what would be that particular day? But please allow me. Let me talk to the management and schedule team. So when I get a slot of at least 2.5 hours, 2.5 hours to cover this topic, right? From Indian National Congress till 1947. It's okay. So I'm going to end the session. So you have to go for multiple revision. This is only the way. The multiple revision is required. Now I have seen you the questions also from the PYQ, and you can understand what kind of the questions UPSC are throwing to you. Some of the times you will get the pure factual questions. So there are some area where you need to memorize the things, and there is only one way to revise and revise so that you could retain the things. Okay. Tomorrow I cannot say, Hari, because there is some scheduling. There must be some plan also. So because this is a UDAAN series and we all teachers are scheduled according to our the slots. There is some planning. There is some slots. So let me talk to them and I will notify you through the YouTube banners and my uh, reels also, right? So I will inform you what would be the next date, right? Is it okay? So I'm going to end the session right now. Thank you very much for keeping patience, such a patience. But I was expecting everyone's answer. But some of you were okay, Sidhu. Okay, Sindhu. Okay, thank you. You are from the Titan batch. That's great. Okay. Okay, Hari. Art and culture is fixed on 16th. That is a fixed on 16th. That is already fixed. Okay. So I was expecting everyone's answers, but some of you are conservative feeling. We are conservative into to give their answers. But anyways, I take your wishes and thank you very much for sustaining, for keeping your patience or stamina for such a long period of time. We will definitely meet very soon in the next session. So I'm going to end this class from Prarambh 2026. Okay, but I'm not in the Prarambh. Okay. 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 So anyways, I'm going to end the session now. Thank you very much. And it's okay. Thank you. So I'm going to end the session right now. And very soon. Okay. Bye bye. Take care, everyone. Bye.